Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum 2022, Next Steps for Climate Innovation. We have many guests here offline and online joining us, so thank you once again. It is indeed a pleasure to be greeting such a distinguished group of delegates. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, given the opportunity and honor of being your MC for today. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much. And once again, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all of our distinguished guests online and offline for your attendance. Before we begin, I would like to direct your attention to the opening video of the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum 2022.
Pathways to net zero. The world is moving toward net zero. A growing coalition of countries, cities, companies, and other institutions are pledging to get to net zero emissions. Today, Asia confronts severe issues with shifting away from carbon-reliant economies while not compromising the rapid economic growth trajectory. A fundamental part of preparing for the sustainable future is truly understanding the risks and opportunities of the net zero transition. Financial Services Commission, Republic of Korea, and the consortium of Stanford University, Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, and Korea Development Bank Group presents a noble forum of global joint academia-industry initiative that focuses on a new paradigm, integrating technology, finance, and policy innovation, and accelerating the net zero transition in Asia. High-quality, rigorous academic research, explored and developed in its inaugural forum, can demonstrate opportunities under each and across technology, finance, and policy sectors that will profoundly contribute to this new paradigm shift. The collaborative works will help align the financial system with global sustainability, meet the Paris Climate Change Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals, and create net zero pathways appropriate to Asian contexts.
I hope you enjoyed the video of the opening of the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum 2022. As you have seen from the video, the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum 2022, Next Steps for Climate Innovation, is the inaugural event hosted by the Financial Services Commission of the Republic of Korea, and it's co-organized by a consortium of Stanford University and KAIST University. And it's also sponsored by the Korea Development Bank Group, KDB Capital, KDB Infrastructure Investment Asset Management Corporation, and KDB Investment. Today's event, along with subsequent events, aim to convene industry scholars, industry practitioners, and policymakers in Asia to call for integrated actions towards the global race for net zero transition. And companies and financial institutions these days are faced with the challenge of achieving net zero by 2050. So companies and financial markets have given the grave task of finding new solutions. We hope that this event, along with subsequent events, will provide a means for companies and the markets to forge new solutions and to come up with better options for transition of the carbon neutrality in Asia. Today, we're joined by distinguished guests at home and abroad, online and offline. And all contents are available through the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum 2022 YouTube channel in both English and Korean. So first and foremost, as we begin, allow me to introduce our distinguished guests to you. who are here to congratulate us in our journey. 시작하기에 앞서서 바쁘신 와중에도 오늘 자리를 빛내주시기 위해 함께해 주신 분들을 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 한 분 한 분 소개해 드릴 때마다 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 국회 정무위원회 윤재옥 위원장님 자리해 주셨습니다. 윤재옥, Chairman of the National Policy Committee of the Republic of Korea, is here with us. 금융위원회 고승범 위원장님 자리해 주셨습니다. 감사합니다. 고승범, Chairman of the Financial Services Commission. 2050 탄소중립위원회 윤순진 공동위원장님 참석해 주셨습니다. 윤순진, Co-Chairperson of the 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission. 네, 마지막으로 이번 행사를 후원하시는 KDB 산업은행 이동걸 회장님 자리해 주셨습니다. Last but not least, sponsor of the event, Mr. Lee Dong-gol, Chairman of KDB. Thank you once again for your presence with us during the ongoing pandemic, and please understand that we could not introduce each and every one of our distinguished guests due to time constraints. Then now I'd like to introduce a gentleman who has shown tremendous support for our forum. Let us invite Chairman Lee Dong-gol of KDB for his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까?
Hello everyone.
개회사에 앞서
Before I deliver opening remarks,
그린 타이를 메고
I'm wearing green ties. Please take note of that. KDB is taking initiative to reborn itself as a green bank, and this is a symbol. Please regard that way. Let me begin my opening remarks. Hello everyone, I am Lee Dong-gol, Chairman of Korea Development Bank. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to those of you for taking time out of your busy schedule, Chairman Ko Seung-bum of the Financial Service Commission, Treasurer Karen Coney, and also President Lee Kwang-hyung of KAIST. Thank you. My special gratitude goes to Treasurer Karen Coney of Stanford University and President Lee Kwang-hyung. Thank you once again for organizing today's forum. Ladies and gentlemen, in February, IPCC, an intergovernmental consultative body on climate change, released a report which gave warning that up to by the second half of this century, 2.6 billion people globally will be exposed to the infectious disease. The climate crisis is no longer just a concern for a few climatologists. It poses life-threatening problems to human beings. Countries around the world, including Republic of Korea, are rushing in declaring a carbon-neutral visions and plan to reduce greenhouse gas emission. In order to successfully implement plans, detailed action plans at the government, at the private levels must be established in various ways concretely. Academia, industries, financials, and government agencies must all come together and work together. Only then we can overcome the climate crisis. Carbon neutrality, the largest project or challenge of humanity, cannot succeed with the efforts by one institution. In light of that, today's forum is very meaningful as it is a gathering of all walks of life. The academic community that researches and develops climate technologies and systems, the industry that commercializes them, the financial community providing funding for carbon neutrality, the government that prepares environmental systems and create ecosystem are all gathered today. Only when these efforts are supported, the carbon-based economy that supported mankind for the past 200 years can be transformed into carbon neutrality. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the transformation to a low-carbon economy is possible only through fundamental innovations in all fields, including technology, industry, finance, and government. Transforming into new economic structure is a fundamental innovation called, quote-unquote, Green Industrial Revolution. The Green Industrial Revolution is not only about investing more capital than developing a specific strategic industry, but also it requires a long patience and time. As Korea's representative climate bank, Korea Development Bank provides patient capital. We are leading the green industrial revolution. Among the detailed KDB's action plans, I'd like to introduce the representative two innovations. First, innovations in climate technology. The Korea Development Bank fosters promising climate technologies that are in the early development stage. We will focus on supporting these technologies to be commercialized. Held on March 18th, the investment briefing sessions to discover promising startups with climate technology is one of them. So that the climate technology of the companies discovered and the way we can benefit the whole world. Korea Development Bank, KDB, through the KDB Carbon Net Zero program, we are supporting the commercializations of green technology such as offshore wind power, hydrogens, and CCUS carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Second, industrial innovation. It is said about 14% of global annual greenhouse gas emissions are generated by steel, chemical, and cement industries. Just because greenhouse gases are emitted, steel, chemical, and cement production cannot be abandoned. Through KDB Carbon Spread, a representative green product, process innovations in the high carbon industry can be induced, thus taking the lead in decarbonization through the Industrial Financial Cooperation Program. Companies with capital and technological prowess receive support to successfully reorganize business into promising low-carbon sector. Through specific action plan, KDB is ready to lead green industrial revolution towards net zero. I hope the officials from government, finance, industry, and academia please join forces. All of you who are here today will be remembered as pioneers of green industrial revolution in the future. Thank you once again for everyone attending today. I wish all of you health and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Chairman Lee, for your opening remarks, as well as introducing us the Korea Development Bank's efforts to achieve carbon neutrality. And I also must say that green is a great color for Chairman Lee. And now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we are also joined by members of the National Assembly to congratulate us on the event. So please welcome to the stage lawmaker Yoon Jae-ok, Chairman of the National Policy Committee of the Republic of Korea, for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Chairman of National Policy Committee Yoon Jae-ok. As carbon neutrality and climate change gains attention around the world, many related forums and events are being held around the world as we speak. And congratulations on the opening of ASFF 2022. I would like to thank Chairman Ko Seung-bum and Chairman Lee Dong-geol, President Lee Kwang-hyung, Treasurer Karen Kearney for organizing today's forum. I would like to also thank the keynote speaker, UN Special Envoy Mark Carney, and Vice President Manuela Ferro of World Bank, Professor Thomas Heller of Stanford University, and all the panelists and discussants for joining us today. Carbon neutrality and climate change is gaining attention around the world, mainly led by advanced countries. And as the first country in Asia, Korea, we are gathering the scholars from Stanford University and KAIST to discuss carbon neutrality. And I think this forum comes at a very meaningful time. Distinguished guests, after Paris pact, the world countries around the world are coming out with NDCs, and Korea is actively joining these efforts to overcome climate change. And Korean National Assembly in last September legislated the Basic Act for carbon neutrality as the 14th country in the world to do so. This law will go into effect tomorrow, and we are also paying close attention to the concerns and voices of the industry. The manufacturing industry in Korea accounts for 24.8% of our GDP, and this is double the average of OECD nations. Industries around the world are suffering from lack of energy infrastructure, and the new government, in introducing the renewable energy and activating the nuclear power generation, is committed to building energy infrastructure further. Another concern from the industry is the lack of capital and lack of technology, and such issues cannot be resolved by the government support alone. The private sector needs to actively join these efforts to develop decarbonization technologies, and the Korean National Assembly, along with the stakeholders, will come up with the right policies. Paris Climate Pact makes it clear that we need to adopt 3 measures to enhance our resilience, to restrict the rise of temperature, and to actively join the efforts to respond to climate change and activate climate financing. Among the 3 measures, climate financing needs to play a very important role. The International Energy Agency, in order to restrict the global warming to 1.5%, every year, 5 trillion won of investment will be needed. However, by 2022, only 12% of what's actually needed have been invested. In order to overcome climate change, climate financing needs to play a more important role. I would like to thank everybody for joining us today and sharing your insight. Once again, I would like to thank the government, industries, and everyone for joining us today. And we need to actively take part in this effort so that we can respond successfully to climate change. I'm sure today's meeting will be an important milestone in this journey. I would like to thank everybody for joining us today.
Thank you, Chairman Yoon Jae-ok, for your kind words of congratulations, as well as the full support of the National Assembly. And now I would also like to invite lawmaker Yoon Soon-jin, the co-chairperson of the 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission of the Republic of Korea, for her words of congratulations. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Hello everyone, I'm very pleased to meet you all. I am Chairman of 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission, Yoon Soon-jin. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the host of ASFF, Chairman Lee Dong-gol of Korea Development Bank, and also Chairman Ko Seung-bum of Financial Service Commission, and official staff organizing today's forum. Thank you very much. We are living in an era of climate crisis. Various natural disasters caused by climate crisis, such as abnormal climate around the world and global pandemics such as COVID-19, are no longer new. For the sustainable survival and prosperity of our society, the fossil fuel-centered economy and industrial development structure that has been maintained in the past must be drastically changed. Carbon neutrality has now become a norm in the international community that no one can resist or overturn. The EU is preemptively pushing for the introductions of the carbon border adjustment system, which imposes carbon prices on steel and other products. In the market, global companies such as Apple and Google are participating in the RE100 campaign and demanding the same standards from the partners. Carbon neutrality and ESG management have become the new normal of our time. While achieving carbon neutrality, virtuous cycle of strengthening industrial competitiveness should be realized. We need to take most of the current situation as an opportunity to our economy. The most important key players is the financial sector. When the financial sector sends an accurate signal to the market changes accordingly. Global institutional investors such as BlackRock announced their withdrawal from investment in companies that did not disclose ESG, betting a strong drive on ESG investment. The Dutch pension fund APG, which operates 850 trillion won in assets, and a letter to 10 large corporations in Republic of Korea, we are requesting you to prepare an action plan to reduce carbon emissions. As a society is making effort to transform into a carbon neutral society, it is very timely to hold the Sustainable Financial Forum. I hope today's forum will lead Korea in the desirable direction by discussing diverse alternatives. The topic that we are going to address today is the next step for climate innovation. Please have an in-depth discussion. Thank you.
Thank you once again for your kind words, Co-Chairperson Yoon Soon-jin. And thank you once again for informing us about the role of finance in achieving carbon neutrality. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome all of our guests at home and abroad, please put your hands together for Mr. Ko Seung-bum, the Chairman of the Financial Services Commission, Republic of Korea, who has led us through the process of preparing for this event. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ko Seung-bum, Chairman of Financial Services Commission. Congratulations on the opening of Asia Sustainable Financial Forum. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the host of this important forum, Chairman Lee Dong-gal of KDB, and thanks to Chairman Yoon Jae-ok of National Policy Commission and Chairman Yoon Soon-jin of 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission. I would like to also thank President Lee Kwang-hyung of KAIST, Treasurer Karen Kearney of Stanford University, UN Special Envoy Mark Carney of Climate Action and Finance, Vice President Manuela Ferro of World Bank, and everybody for joining us today. This forum is gathering of government, finance, industries, and academia at this critical juncture as the financial industry is going beyond just declaring carbon neutrality to establish and share more specific measures to achieve it. I hope you can share our wisdom and learn from each other as much as we can. Distinguished guests, the international community is aware that human activities have increased the global temperature by 1.1 degrees Celsius, and global warming above 1.5 degrees should be avoided at all costs, and has been striving to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Major countries such as the US, EU, and China are building infrastructure for carbon neutrality and making massive investment for renewable energy, activating carbon credit trading, and introducing carbon border tax. Korea is actively participating in this transformation. Korea has declared to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and established the Basic Act for carbon neutrality, which will go into effect tomorrow. Furthermore, the Korean government has organized Climate Response Fund amounting to 2.4 trillion won and plans to introduce K-taxonomy in the financial industry this year. For all these efforts to succeed, the role of financial industry is more important than anything. UNFCCC has analyzed that in order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, the world would need 125 trillion won of investment. The amount is bigger than the total global GDP for 2021. Such massive investment cannot be made by government alone. Policy financial institutions need to lead carbon neutrality financing, and private sector financing would be needed. Transformation to carbon neutrality requires significant investment, but this will be a great opportunity for new technologies and industries to grow. And at the same time, in the mid to long term, carbon-intensive industries need to lower or eliminate their carbon emission in order to survive. Small and medium-sized companies that do not have enough capability to respond to such changes with resilience, financial industry need to support them so that they can reduce carbon emission. Financial authorities will spare no efforts in supporting the financial industry in this journey, will provide all the policy support. Distinguished guests, and Professor Thomas Heller of Stanford University, one of today's keynote speakers, in his Climate Policy Initiative report, emphasized that to realize sustainable and carbon-neutral world, we need to start making substantial changes to meet carbon neutrality declarations that have been made so far. Our financial industry needs to adopt more proactive and specific decarbonization policy to pave the way for transformation. I hope we can identify various ideas that can help us to achieve carbon neutrality through sustainable financing in today's Asia Financial Forum, and look forward to a meaningful discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words and your leadership throughout preparing for this event, Chairman Ko. Now, before moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a moment to take a commemorative photo with our VIP distinguished guests, as well as our speakers and panelists. We will take 2 rounds of photos, so please bear with us for just a couple of minutes. 네, 시작하기에 앞서서 잠시 참석해 주신
Ladies and
분들을
gentlemen, I'd like to invite the VIP participants to take a commemorative photo. We'll be taking 2 photos. First of all, the 4 VIPs, please come forward. We are going to take the photo, to be followed by the panelists, speakers, and VIPs together. So please bear with us for a few more minutes. Thank you.
네, 앞쪽으로 일단 4분 모시겠습니다. 네, 왼쪽으로 반보만 이동해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
If you can move to the left side 4 steps. Although you are wearing mask, please make sure to give us a bright smile using your eyes, and please look forward.
네, 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give a warm round of applause.
네, 그럼 이어서 저희 무대에 단상을
So once again, we'll rearrange the stage so that a podium can be set up, and then we'll deliver the next speech. Please bear with us for a few more minutes. Many people will once again join in taking the commemorative photos,
We will
so
now have another commemorative photo with all of our panelists and presenters and VIP guests. We are placing some steps on the stage for you so that we can have everyone on stage and look beautifully in the photo. So please bear with us for just a couple of minutes. 네, 스태프들의 안내에 따라서 서주시면 감사하겠습니다. So please follow the guidance of our staff while finding your places up on stage. 네, 준비가 거의 다 된 것 같습니다.
I guess we are ready.
네, 뒤쪽에 또 지금 참석을 해주시는 분들이 있는데요. 잠시만 기다려주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 왼쪽으로 조금만 이동해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 맨 뒤에 계시는 분들, 네, 감사합니다. So please smile for the camera in front of you. 네, 다 같이 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
Why don't we give a round of applause?
네, 고맙습니다. 이제
Thank
자리로
you
다시
very much.
모시겠습니다.
Please go back to your
please
seats.
return to your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation in the photo shoot. 네, 사진 촬영에 함께 해주신 분들 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you.
저희가 무대 정리가
As soon as we are ready, we will begin the next speech.
For joining us in the commemorative photo shoot. We will proceed along with our next agenda item as soon as we set the stage. 네, 자리 정리가 되는 대로 바로 이어서 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 준비가 다 된 것 같습니다.
I believe we are ready.
So now moving on from our joint hosts joining us online, please welcome Mr. Lee Kwang-hyung, the president of KAIST, for his remarks. Please turn your attention to the screen.
Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome the distinguished speakers and guests and participants to the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum 2022. Thank you all for joining us today. I would like to thank the Financial Service Commission for hosting this forum. I also thank the Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus and the KAIST Center for Sustainable Development for co-organizing this forum. Distinguished participants, humanity stands at an inflection point in world history. The fourth industrial revolution and outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic have unfolded a grand global transformation. The crisis underway in Ukraine is also creating new global socio-economic ramifications. Among others, how to ensure energy security and commodity resources has become very urgent and more important than ever. Sustainability is another important challenge we should take on as a responsible member of a global community. We can tackle critical global problems when we mobilize global collaboration across industry, academia, and government. I look forward to this forum serving as a dynamic international platform to help global stakeholders share new knowledge in policymaking and innovation and contribute to the prosperity and sustainability of Asia and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful words, President Lee. And now, last but not least, we also are joined by Ms. Karen Kearney, the treasurer of Stanford University, online. Despite the time differences, thank you once again for joining us. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her on screen with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure and a very great honor to join virtually in this welcome session for the Asian Sustainable Finance Forum. I'm Karen Kearney, Treasurer of Stanford University and Chair of the Board of Directors of the Stanford Research Center in South Korea. On behalf of the university and our research center in Cheongdo, I would like to welcome all of the participants to this exciting forum today. As treasurer of the university, the topic of sustainable finance is one that I'm personally passionate about. Along with performing world-class finance-focused research at the Stanford Career Center, and at the Sustainable Finance Initiative, our university looks to lead by example. Last year, my office made Stanford the first US college or university to issue bonds carrying dual climate and sustainability designations for financing campus construction and renovation projects. Our $375 million USD bond was rooted in the university's commitment to environmental stewardship and social responsibility, and to support our campus's shift towards renewable energy sources and programs to balance social equity. I hope that this is the first of many such bond offerings by Stanford and our university peers around the globe. And moreover, I look forward to seeing the outcome of this forum as other major financial institutions and organizations around the world, particularly in Asia, make great strides on financing a more sustainable future for us all. I will close by acknowledging and thanking the many organizers, collaborators, and supporters that have made this forum possible. These include the Financial Services Commission, the Korea Development Bank, the Asia Development Bank, KAIST, and our researchers and staff at the Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus and the Stanford Sustainable Finance Initiative. I wish everyone a very productive forum, and I look forward to a time, hopefully soon, when we're all able to join together in person to consider these critically important topics. Thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words as well as your support in making this forum happen. Thank you very much, Treasurer Karen Kearney, for your kind words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum 2022 invites global leaders from various backgrounds, including governments, international organizations, and the private sector, to understand the global trends for carbon neutrality, as well as come up with means and insights to prepare for a more sustainable future. To start us off on our journey, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Mark Carney, the UN Special Envoy on Climate Action and Finance, as well as the former governor of the Bank of England, for his remarks and the keynote speech. Please turn your attention to the screen and welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Chair Lee, and congratulations to the Korean Development Bank for convening this important event. I'm sorry I can't be with you in Seoul at this time, and I very much look forward to joining you in Korea as soon as possible. And of course, you're welcome at any time in the United Kingdom and in Canada, or at any part of the world, given KDB's amazing footprint. Of course, the world has been turning the corner since the COVID pandemic, but we've been plunged into another crisis, which will have profound implications for the global economy and for the climate transition. We can't lose sight of the importance of that transition and addressing climate change. And indeed, it's clear that the issues of sustainability and security are intertwined. We must accelerate our transition into a more sustainable future to ensure our livelihoods, our security, and our planet. And Asia will play a central role in this transition, and KDB will play a central role in financing it. The good news is that the foundations for this transition have been put in place at COP26 this past November in Glasgow. The proportion of emissions that are now covered by net zero country pledges has grown over the course of the last 2 years from less than a third of global emissions to almost 90%. Net zero is now the organizing principle for over 5,000 of the world's largest companies. And with the right policies, it will become the norm throughout our economies. Of course, the scale of what's required is enormous. Emissions must fall 7% per year over the course of this decade. In 2020, at the height of COVID, the world met this high bar, but only because we shut down large proportions of our economy. And this underscores that we must invest and grow in order to get to net zero. The scale of that investment is enormous. It means doubling energy infrastructure investment to almost $5 trillion per year. And It's the type of investment that actually the world economy needs. It's job heavy, it has large GDP multipliers, and it will be on a global scale. It's what the world needs for the future, and it's what our economies need now. The other bit of good news is that the money that's needed for this transformation is increasingly there. At Glasgow, we delivered 24 major reforms at the heart of the financial system in order to ensure that major financial decisions take climate change into account. I won't go through all 24, don't worry, but I'll highlight a few of the implications. And the first is developing mandatory climate disclosure based on the TCFD, so that financial institutions of all type have the information that they need in order to make decisions. This is going to be codified by a new body, the International Sustainability Standards Board, or ISSB, under the IFRS, which will develop a global disclosure standard. And it's critically important. Korea's support for this, joining more than 45 other nations, representing over 75% of global emissions, and backing the ISSB straight out of the gate. Taking climate change into account in every decision also means climate stress testing of our major banks and insurance companies, so that they can pull the future forward and assess which companies in their portfolio have plans for the transition and which do not, and therefore adjust risk management accordingly. These types of seemingly arcane but essential changes to the plumbing of finance are moving climate change from the fringes to the forefront, and they're transforming the financial system in the process. Now, that transformation is supported by the resolute focus on net zero of the world's largest banks, insurers, asset managers, asset owners, and financial market infrastructure providers. Through the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or GFANZ, over 450 of the world's largest financial institutions have committed to manage their balance sheets, which collectively total over $130 trillion, and manage those on the path to net zero. That's 40% of global financial assets. Within the Asia-Pacific region, we currently have over 50 members managing over $16 trillion, and we expect to grow that, both of those figures, very significantly in time. Now, the money is there, or the potential for the money is there to finance that enormous transition. But this has to be a global transition. It must take place in every corner of the world, year in, year out. Asia, which will take up to 50% of the global investment for the transition, is absolutely critical, as it is in virtually every aspect of the global economy. That's why we're working to develop an Asian-Pacific regional network to increase our representation across Asian financial firms. And more generally, it's why GFANZ is focused on transitioning from commitments to implementation. Let me just highlight the core work streams of GFANZ before concluding and having our discussion. The first is that we need rigorous standards for net zero implementation plans both for financial institutions as well as businesses. And in addition, we need a robust framework for the phasing down of stranded assets. So these assets, whether they're coal or other assets, can be owned and managed by responsible owners over timelines that are consistent with the transition to net zero. Secondly, we clearly need government policy that is consistent with the transition. Governments have begun to step up. They've certainly made the commitments. They've begun with some climate policies, but there's a lot more work that can be done. And we're working to get across to governments two things. One, the power of having the financial sector focused on net zero and how that can work together with credible government policies, deep decarbonization policies, such as clear commitments on phasing out internal combustion engines or hydrogen fuel blends or clean grid by certain dates. Those aspects of policy, carbon pricing would be another example in some jurisdictions, they work effectively with these net zero commitments to smooth investment and maximize growth and jobs. The third pillar of our work is to mobilize immense forms of capital, amounts of capital for the emerging and developing world. The enormous resources of GFANZ can help fund the up to $1 trillion of additional investment that will be required in the emerging and developing world by the middle of this decade every year. So year in, year out, an extra $1 trillion of investment. Now, we're going to need to make some changes to the international architecture to ensure that that happens. And we're focusing on ensuring that we use the balance sheets of the world's multilateral development banks, such as the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, most effectively to crowd in private capital. And we're also focused on developing a country platform approach for key jurisdictions in order to increase ambition and to have the money in place to finance those ambitions. Relatedly, there is work underway to develop a truly professional, high-integrity voluntary carbon market. A voluntary carbon market for carbon offsets. This market at present is tiny. It's less than $1 billion a year. It should be about $150 billion a year, and it will only grow if it's a high integrity market and the buyers of these offsets are committed first and foremost on reducing their absolute emissions and then compensating for any emissions that they still have through offsets. Look, I've said a lot, and I've almost used up my allotted time. There is a lot of great work underway. There's tremendous momentum around this agenda. Over the course, in my judgment, over the course of the next few years, the decisions on standards for net zero implementation plans, for financial institutions, for companies will be decided. Core financial market infrastructure standards consistent with the transition, think stock exchange indices, other financial benchmarks will also be decided. The nature of a carbon offset market, if it's going to develop, that will be decided. And it's critical that we have institutions from around the world, particularly Asia, as part of this development process. And that's why I'm so grateful for this opportunity to join you virtually at this important forum, and why I look forward to the discussion we will now have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carney, for your insight as well as food for thought. That was our first keynote speech. And now also joining us from across the world is Ms. Manuela Ferro, Vice President of East Asia and Pacific from the World Bank. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests and colleagues, it is a pleasure to address you at this 2022 Asian Sustainable Finance Forum. I would like to thank the Financial Services Commission, Stanford University, my own alma mater, the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, and the Korea Development Bank for organizing, hosting, and sponsoring this event. Let me start by saying that we at the World Bank view climate change as a growing obstacle and indeed a threat to sustained and enduring improvements in welfare around the world. So this issue is of profound relevance to our work. Countries, developed and developing alike, are facing two sets of challenges. The first is adapting to the impact of climate change that has already happened. This impact can already be seen in extreme weather, rising temperatures and sea levels, and coastal erosion. The second is contributing to global efforts to slow down or reverse the warming of the Earth's atmosphere, mitigating climate change. The East Asia and Pacific region is now the world's engine of economic growth. We all know that. The choices it makes today, however, will affect the people of this region, but also the whole world. And in this region, carbon emissions have tripled since 2000, due to a combination of rapid economic growth and a carbon-intensive energy economy. According to the Long-Term Climate Risk Index, 6 out of 20 countries most exposed to climate risks in the world are in this region. Impactful climate action will require significant resources, and we at the World Bank Group are making our contribution. In fact, the World Bank Group is one of the largest financiers in the world of climate action for developing countries, over $21 billion in 1 year, in 2021 alone. And this has been a long-standing partner for the region on climate change, and over the past 5 years, we have mobilized more than $11 billion in climate finance for this region only. We are using World Bank finance and analytics to bring to developing countries a broad range of support for adaptation and mitigation activities. We support public policies and public and private investments in the ecosystem protection, energy, agriculture, and transport transitions, and also for sustainable cities. We are also intensifying our efforts from our side. We have recently introduced country climate and development reports that are core diagnostic tools for our work with our clients. And these reports will treat climate considerations as an integral part of development strategies. In this region, this year, we are already preparing these diagnostics for Vietnam, for Indonesia, China, and the Philippines. Countries have made significant commitments under their nationally determined contributions at COP26, and that will require significant investments. Our own work indicates that financing needs may actually be higher than what countries themselves have estimated. So this transition will not be cheap. Let me continue with a few points on examples of activities that we are implementing in the region and some innovations on climate finance. The costs will be borne by consumers, by users of energy and infrastructure services, by taxpayers, and financed by a combination of sources, including development institutions and other sources of financing. In many cases, the financing will come from a combination. So financing is an important part of the climate puzzle, and I'm very pleased to hear that this discussion will focus largely on this topic. So I'll mention now a few examples of innovative approaches the World Bank has developed to mobilize financing, including from market sources, to support a low carbon and resilient development trajectory. We have developed risk financing instruments and insurance products, such as catastrophe bonds and development policy loans with catastrophe deferred drawdown options, to increase disaster risk management and financial resilience of countries that are prone to natural disasters or health emergencies. Recently, we've also provided $500 million to the Philippines in disaster contingent financing. The Philippines is a country that is already very vulnerable to extreme weather events and which is likely to become more vulnerable with the effects of climate change. In the event of climate disaster, this financing will give the Filipino government access to immediate liquidity to help manage the environmental, economic, and social impacts of the disaster. Innovative public financing is important, but it's also important to mobilize private sector investment in adaptation and resilience by providing incentives, metrics to measure impact, conducive policies, as well as a clearly articulated climate adaptation investment portfolio that is able to attract private investors. There's an increasing pool of private finance that has the potential to flow to climate-related investments. There are now nearly 4,000 signatories to the UN Principles for Responsible Investing, and this includes some of the world's largest institutional investors with more than $120 trillion in assets under management. As a pioneer in the Sustainable First Green Bond, created a blueprint for the Green Bond Principles adopted by the International Capital Markets Association. And to date, the World Bank has issued 185 green bonds for nearly $16 billion. The bank has also worked with Fiji on its sovereign green bond issuance, which kickstarted this class of investment in emerging markets. Since then, we have supported similar emerging market issuances, including the first green sukuk in Malaysia and the green sukuk and green bonds in Indonesia. We're also working to develop green taxonomies with regulators in East Asia and in other regions, in countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Colombia, South Africa, and Bangladesh. Green taxonomies will give more certainty to investors looking to place capital in environmentally sustainable projects, providing a stronger base for capital flows into those areas. We can leverage the lessons from the development of the green bond market to support ocean and coastal solutions and create sustainable business opportunities for a resilient blue economy. A major change and major challenge facing us is decarbonization. Reducing the world's reliance on coal will require massive investments in clean energy and, of course, withdrawal from coal. Coal right now is responsible for 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions and presently accounts for 60% of electricity consumed in the East Asian Pacific region. We estimate that meeting the present NDC targets or commitments of China, Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam will require investments of about $8 trillion for the power sector alone between 2020 and 2040. A more aggressive decarbonization scenario, aligned with the Paris Agreement, would increase the required investments to $10 trillion. So the bank will provide grants and concessional financing to de-risk innovative and expensive technologies in developing countries where emissions are projected to steadily increase. And in China, at the national level, the bank is supporting energy storage deployment and renewable energy integration to the grid to address the issue of intermittency associated with renewable energy. Energy system modeling and decarbonization pathways in industry and transport sectors are also being looked into to build a comprehensive economy-wide model just beyond the power sector. This brings us to the importance of carbon pricing, instruments, and markets. A combination of sectoral transitions with carbon pricing policies will be necessary for countries to achieve their net zero emissions aspirations. Instruments like carbon taxes and emissions trading can guide the allocation of capital and research efforts as economies become greener. As new technologies are developed, price signals will incentivize the diffusion of the most successful of them to the areas of the highest benefit. Since 2011, the World Bank's Partnership for Market Readiness, PMR, has supported 23 emerging economies and developing countries to design, institute, and implement carbon pricing instruments. In countries like Thailand and Vietnam, support has led to the assessment of legal and institutional systems and the development of the main building blocks of CPI implementation, monitoring, reporting, and verification in registry systems. The Partnership for Market Implementation was launched in 2021, and as a response of increasing demand from countries for support in implementing carbon pricing policies to meet their NDC targets. This partnership brings an ambitious and long-term vision to introduce a solid price signal on carbon emissions through programs and policies across jurisdictions and sectors to contribute to the Paris Agreement of limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Carbon pricing is indeed an area where the World Bank is currently working with Korea, taking lessons from Korea's own experience with emissions trading to help other countries in the region with their own carbon pricing initiatives. Confronting climate change will require a vast expansion of public and private investments in low carbon and climate resilient economies. It will require also policy frameworks that encourage these investments, including by putting a realistic price on carbon. It will also require more robust and adaptive social and fiscal protection systems to protect households and livelihoods against the impacts of natural disasters, to help workers also during the transition. There will be winners and there will be losers, and economies will need to adjust. This may sound daunting, but it is urgent, and there's good experience and technology emerging around the world, including from Korea. Let me therefore thank and conclude by thanking our hosts. The World Bank has a very strong partnership with Korea. Korea has made a strong commitment to green growth, and there is much we can learn from its experience. Let me conclude by saying it has been such a pleasure to speak with you today. I wish you a successful discussion.
Thank you once again for your kind words, Vice President Farrow, for your insight as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to turn our attention to Professor Thomas Heller, professor at Stanford University Law School, also faculty director of the Stanford Sustainable Finance Initiative. He will be sharing his insight about net zero pathways. Please welcome him on screen.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm coming through clearly. I'm in a hotel in Italy at 2:30 in the morning. So if I seem incoherent, perhaps it's simply the time of the night. But it's a great pleasure to be here, and I thank the Korea Development Bank and KAIST, certainly on behalf of all of us at Stanford, the Financial Commission, and everyone who has been involved in putting this collaboration together. I've been asked to talk about net zero, and I think there are important elements of that where we have already come, but I want to also put a lot of stress on where we are going. And because there is a limited amount of time, let me just give you 4 words that I hope you can take away from this conversation to think about. And I hope we will all come back to them in collaborative research work to which this initial conference is designed to lead. In effect, these 4 words define a bit of a research agenda that I hope, along with our Korean collaborators, we can make substantial progress in helping to clarify and to produce the kinds of results that Bank Governor Carney alluded to in his remarks. What are the 4 words I'd ask you to remember from this short speech? 1, privatization or the private sector. Number 2 is business as usual in a world in which technology is changing very fast. Number 3 is the word patches, because the question that we have so far in the world of net zero practice is that we haven't seen a lot of change yet from what might be described as business as usual in that world of technology change that I was just imagining. And so the question that we are starting out on is, can we patch up the system so that it meets all of the ambitions that net zero was intended to do? And the last word I would ask you to remember is seeds. And by seeds, I simply mean there are many experiments just being planted around the world that tend to look at net zero, but tend to look beyond it at the same time. And those seeds may well be necessary to grow an environment, to grow a garden in which net zero is an important part of what we do, but by itself probably cannot be patched up sufficiently to get us all the distance that we need to go. So with those 4 words and the idea of there are issues both in where net zero is going and where we must go beyond net zero that will be research subjects. Hopefully, I and other participants will be able to be with you in Korea in the coming months to take up each of these questions for joint discussion and hopefully very productive engagement. So what I'd like to do now with the time that I have is to indicate 4 directions that the first of which has already been largely accomplished. The other directions that I'm going to talk about are works in progress. And they are both works in progress about net zero itself and its effectiveness in contributing to climate action. And they are about where we are probably going to need to go in addition to net zero.
I I believe that we have lost the connection here with Professor Heller. We will try to get him back online. If not, we will have to wait for his actual keynote speech if he is able to visit to Korea in person. While we try to reconnect with Professor Heller, I would like to inform you that we do have a large series of sessions that are planned today. So if we are not able to have Professor Heller on line again, we will move on to the first session. If I get any kind of information, I will inform you right away so that we can resume. Well, it does not seem like we have been able to get in contact with Professor Keller again. If we do, we will be able to connect with him later on. But in the meantime, I believe that we have to move on to our sessions. So under the overarching theme of the next steps for climate innovation, we will have a series of sessions that will cover various different keynote speeches, presentations, and discussions that are very pertinent to reaching carbon neutrality and the goal of net zero. We have heard from various keynote speakers from the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum about the various keywords, as well as how finance has an important role to play in achieving carbon neutrality. So with that line of thought, we will be looking at 5 different sessions today: the net zero landscape, sustainability at leading edge of technology, new asset class, financial stability and climate risk management, and successful practices and strategies for institutional transformation in the Asia Pacific. And the first session of this forum will explore both the state of play and a set of directions to help form judgments about whether net zero will carry climate action far enough. The panelists from academia to government will discuss the technological advancements that are needed, as well as the financial interventions. This session will be moderated by Ms. Alicia Seiger, the Managing Director of Stanford Sustainable Finance Initiative and the Steyer-Taylor Center for Energy Policy and Finance at Stanford. We will also have some panelists and presenters here on site, as well as virtual connections. I will briefly introduce them to you and bring them up on stage, and then our moderator will be able to introduce them to you in more detail. We'll have Mr. Chung In-sup, the CEO of Hanwha Energy Corporation, Mr. Yoo Yeon-chul, former ambassador for climate change of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Michael Kurtikaya, the former Minister of Climate and Environment in Poland and the UN FCCC COP24 President, Mr. Ali Ezadi, the head of APAC Research at Bloomberg NEF, and last but not least, Mr. John Weyant, Professor of Management Science and Engineering and Senior Fellow at the Precourt Institute for Energy at Stanford University. So I believe that we have our panelists who are on site up on stage. And if our moderator is ready, Ms. Sager, if you're ready, please take the floor.
I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is my first international multimodal panel, so this is very exciting. I'm sorry my colleague Tom Heller was lost in translation there, but I will carry the theme of some of his points, and I'm sure he will look forward to continuing the conversation in person. Before we begin, I just want to thank you again, our hosts and organizers and sponsors, the Financial Services Commission of the Republic of Korea, the Stanford Center in Incheon, KAIST, and the Korea Development Bank. Again, my name is Alicia Seiger, and it is my honor to moderate this first panel session, the Net Zero Landscape. To understand the net zero landscape and to navigate what has been called a paradigm shift, I think it's useful to step back and look at how the world arrived at this moment. And so before I invite comments and insights from our panelists, let me just walk you through how we think about setting this stage. So in October of 2021, my colleagues and I, most notably Professor Heller, from whom you just partially heard, released a book called Settling Climate Accounts, Navigating the Road to Net Zero. And our book narrates the story of climate action over the past 3 decades and considers the rough edges of net zero in practice, making recommendations for how states and market actors can drive more effective action. To understand how we arrived at net zero, we lay out 3 conceptual turns in the narrative from the 2009 COP in Copenhagen. That COP fundamentally shook the world's faith in the original hope of multilateral climate negotiations. That original faith was built on an assumption that climate action would be governed at the country level through political actors engaging in legal agreements and operating through multilateral institutions. There was also, of course, a consensus that a single price on carbon was both rational and necessary. Instead, in the wake of Copenhagen, climate action took 3 turns or detours, and I'll describe those to you in our narrative conception. The first was a turn to green finance, and this turn was characterized by the belief that we could buy our way to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And in some ways, this worked. Renewable energy is an example of the turn to green finance's success. But a green premium persists for many decarbonization technologies and in many geographies around the world. Green finance also doesn't solve for fossil generation assets that were recently built and still unamortized on the books of many states, particularly in Asia. And so the climate action story turned to risk. This turn was characterized by the realization that the market won't take us far enough and that climate can't be all carrots. We need a stick. And more importantly, we needed to better understand how climate risk flows through systems. But the turn to risk also had limitations, specifically methodological and institutional puzzles. We'll hear more from Professor Wyant, who can speak to some of these modeling challenges. But the limits of green finance and risk to carry climate action far enough led to our current course, this turn to net zero. The turn to net zero essentially combines the 2 previous turns, but risks taking the easy road by shortcutting what is hard about both. So net zero skirts the challenges of transitioning systems on the green finance side by ignoring questions of distributing the gains and losses of winding down legacy industries, companies, and communities, and building up new ones. And net zero puts emphasis on emissions alignment, which avoids the tough, granular, and strategic challenges of actually managing risk. Our book surfaces 4 unsettled accounts to help practitioners better navigate the net zero landscape. I'll quickly walk you through those 4. One is data. There's so much noise in the system and lack of comparability that there's a high risk of greenwashing. The second is questions of coverage and boundaries. It's very unclear where and how to draw lines of carbon accounting. See Scope 3. The third is timing. The challenges of managing global carbon stocks and flows over time. This challenge is embodied in the debate about offsets. And finally, obligations. What is a well-intended actor supposed to do with all of this new climate information? Smoothing net zero's rough edges will require understanding local solutions and regional governance and political economies. This is, after all, the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum, and we want to attend to the unique questions and opportunities for Asian investors and policymakers. Our book recognized that climate action has not converged on a common approach. Conference organizer So Young-in, who you will hear from later in the program, co-authored a chapter in the book studying blended finance for green investments in Korea to better understand how a more state-driven society organizes climate-intensive sectors differently from market-driven economies. Their study raised both global and Asia-specific questions about governance of the sustainability transition. And that's also what we're going to do now with this distinguished panel. We have world-leading experts on stage before you and zooming in across industry, policy, and financial research. And together, we're going to explore technological advancement and needed policy and financial interventions. And so, with that, I would turn to Mr. Jung, CEO of Hanwha Energy Corporation, to give his opening remarks.
Thanks, Alicia. Hello
everyone, my name is Chung In-seok, CEO of Hanwha Energy. For the next 10 minutes, I'd like to introduce you what path and history we've been undergoing until now and how we are trying to transition into decarbonization, what is happening among companies. Let me briefly introduce you. First of all, Hanwha Energy Corporation is a global energy company based in Korea, operating across the value chain from the project development, mostly cumulative energy like grid management to electricity retail. Instead of operating boiler, one company provides heat, energy, produce it, and supply that. In terms of energy efficiency, in order to manage the environmental pollutions, it's much more efficient. That is why the government has designated, and Hanwha was also selected in Gyeongju and Yeosu based on coal power plant. We have been working as a grid management to electricity retail, operating various value chain. What we learned is that the coal, which is solid, as long as we manage that, the carbon emissions and pollutant, we cannot avoid it. It's a burden that are on our shoulders. So 10 years ago, we started investment in the solar energy development, US, Japan, and across 11 countries, more than 13 gigawatts of solar power energy is now being produced. We have developed, operated, in the process constructing it. 13 gigawatt scale is 6 nuclear power plant operation. It's not small scale. And 11 gigawatts in the United States. We even operate our energy operations. So, by developing solar energy plant, there's a lesson that we learned. The electricity produced from the solar energy, sometimes the unpredictability, intermittent issues, it poses some burden on the grid. So, in the process of developing solar energy, we also try to develop ESS in parallel in the UK and Ireland. About 7 gigawatts scale of ESS project is being operated by Hanwha Energy. In Japan, we have already completed our project. It's in the process of operations and partially in the process of getting license. What is ESS? It's just like photovoltaic or solar energy. As the renewable energy increases, it definitely will entail its inevitable elements. We learned that. For the stabilizations of the grid management, we need to make extra efforts. Without that, we cannot provide electricity to all the consumers. We cannot provide value to all the consumers and users. So there is a reason we are focusing on ESS, and we have learned a lot. And in the case of Ireland, I'd like to briefly introduce how we are doing it. And Hanwha Energy, we also focuses and have the hydrogen plant, about 200 megawatts hydrogen power plant. One of the unique feature of hydrogen is that we use very unique one. From the byproducts of the petrochemical plant, we use that as the raw materials, and then it's connected to the hydrogen plant. About 200 megawatts of energy is produced. We've been operating for a year and a half. Definitely, this is the first in the world using byproducts. It's electricity productions. And by doing that, this is untrodden path. No one has gone this path before, as some of you know. Well, in using the LNG, and in order to acquire 1 kilo, 9 to 10 kilograms of carbon is being emitted without capturing the carbon emissions. Hydrogen energy or fuel cell can never be developed. We cannot call this as a green energy. That is why what we are doing is using the byproducts of this can definitely be the right path to go. So green hydrogen as it becomes commercialized when the price drops. That is a time that will no longer use the byproduct, but definitely use the green hydrogen. That is why we are very much focused on accumulating our experience in developing green energy. And LNG is another sector. In Tongyeong, about 1 gigawatts of the energy plant is being built. LNG compared to coal, about 50% of carbon is being produced. So in terms of the decarbonization, about half of the carbon is being emitted. However, if you look at the carbon produced by coal and in terms of operating the grid network, we can predict the peak load. So compared to LNG, well, LNG is the way to go. That's our way of thinking. So LNG development project is being done not only in Korea but in Vietnam, Thanhua, together with the KOGAS and also together with the Korea Electric Power Company's Southern Company, together with the Vietnamese government. We are having negotiation. So the first Yeosu project, the coal power plant, we are trying to transition into a new energy source. We no longer use coal, but we are replacing coal to LNG. It's in the process. And if we just transition into LNG, the carbon emissions will be reduced by half, but we are mixing LNG with hydrogen. We are developing the technology. When we do that, currently the mixture is about 50%. It's what we expect. That means about 75% of the carbon emission can be reduced on a long-term basis. When you think about the price of the carbon and technology development, definitely 100% of the hydrogen can be used as a raw material so that we can produce electricity. Definitely this is possible. Well, until now, I have introduced the path that Hanwha Energy has taken until now. Hanwha Energy in the United States, Australia, Spain, we also sell electricity. We call this as PE. So it's distributed energy. And each household can produce its own energy, can consume its own produced energy. That's the project that we are doing it. So such DE project, why are we focused in this distributed energy network? Because ultimately the day era will arrive when we need to produce renewable energy, which means electricity should not accompany carbon store, distribute, produce, usage from A to Z. All the process should not entail any carbon emissions. Our vision is to accelerate the usage of distributed energy. Ultimately, users will produce his or her own energy using the distributed energy network, will be able to use the energy, so productions and usage will be in the same line. All of these projects are pursued by Hanwha Energy for the past 15 years, starting from coal all the way to the detailed grid network and using distributed energy network. We are in practical, substantial manner, we are doing that. In the process of that, let me share with you two things. First, the island projects that we have been doing, ESS project. Island, of course, the grid network is connected with the United Kingdom, but it's an island, so it's actually an independent or separated area. About 35% of the energy is acquired from the wind power, but intermittent is the weakness, which means that from the Irish government position, they need to secure stability of the grid network. It's their foremost priority. So Irish government has requested at the center of the island about 200 megawatts scale of the battery should be used, and FR, frequency regulation, was the bidding. And 2 years ago, the Europe's largest battery energy storage system, BESS, for the frequency regulation FR in Ireland, Hanwha was the winner, and we've been operating this. So develop, construct, and operate Europe's largest one. As more renewable energy is produced, the grid network stability has no choice but to become unstable. The response time is 0.1 second. Within 0.1 second, when there's any issues with the grid network, 200 megawatts of energy needs to be poured within 30 minutes. We have the facility to do that. No one has done that. It's a truly untrodden path until now. And securing financial capital and fund was a huge burden. Well, we have with us the Chairman Lee Dong-kwol of KDB, and already many people have mentioned this, but in a real sense, practical way, we've been doing that. And from the company's point of view, there are risks that we must burden with. But in order to go to this new way, the government policies and also support from the financial institutions is a must, it's a mandatory. Without that, we cannot take the responsibility alone. It's quite risky. So this is the case that we have learned. Well, the letters are too small. I apologize for that. When we operate frequency regulation project in Ireland, we learned that the wind power in Ireland is unpredictable compared to the past 20 years. The wind produced energy was the lowest during the past 20 years, which means the wind power, if it's not being well operated, the facility utilization ratio was really low. So the profitability that we have expected were not reached. But January all the way to the March, once again, there's a wind blowing more than 20% of the normal average. So the movement of our facility or the capacity utilizations can be increased, but these are the things, it's a natural thing no one can expect. And by doing that, one company cannot do it alone. It's very difficult. That is why I'm giving you the example of the island. Second project I'd like to introduce is the project going on in Jeju Island. Jeju Island is widely known as a place where grid network is well connected, but there is an issue with the connections distributions, especially even the solar power energy, LNG power plant, and they are not operating in full capacity. So there are a lot of abundant energy being unused. And Hanwha is pursuing two projects. First is a power to heat, which means that electricity will be stored as a heat. We call this as a zeta coupling. So when we store power to heat, we can store in a very stable manner for a long time. We can improve the grid stability. So the government project was released, and we are aiming at improving the grid stability. The second one is power to mobility, or P2M. The electric car or vehicles portion is huge in Jeju Island, which means that there are abundant remaining electricity, and the electric cars are using this abundant energy. And power to mobility P2M or power to heat P2H technology was considered as a government project, but in addition to using BESS, the technology to utilize this excess power from the renewable energy source, thereby improving the grid stability, can be applied in 14 countries. So P2M or P2H technology, it's not a concrete one. We need a lot of imaginations to commercialize that. So government is now in the process of providing the bidding. And if you look at the history of Hanwha Energy during the past 15 years, we started with the coal usage, by solar power, using the battery FR, and to the hydrogen fuel cell, LNG, all the way to power to mobility or power to it, which is zeta coupling projects. We've been rapidly transforming our business portfolio and constantly adapting to the changing environment. Such experience is the right course to arrive at the destinations of the net zero. It's a company's strategy, a company's effort, and how our efforts are being produced as a tangible result. When we come up with a successful, tangible result, definitely Korean society's efforts to arrive net zero can definitely be possible by using our accumulated technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chung. Mr. Yu, we'd love to hear your 5-minute opening remarks.
Hi, Alicia. Thank you for introducing me. And if you allow me to speak in Korean for better understanding of the Korean audience, then I will speak in English. 안녕하세요. 전 기후변화대사 유연철입니다.
Good morning, I'm Yu Yeon-chul, the former ambassador for climate change. As CEO Chung has mentioned, we are traveling an untraveled road, and the government is also taking the untraveled road as well. While I was working as a climate change ambassador, I was involved in establishing 2050 carbon neutrality and phasing out of public support for coal power generation. And at the end of last year, we've had the P4G Seoul Summit. Korea has a lot of industries that emit a lot of greenhouse gas. So we have an industrial structure that would have a very difficult time achieving carbon neutrality. And in spite of that, we have pledged to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And then that means we have to take part in this international economic order for low carbon emission. Let's talk about the international trends. We believe that Paris Agreement is all about sustainable system, because Paris Agreement is an expansion of Kyoto Protocol and includes a lot of voluntary pledges. In the United States, President Trump withdrew from the international pact, but Kyoto Protocol is about the past. Advanced countries, it was only for advanced countries that were responsible for greenhouse gas emission. But Paris Agreement has expanded this by space and time so that we can also take responsibility for the present and the future, and not just the advanced countries, but developing countries are also included in Paris Agreement. Therefore, there is no way to get out of this. Under such circumstances, the goal of Paris Agreement is to restrict the rise of global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius of pre-industrial level, and IPCC has recommended carbon neutrality by 2050. But before 2020, in the US and Japan, they made their pledges, but they did not pledge carbon neutrality at first. But EU, China, Germany, they all, one by one, pledged carbon neutrality. And China and Japan and Korea all have declared carbon neutrality. ASEAN nations or other Asian countries have been rather passive about responding to climate change, but at least Korea, China, and Japan are seen as the leaders in Asia for climate response. And we have to pay special attention to China. China emits the largest amount of greenhouse gas in the world, and whether China responds actively to climate change will make a major difference. And we believe that China will actively respond to climate change, because in the past, China used to be one of the less industrialized countries, but in this new international order of low carbon, they want to be a leading nation. They have a very ambitious plan to be a leader in this new world order. There is a tension between the US and China, but in climate change, both countries are willing to cooperate with each other. China recently has been exporting electric vehicles to Europe and China. They did not produce ICE. They could not export any ICE, so this is a major change for China. And when it comes to renewable energy like PV, China has 5 to 6 of the top 10 companies in the world. This is a very important fact for Korea as well, because until now, we thought that why do we have to invest early for greenhouse gas emission reduction because China is doing it. China is not doing it, but situation has changed completely because China is actively investing in it. So we need to also actively get on board. And last year, Korea has announced Korean New Deal and has planned to invest 220 trillion won. Regarding the New Deal, there is a lot of information out there. And 220 trillion won is really important because the priority of policy comes from the budget. So for developing the future technologies for decarbonization and for circular economy, we wish to achieve sustainable industrial innovation. And Korea's circumstances for carbon response is not favorable. We have a very small land with low potential for renewable energy, and we have high dependency on coal and trade with high energy intensity, so situation is not favorable for Korea. But if we can take advantage of IT and battery technologies such as ESS, I'm sure we will be able to see more opportunities in the global market. Last but not least, for Korea's future tasks, one of our biggest challenges is to keep our promise and work on the promise that we have made. Because over the past 30 years, we have made a lot of policies and regulations for climate change, but we could not reduce greenhouse gas emission. They have continuously increased. It is time for Korea, as we have pledged 2050 carbon neutrality, and it is high time for Korea to be really serious about achieving this pledge along with the private sector and look for tangible measures to reduce greenhouse gas emission. So that's all I have to say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yu. Appreciate your insights. Mr. Kritika, could we hear from you with an opening remark?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
제 목소리 들리시나요, 여러분들? 네, 들립니다.
So, welcome everybody, and
여러분
I'm very
환영합니다.
honored and very happy to be
저는
part of this
오늘 여러분들과
conference.
함께 아시아 지속가능 금융 포럼의 일원이
And
되어서 정말
I see many familiar faces, and especially warm welcome to Ambassador Yu. We had the pleasure to negotiate in Katowice the Katowice rulebook serving the Paris Agreement, so allowing for implementation of 2015 Paris Agreement into global legal landscape. So I have served myself as a UNFCCC president of COP24 in Katowice, and then I was serving also as a Polish minister responsible for energy, climate transition, as well as environment. And so in this capacity, I had to confront very challenging problems, very challenging issues that we have on the way to net zero. And let me remind three of them. First, related with technology, second, with people, and third, with international cooperation. So as far as technology is concerned, I think it was already said by Ambassador Yu just a moment ago. He talked about sustainable technologies and innovation in this sector, that we still don't have all necessary technologies in order to bring us to net zero. International Energy Agency evaluated that we do have all necessary technologies which are necessary to bring us to 2030 reduction targets. But when it comes from 2030 to 2050, in order to get to net zero effectively, we still need more or less half of the required technologies. These are either they are present in forms of prototypes or at a very early stage, but these are not full-scale profitable technologies. So the first challenge that we have is to make sure that we are able to channel investment into designing, building, operating, scaling up these new technologies necessary for bringing the world to effectively to new zero. And if we are talking about ambition, the key word was pressure. But if we are talking about implementation, the key word is confidence. So we need to create a framework in which private investors will feel confident that their efforts to bring to the market profitable technologies allowing us to get to net zero will as well be rewarded with increased profitability. Combining so climate performance and financial performance is a challenge which I think many of us should address. And it was already said that some metrics should be developed, which will be necessary not for public finance, but I believe mostly for private finance, as I think that the challenge that we are facing is to make sure that private sector is really dedicated to fill the gap in terms of these missing technologies. And it was already said, this is to address intermittency of renewables. This is to provide us with new fuels. This is also to create new ways of producing heat, which could not come from fossil fuels. So the first idea is bringing confidence to the private sector in order that it develops profitable, sustainable technologies. The second challenge that we are facing is linked with people. When I was COP24 president in Katowice in December 2018, in the parallel, in Paris, we experienced outbursts of people protesting against a very small rise in fuel costs. Probably some of you still remember, they were called yellow vests. And the thing, I think, the conclusion that comes with the issue that we have to address is to make sure that we look at the climate challenge and at the path to the net zero with the eyes of every possible social group which will be concerned with this challenge. So this, of course, at the first time concerned people losing their jobs in the fossil fuel industry, miners, energy workers. So this is how the notion of just transition was developed. But I strongly believe that this notion should be enlarged, and it's not only concerning right now people in the fossil fuel industries. And the example of yellow vests show us that it may very well concern people who are vulnerable in terms of taxation system. Because in order to pay for the way to net zero, there will be also costs, and these costs will have to be spread. And the way we are spreading the costs in our economy is through taxes. So we must make sure that the taxation system will be also protecting the most vulnerable, that we will be able to confront energy, transport poverty. But right now, with the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, the world probably will be also very much confronted with more basic challenges. I'm not speaking only about life and peace of people here in Europe, but also Ukraine and Russia are responsible for a quarter of exports of wheat in the world. So we will be confronted with challenges linked with existential security, food and water security. And so we must make sure that in order to get us to net zero, all these challenges are properly addressed. And we make sure that existential security, economic security goes together with ecological security, so that we are able to develop new tools, to develop new policies under which nobody will be left behind. And if there will be gaps, if there will be discrepancies, if there will be social groups or regions which will be particularly vulnerable or in difficult situation, losing from this change, then there will be mechanism to compensate them. And then last but not least, I believe very much also with Katowice COP24 legacy, that we need to develop solidarity mechanism, and that the path to net zero is an opportunity for us also to be a different planet in terms of helping one the other. And of course, we have been talking extensively about financial support. The famous pledge from Copenhagen, 100 billion euro. Now, Mark Kearney spoke about $1 trillion which could be raised, which could be generated in terms of investments. And that's great. But we need to keep in mind the fact that the developing world is in a very complicated position. These countries are not having technological advance. So in a way, we are providing with additional money for them to buy technologies that developing countries are lacking and developed world has. And so, in fact, it still increases the gap between developing and developed countries. And this kind of hypocrisy, maybe the word is too strong, and I do not intend to offend anybody, but I think that we need also to address this technological gap between developing and developed countries, and to develop new forms of solidarity. So this issue of global solidarity and of providing to developing countries with means to address also the challenge to net zero is our common challenge, especially that we see a continent like Africa, which is particularly well adapted for solar uptake, for example, for electric vehicles, because it's lacking proper grid infrastructure. And President of Hanwha spoke a lot about the challenges linked with grid, linked with intermittency. So for Africa, this seems to be perfect technologies. But and it will help us to avoid fossil fuel emissions from Africa if we provide African continent with very well designed instruments in which new technologies can effectively uptake in this continent, can provide jobs, can fuel also new economic and social dynamic for the continent. So, finalizing the keyword I think we should think of is confidence, justice, and solidarity. And I believe that that's the new challenge for the financial community, but it's very much present in your heart, in your work. And I thank very much Korea Development Bank, KAIST Center for Sustainable Development, as well as Stanford University for bringing forward this reflection. And I hope that it will soon get us to very practical solutions in terms of sustainable finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Kurtika. Those were very thoughtful, insightful remarks. And Ambassador, you forgive me for not using your formal salutation earlier. The challenge with having so much expertise on one panel is it's hard to keep it all in time. We're going to get through everyone's opening remarks, and I hope maybe you have time for a quick round of questions. But Mr. Azadi, can you share your opening thoughts with us, please?
Thank you very much, Ms. Seeger. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I can see the clock ticking down on my right, so I'll try to keep it very brief. If I may, Ms. Seeger, you set us up very nicely with your comments at the beginning. On the green finance side, the good news is if you look at all indicators, it's going the right direction. Let's start with equity markets. If you look at ESG-themed ETFs, and if you look at stats from December 2021, we had about $130 billion of net flows. That's almost double December 2020, which was about $70 billion. If you look at debt markets, sustainable debt issuance last year was over $1.6 trillion. That's more than double of the $760 billion that was issued in 2020. And if you look at investment in physical assets, so we tracked about $755 billion worth of investment in energy transition technologies last year. So this is things like renewable power plants, energy storage, the technologies that CEO of Hanwha Energy spoke earlier. And that's $755 billion in 2021. That represents about 27% increase on 2020. So 2020 was about $595 billion. And if you compare to a decade earlier in 2011, it's almost triple. In 2011, we had investment in energy transition technologies around $264 billion. So the investment flows are going really well. The challenge is, if I may bring back the context around net zero, is that we shouldn't forget that it's not just the destination that matters, it's the journey that we need to take. So the whole entire discussions around countries setting net zero targets started when the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued its special report on 1.5 degrees back in 2018. That report said that if you want to keep 1.5 degrees alive, we have to basically bring down global emissions to net zero by mid-century. But it also clearly painted the different pathways. Specifically, if you read the report, which I highly encourage you to do, it identified that by 2030, emissions relative to 2010 would have to be at least lowered by 25% to be able to be compliant with 2 degrees, and it has to be at least 45% lower by 2030 relative to 2010 to be able to comply with 1.5 degrees. So that trajectory highly matters. The challenge is, as Ambassador Yu had a very nice slide around the 2030 NDCs, if we look at the latest submissions, including some of the more ambitious ones, if you take into account of all the conditional targets, if those targets are all fulfilled, emissions in 2030 will be 16% higher than 2010. Remember, I said we have to be at least 25% below 2010. So unfortunately, many countries are still setting fairly unambitious 2030 target, including some of those that have set net zero and carbon neutrality targets later on. Here in Asia, if you look at the top 10 emitters, only arguably Japan's 2030 NDC is compliant with the 1.5 degree. Korea and Australia are kind of close. You could kind of try to make it work. But then the rest, particularly heavy emitters such as India, Indonesia, China, most of Southeast Asia, they haven't actually said. Most of their targets imply a rise in emissions. Now, Ambassador Kurtika kindly referenced the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. That's at the heart of negotiations for climate change. The challenge is that for many developing economies, of course, there needs to be more technology transfer support, more funding availability to be able to help them make better commitments. On the other hand, of course, it requires a political willingness. And the challenge is that political willingness, when it comes to short-term targets, a lot of time is lacking. Many leaders are very happy to set targets for 2050 or 2060 or 2070, which, to be frank, we can all make those targets. But the targets that really matter is what are you going to do next year? What are you going to do in 5 years? What are you going to do by 2030? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zadi. Appreciate those succinct and insightful comments. Professor Wyant, I invite you to share your opening thoughts with us.
So thanks, Alicia, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me. It's a great honor. I understand we only have a few minutes left, so I'll try to go quickly through a few thoughts. Since I'm an expert on national to global socioeconomic modeling and scenarios, I thought it would make a few comments about the ones that you're already using and the ones you might find most useful in the future. Probably no surprise, there are literally hundreds to thousands now of net zero scenarios, including but not limited to all those included in the current IPCC review. Those scenarios are wrought with uncertainties and complexities in many overlapping areas, ranging from current and future technology characteristics, current and future behavior of people and firms, current and future capabilities of institutions to deliver the solutions we want, from markets to governments at all levels to private sector at all levels, uncertainties about future policies and regulations around the world. Many of these have already been discussed. On the modeling side, some of the more tricky things are things that are instrumental in systems integration. These are often neglected in so-called bottom-up studies. Those would include grid integration of renewables and the timing that several people have mentioned, from old technologies to new technologies, where you probably need to think about how and whether you're going to use existing gas, say, and nuclear capacity to leverage the transition to a sustainable future. Given all these uncertainties, my recommendation to you all on that is to consider, in whatever you do, qualitative or quantitative assessments on the finance side, to consider a broad range of scenarios, and don't forget about surprises. I think we had another surprise, which has already been mentioned, about a month ago. So my colleague, Tom Heller, is convinced that we always think we can only analyze smooth scenarios, and the surprises are what tends to dominate. I also have a bit of background in finance, so I'd like to make just a couple of comments on that. Again, there is tremendous complexity and uncertainty in assessing transition, regulatory, and fiscal risk. But I think, in addition, in order for actionable recommendations to come out of those analyses, they have to be done down to the project or asset level. I'm here channeling my colleague here at Stanford, So-Young Ian, who has been mentioned before by Alicia. I would also like to make it clear for those of you who use scenarios generated by global and national models that those models don't generally themselves do a very satisfactory job of including financial considerations in the way they choose the algorithms for choosing technologies. They often are based on the capital, quote unquote, several people have used this term, capital requirements to build capacity, generally at near risk-free rates, rather than looking at the financeability of actually investing in these assets at more realistic rates. To close, I come back to the role of modeling and analysis in the unsettled accounts laid out by our chair moderator woman, Alicia. I think the modeling and analysis can help clarify the data we need and the implications of the data we have. I think they can already have done a lot towards helping with identifying coverage and boundary issues. I've already mentioned a couple of things where big challenges come up regarding timing, and I think there are even bigger challenges regarding obligations. It's one thing to make a commitment. It's another thing to put in a track of emissions. It's yet a third thing to actually have policies and measures that are actually in law in any country or any company to actually achieve those objectives. So I think in the interest of time, I'll cut it off here, Alicia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wyatt. And I'm afraid, yeah, please, applause. I'm afraid we don't have time for the questions we had prepared, and I'm sorry we're not there in person to continue the conversation now, but I know this is just the first of many dialogues and conversations we will be having. Look forward to that. And please join me in thanking Mr. Chung, Ambassador Yu, Minister and COP24 President Kurtika, Mr. Izzati and Professor Wyant for a very insightful conversation and sharing of ideas, and we look forward to the rest of the program, and thanks again to our hosts.
Well, thank you once again, Ms. Sliger, for the excellent moderation and for keeping excellent timing as well. I do hope that next time around we'll be able to invite you here in person so that we can give you a little bit more time for the questions and discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another big round of applause, and please, gentlemen, please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, that was a lot of thought-provoking discussions and presentations from our presenters and panel discussants. Once again, we apologize for not being able to allow more time for discussion. Maybe next time around we'll be able to have a bit more of a longer discussion for both of our panel discussants as well as those in the audience. And now moving on to our second session, we will be discussing sustainability at a leading edge of technology. So countering global population growth as well as increasing demands and consumption levels, when we're talking about strategies for achieving net zero or carbon neutrality, we cannot discuss any further without discussing technologies. So technology is a crucial role in achieving that goal. More sustainable technologies which can meet all of the increasing demands for goods and services while emitting fewer carbon emissions is being provided globally from academics, from entrepreneurs, and the likes. So in this session, we'll be discussing various different new technologies that allow us to do so, that are capable of addressing net zero challenges at a larger scale. I believe that we are now ready to greet the panel discussants as well as our moderator. Our session will be moderated by Professor Michael Lepek, the Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering and Faculty Director of Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus. And he'll be joined by a host of panel discussants. First, Mr. Yi Chu-yi, Director of the Precourt Institute for Energy and Professor of Materials Science at Stanford University. Mr. Im Man-sang, Professor of the Department of Nuclear and Quantum Engineering, Associate Vice President of the International Office at KAIST. And Mr. Zach Jones, the CEO of C0. Mr. Kim No-kyung, the head of Carbon Neutral Center at the KCCI. And last but not least, Mr. Chung Hee-tae, the Chair Professor in Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering at KAIST. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists up on stage and online. I also believe that our online participants are ready to begin. So with that, I turn the floor over to our moderator, Professor Lepek.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. As you noted, I am a faculty member in Civil and Environmental Engineering here at Stanford and faculty director of the Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus. We're going to get started right away with presentations because we also have a very packed session this time around. So I'd like to introduce Professor Yi Chu-yi, who in addition to being Professor of Material Science here at Stanford is also director of the Precourt Institute for Energy. Yi, it's wonderful to see you, and I will turn the floor over to you for your remarks. Currently, we're seeing your slide notes, and so you'll want to swap the video screens in your presentation mode.
How is it right now?
Now it looks good, Yi. All right,
yeah,
go for it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I guess what I would do before I talk about the technology, let me spend a few minutes to introduce the Stanford Energy. So after serving as the director of Precourt Institute for Energy, I've been learning a lot. There's a lot going on at Stanford. And Precourt Institute's vision is sustainable, affordable, secure energy for all. And remember, secure is very important, given the background we see, in the past 3 weeks, what happened in, Russia-Ukraine war, right there. We understand this even more now. Stanford, over the past 2 decades, has been supporting the clean energy transition, giving the current commitment for major emitters. These are a list of the countries right there, and the corporate commitment, 60% or more of Fortune 500 companies committed to net zero by a certain time frame. I'm very excited to share with you. You probably learned from Tom Heller and other presentation. Stanford is starting a new school focused on climate and sustainability. This is super exciting. So at Stanford right now, we have more than 200 faculty, close to 300, working on energy, on science, engineering, technology, and economics and policy. So we are having these intellectual assets right here, and very, very exciting, very creative. So as the Precourt director, after learning so much going on, I'm so happy to see we are making good progress towards inventing new technology towards net zero, or the policy solution, or the finance solution. So Precourt Institute has been helping organizing the activity at Stanford, cross-cutting throughout the whole university, including now as a founding pillar of the new school. This is a new school of blueprint. There are 4 divisions and about 8 to 10 new departments to be set up. In the static state, we are imagining 150 to 200 faculties, working in this new school focused on climate and sustainability. At Precourt Institute, we are helping to organize our energy activity to build up, for example, a new department of energy science engineering. So it's super exciting to me. Let me also highlight a feature right here, Sustainability Accelerator, to accelerate the technology and policy solutions towards the real world. So we'll be setting up of that. So this is a very super exciting move from Stanford University. At Precourt Institute, how do we organize our research to help decarbonize the global economy, looking at where the carbon coming from, transportation, electricity, industry, commercial and residential, and also agriculture. We have been launching multiple initiatives to really go against those major emission sectors. So over the past 5 years, Precourt started the Britain Watts initiative. That's for power sector to decarbonize the electrical grid. Storage Act, 3 years ago, I functioned as a faculty co-director with Professor Will Chu to start these areas of initiative. So in all this initiative, we actually have a significant industry engagement, engage with the company to help us to fund the research, and also we help them to realize their goals. So this is a natural gas initiative. We have 2 big centers funded by Department of Energy on catalysis and materials. At this moment, we are planning to start carbon removal initiative, hydrogen initiative, and also sustainable manufacturing initiative. Equally important are those cross-cutting skill sets, sustainable finance. Tom Heller, Alicia, you already met, and they're really leading these areas. Policy, education, external communication, using data and AI to plan for the future energy system. Technology translation, I mentioned our Sustainability Accelerator, so that will be really, speed up the technology and policy translation, social and human behavior, as well as global engagement. So it's a whole set of interwoven, interconnected activity at Stanford right here. These are from the Stanford Energy research ecosystem. Let me also highlight something we want to start is on the net zero academy by recognizing so many companies and countries want to get to net zero by certain time frame, 2050, 2040, sometimes some of the companies even earlier, 2030. So how are we going to get there? And these are some of the hard questions that need to be answered. So at Stanford, we hope we can help companies to answer those questions. What's scope 1, 2, and 3? How do you get there? How do you conduct emission measurement and accounting? And how do you plan for the whole enterprise, the best practices to reach net zero? What about environmental justice? And all these questions, I don't think people have clear answers on how to do that. So we want to work with companies, including the banks, to try to answer these questions. Now let me switch gear and talk about the technology. So I myself is a professor in material science engineering. Over the years, I have been working on the materials, particularly using nanotechnology for sustainability. And about 15 years ago, my lab invented high energy density lithium-ion batteries. I founded this company, Amprius, which has the highest energy density batteries in the world right now. We also look into air filtration to remove particles from the air by having new type of nanofibers technology. And this is an invention Steve Chu and I co-invented together. We co-founded 4C Air. Turned out to be during COVID-19. This is this generate one of the best facial masks, highly breathable for the N95 level. So over the years, I also have been thinking about how do we translate the technology fast from university lab into the industry. So about 4 years ago, I set up a technology accelerator company, Innotech, taking some of my lab technology, licensing, from Stanford Office of Technology Licensing, to spin out large-scale energy storage for integrating solar and wind into the electrical grid, and new type of cooling and warming textile, make into clothing, and water filtration technology, soil cleanup, as well as green building technology. For today's purpose, let me highlight a few just to share with you where we are, where we can be down the road. So let me share with you high energy density batteries. We all know we need lithium-ion batteries for electric cars, low cost and high energy density. But how high can we go? Can we really go from current technology, roughly 250 watt per kilo at the bottom, all the way to 400, 500, eventually even higher, 800? Can you double and triple the energy density? So the answer is it's possible. And using new materials coming in, such as silicon to replace graphite, lithium metal replace graphite, and sulfur replace nickel manganese cobalt oxide, that's MMC, this possibility exists. However, there are significant challenges in the materials and chemistry level. How do you really solve this problem? Over the past 15 years in my lab, we have been working on using nanotechnology, for example, silicon nanowire and nanoparticles, to help overcome those materials challenges, such as volume expansion and contraction, when lithium, a lot of lithium, 10 times more lithium stored in these materials. Over the years, we really come out with material design principle to help solving the problem. I'm happy to report back to you, Amprius right now, the startup I founded, now having 450 watt per kilogram of batteries right there. So in the commercial world, supplied to Airbus with the breaking the world record continuous flight time, 25 days, and with a really big production facility coming up. So second technology I want to share with you is large-scale stationary energy storage. In order to integrate solar and wind into the electrical grid, these intermittent sources, we need large-scale stationary storage. That might serve the purpose, stabilize the grid from minute to minute, to shift the power during the load shifting, hour to day to week to month to seasonal, right? Seasonal storage, this different time scale is calling for technology other than lithium ion. Lithium ion probably can do several hours very well. Beyond that, it's very hard. And also lithium ion has this big challenge of safety. And speaking to a Korean friend right here, you understand this very well, how many accidents already happening in Korea using lithium ion for the stationary storage. So 5 years ago, my lab invented this nickel hydrogen gas battery, extremely safe, very long lifetime, and just incredible. The cost is low, and it can be operated from minus 40 degrees Celsius, go up to plus 60 degrees Celsius, maintain very long lifetime. So I'm happy to share with you. Now we take this technology, now building up this we call Inner Station. I found it in the venue, and very impressive technology. We are now going to deliver tens of megawatt hour this year. Next year, we are planning to build out our gigawatt hour plan. So stay tuned. So with a few minutes left, let me highlight a really fun technology on cooling and warming textile. When my lab work on this technology, is try to save building energy consumption. Every year, we spend 13% of total energy to cool down your building or warming up your building. If you can change your air conditioning set point by 1 degree Celsius, summertime not so cool, let it go up 1 degree Celsius, you save 10% of energy. 2 degrees Celsius, 20%, 3 degrees Celsius, 30%. So the target is, can you do 3 degrees Celsius set point change? You save 30% of the energy using cooling or heating. So now building air conditioning become personal air conditioning. So how do we really dissipate the heat? We rely on infrared radiation and mid-infrared, 50% of heat dissipation. Then can you design new type of textile? In the summertime, allow the mid-infrared going out, cooling down your human body. Wintertime, keep the infrared radiation to yourself, warming you up. Then you can save building energy consumption a lot. It turned out to be, we invented such a technology. I'm happy to report to you, not only invented this fabric, but also realize in the commercial space right now, Life Labs Design is the company I founded. And our warming technology called Warm Life, cooling technology called Cool Life, we are having warmest clothing ever invented now in the market and on sale. And Cool Life also, we are now just launch our product. Even you touch it, you can feel cooling down. The cooling power is just amazing. The right-hand side, the Mega Warm, is really the warmest jacket in the world, with a cloth value of 9.25, warmer than anything else you see on the market. So I'm very proud of this new type of materials technology can make this impact. So at the end, let me just summarize. So of the technology side, using nanotechnology, this could potentially make a lot of impact in different sectors, ranging from batteries, energy storage, to air filtration, to your clothing, also to the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yi. And we're going to save questions until after all of the presenters are done. I would also like to kindly thank you for keeping your remarks on time because we're trying to make it through. So thanks so much. And I'm especially excited about our new school here at Stanford focused on sustainability and climate change. You know, my department, Civil and Environmental Engineering, is going to be one of the joint departments bridging between engineering and that new school. And it's really an exciting connection between sustainability and the solutions-oriented approach that engineers have always looked to deliver for these difficult problems. Our next speaker is Yim Mansung. He's professor in the Department of Nuclear and Quantum Engineering at KAIST. Professor Yim.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It is my distinct pleasure and privilege to speak in this very important forum. My title of my talk is Nuclear Technology Innovations for Carbon Neutrality. We all know how we're using energy. Our energy is mostly coming from fossil fuels, including electricity generation. And as we know, fossil fuels produce a lot of greenhouse gases, and we want to turn to low carbon energy, so-called low carbon energy sources. That's basically solar energy, wind power, and nuclear power, and others. In terms of understanding the use of energy, we need to also understand energy density, which ranges from 10 to the minus 4 to 10 to the plus 7 or 8, 14 or 13 orders of magnitude. And depending on the applications, you could use different sources of energy, but harnessing a large amount of energy from low density energy source requires large area and large mass. issue we already heard from our chairman, Chung from Hanwha Energy. Intermittency of renewable energy is a challenge. It decreases the quality of electricity and then it's basically challenging the stability of electric grid. This is actual curve happened in California. Basically, intermittency is causing what we call duck curve. When you have sun shining and then you have a lot of solar power coming, other power sources are reducing their power generation, so that's good. But then as soon as sun goes away, well, clouds comes in, something we cannot really predict, then somebody has to pick it up. So this curve shows the duck curve, basically the electricity generation to be provided by other sources. And this kind of a rapid increase in the demand causes a huge challenge to the electric grid. And I think it's almost causing the system breakdown. Fortunately, in the case of California or in European countries like Germany, they have neighbors who can provide that needed electricity. But countries like South Korea, which is an island, this cannot be handled. We talked about energy storage system. I'm glad to see the progress in the technology. And also Hanwha is developing this for island, country of island. Right now, we are talking about hundreds of megawatts. But if you're talking about national energy system, you're talking about gigawatts. And I just heard from Professor Yi that there could be gigawatt scale storage device. That is great. Maybe we will be able to really come up with some new paradigm in this. But then we still have a cost issue, safety issue. According to Frank Enders from Germany, energy transition without energy storage system is technically impossible, and energy transition with energy storage system is economically impossible, at least for a foreseeable future. So let's turn to our interest to nuclear energy a little bit. It has high energy density, we just saw, so that provides an opportunity for energy security, maybe with fuel storage. It requires special approach to extract energy, meaning you need big science, complex technology, high-tech approaches, which is a challenge in some cases. You're extracting the energy using neutrons, not using oxygen or chemical energy. So that's why you don't produce carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases. But then the energy generation is in large quantities, so you can actually take advantage of this for abundant energy supply, maybe rapid industrial economic development, which was actually happening in South Korea and other countries. But it comes with price. It is not free. It is accompanied by generation of radioactive materials, potential for large scale extent or consequence to the environment or human health. Fissile materials are utilized and produced in the process of energy generation. That means you can have a sustainable fissile material production while consuming the fissile. At the same time, this could be used for dual use, so that actually is also a potential concern. And because of all these issues, it requires long-term custody on the national governance. Traditionally, nuclear power has been a difficult technology. It requires large capital cost, high financial risk. It is typically used as inflexible energy generation, meaning base load, because that's the most cost-effective way of generating electricity from nuclear power. And of course, there is external liability, something that has been an issue since the beginning of this technology, and waste problem, as everybody knows. And we have an issue with public acceptance. Now, nuclear power has evolved over the years. We are now in maybe generation 3+, and moving toward generation 4. And with those evolution in the design and system, we have a paradigm shift going on in the use of nuclear power, changing from large to small, flexible energy generation, inherent safety, production of alternative energy vectors, integration with renewables, and minimizing nuclear waste. Let's talk about that one by one. So we usually have a large reactor because that's most cost-effective. There's economy of scale. But now that creates problems in electric grid, or some countries simply don't have the means, or some countries don't have enough size electric grid. They cannot accommodate that large nuclear power plant. So now world is moving towards small reactors, less than 300 megawatt. Takes short time. Large reactors, on average, last 10 years, took about 10 years on world average, although some countries like South Korea has been very successful. It takes short time to build small reactors, like 2 to 3 years. Thus, it has low financial risk. It is doable for newcomers, meaning Now, many countries out there are potentially looking at introducing nuclear power for the first time. It can provide flexible energy. France is producing their electricity from nuclear power from 80%. Now it's maybe 70%, close to 70%. But they are able to do load following and frequency control, and that is technically proven or feasible. Simply, we don't do that in South Korea or many other countries. Nuclear power plant can be used as energy storage, especially if you use molten salt reactor, that the natrium reactor, for example, Bill Gates is developing. It can store heat there without producing electricity and use that heat for intended purpose in the later. Inherent safety can be provided by negative feedback mechanism or passive safe system. Most importantly, it can provide a way to practically eliminate the risk of severe damage to reactor core and potential for large release of radioactive materials from the extents. So that means you have a significant reduction in emergency production zone, planning zone. This means you could have, theoretically speaking, have a nuclear power plant right next to you, to the human population, let alone the issue of the perception. Producing alternative energy vectors. Well, already there are many countries out there, more than 17 countries, doing this. They use the heat from nuclear power for desalination, for district heating, other industrial processes, but that can be done in a more larger scale, more significant way. Nuclear power can be used for hydrogen production to be able to contribute to transportation sector carbon neutrality. It can also be associated with large-scale energy storage system as listed here, and also it can provide a very flexible load management way. I mean, I have some diagram, I don't know if you care about this, but basically you produce energy, and right now all the energy which becomes steam, high temperature, high pressure steam, is used to turn turbine to produce electricity. You can split the steam and use that steam and basically alternate between other purposes other than electricity generation for something else. So steam splitting can allow this flexible load management, which is already done in some countries. This is basically something you're very familiar with. Energy sector is the largest sector in terms of greenhouse gas emission. And if you look at each of these things, we can figure out how much, for example, nuclear power can contribute. If you're just talking about electricity generation, not much. But if you're talking about non-electricity generation applications by using nuclear power, it could have a significant impact. So for example, here, this slide shows different temperatures provided by different designs of nuclear reactors and can provide many different applications, including very efficient hydrogen production. Integration renewable is something going on. In the United States, there are several pilot projects under DOE's initiative. It can provide high system reliability with higher penetration of renewable energy in the system. So this means nuclear power and renewables are not competitors. They are partners, depending on how you look at it, depending on how you overcome your philosophical barriers. It can provide deep reduction in greenhouse gas reduction by using this low energy source, low carbon energy sources. It also provides additional safety for nuclear power by providing emergency power from renewable, by using renewables. We'll not dwell on this too much. Waste issue is Achilles heel of nuclear power generation, but then there are technologies out there to separate what we call problem radionuclides using electrolytic reduction technology, for example, South Korea is developing, and then that can be used as a fuel for energy generation. The natrium reactor developed by Bill Gates or some countries, China, for example, started the construction of this molten salt reactor. South Korea is actually starting this in a major scale. This molten salt reactor can have online treatment of this special radionuclides. In other words, you can transmute this problem radionuclides while you're running the reactor. Public acceptance is a challenge, but then the cases of US and UK indicates even in a liberal democratic society that public acceptance can change toward positive direction. So it is not an insurmountable challenge. So SMR, I talked about briefly, is a potential game changer by providing better affordability, short construction time, wide range, remote regions, small grids can be also accommodating this, and site flexibility, reduction in CO2 production, and renewable integration. So there are ways to reduce the cost of SMRs are skipped. There are about 70 plus different SMRs under development in the world right now, and there are basically many countries really putting a lot of energy and effort and resource. These are markets. So some of the countries who are not a candidate for this nuclear power are now very much interested in, which is not necessarily always a good thing because, as you know, nuclear power is a dual-use technology. You don't want to put this technology into wrong hands. But certainly there is definitely a growing interest and potential significant growth in the market. Who's going to take advantage of that market? Right now, it's China. Russia may have difficulty with now, I think, Ukraine war. South Korea maybe, and United States maybe. There is large effort going on in Asia, especially in China, Japan, South Korea, in terms of large reactor development. So project management can make even large reactor can make it very cost effective. South Korea, Japan, China, all very active in terms of developing SMRs with various applications in mind, including alternative energy vectors. And you can integrate nuclear power renewables, and that has to be supported by innovative culture. I want to just show an example of some analysis that my research group has done. Can nuclear power be cost effective or competitive in producing alternative energy? So by using excess electricity produced, I mean, there are many different assumptions, but obviously, you can produce hydrogen using the conventional, commercially proven, low-temperature electrolysis technology. And the cost of nuclear power-based hydrogen can be cost-effective. For example, if you use renewable, it's becoming like $7.85 per kilogram. But here, by using different technologies, different source, including the storage and transportation, the cost could be at least more effective than, lower than what we get from renewables. So innovations in technology enables paradigm shift, especially in nuclear sector. And this innovative use of nuclear power means meaningful contribution to carbon neutrality. The 25% is probably theoretical reach, but I think maybe 10% is doable. SMR can provide that, I think, needed technology, and that requires, as focus of this conference is finance, some serious consideration of financial issues. Based on our internal analysis, if the carbon pricing comes at about $76 per ton, this new nuclear technology can be very cost effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Yim. I think the comments regarding baseload and the need for baseload and the ability to combine heat, cooling, and power production all at the same time are very compelling, because all of them can be a very efficient use of new generation techniques. So we're going to shift gears now to a series of shorter presentations, 5 minutes in length, to look at a variety of different topics. Our first 5-minute presentation is going to be provided by Zach Jones. Zach is CEO of C0. So Zach, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
And tell you a little bit about C0. This is a company that was started in 2018 by our CTO, Dr. Eric McFarland, and myself to commercialize some of the work that he was doing at UC Santa Barbara. Raised about $50 million to date from some really great investors, and SK is our largest investor. And we're a small team working on a big idea, which is basically to ask the question, what if you could access just the hydro in the hydrocarbon? There's kind of a view out there that somehow hydrocarbons can't play a role in the energy transition, and ultimately they need to go away. But if you look at where the energy comes from in natural gas, specifically methane, which is the primary constituent of natural gas, about 60% of the energy that you get comes from the hydrogen. So as we have conversations with entities throughout the natural gas value chain, our pitch to them is that you're already the largest zero emission energy producers, distributors, consumers in the world. You've just got some carbon in there that you need to separate out before it gets turned into CO2. And obviously, given the scale of the natural gas infrastructure, not just the United States, but globally, if you could do that, that's a gigantic opportunity. So that's what our technology does. We use a high temperature liquid to crack natural gas into hydrogen and solid carbon. We bubble natural gas into the bottom of our system. Hydrogen comes off the top, which you can use to decarbonize a number of industries. And instead of producing any CO2 directly, we separate out the carbon in the hydrocarbon as a solid and sequester it. So another way to think about this technology is pre-combustion carbon capture, rather than have CO2 as a dilute gas that you have to concentrate, compress, put into a pipeline, or otherwise transmit to a unique geological formation. You've got a solid that's much denser that you can dispose of anywhere. We were really the first company, I think, to be 100% focused on the hydrogen side of this equation. A question we get asked a lot is, can you do something with the carbon? And the answer is maybe, but it's going to have to be a new market, because if you're doing this at any scale, you're going to produce so much solid carbon that you're going to swamp every market that there is. So our base case has always been, can we do this cost effectively enough to go head to head with CO2 sequestration? And I think we're gaining increasing confidence that the answer to that is yes. I think one of the things that's really exciting about methane pyrolysis is that it takes a lot less energy per unit of hydrogen produced. In fact, it takes 86% less energy versus water electrolysis. So it's just thermodynamically much easier to go liberate hydrogen from carbon than it is to go liberate hydrogen from oxygen. And we think that the key to our process and the key to getting methane pyrolysis to work at scale is to be very energy efficient and maintain as much of that energy differential versus water electrolysis as possible. It's also worth noting, too, that if you start with renewable natural gas, where the carbon didn't come out of the ground, but came from biomass, which, of course, fixed that carbon from the atmosphere, that this process can go from carbon neutral to being carbon negative without changing anything about the technology, just changing the feedstock. So in 100 years, I think there's still going to be a great role for this technology to play, potentially in carbon reduction. I know we've only got a short amount of time, so I won't dwell too much on the process, but I'll point out at a very high level, one of the trade-offs that you're making with this technology is that you're leaving a significant amount of energy behind in the form of the solid carbon by not turning that into CO2. But when you start with 1 million BTUs of natural gas, you wind up with 15 kilograms of solid carbon. That's equivalent to 55 kilograms of CO2. And one of the points that we always try to make is that CO2 is over 70% oxygen. So anytime you're looking at transporting CO2, most of what you're moving around is not something that you really care about sequestering. So we think that this is a very attractive technology because definitionally you have the purest form of carbon possible. We built some pretty big systems in our lab and facility in Santa Barbara so far, and we're very excited to be building our pilot right now. I was just at the location this morning and flew back this afternoon. Still relatively small scale given the scope of what's needed in the energy transition, but in that process we'll be producing over a ton of solid carbon a day, which is a significant amount and the right scale up step for us, I think. So yeah, I'll just kind of wrap it up there and say that we think about this technology as unlocking the zero emission potential of natural gas. You can think about it as pre-combustion carbon capture, and we think that having solid carbon is superior to having gaseous CO2 for a number of reasons.
Thanks so much, Zach. That's amazingly a cool technology. I love the use of the natural gas to get into that hydrogen economy. One of the things that we've been thinking about here, and for my area of research, is using some of that carbon to go into the construction industry to make large-scale things, because it's the only industry that's global enough and large enough to consume all of that carbon that you're producing and yet still be hungry for more materials. And so I think there are some really interesting industrial ecology approaches that we can bring to this. I'd love to discuss those with you in more detail at a later time. So thanks so much for that presentation. Really interesting stuff.
You bet. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mr. Kim Nok-young. He's head of the Carbon Neutral Center at the Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry, KCCI. Mr. Kim, please.
Thank you for today's invitation. Today, I would like to talk about the perspective of industries, especially the Korean industries. We are running out of time, so I'm well aware of that. This Monday, we have announced a research result, and last year, when we established the carbon neutrality target, the Korean companies were struggling to come up with a plan to meet this, and there are 680 companies that would be going through ETS system, and 90% of those companies came out with a carbon neutrality plan, and their target year was 76% was 2050, and 18% of the companies said that they will do that earlier, and 6% said that they will achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. In line with the government's carbon neutrality target, the companies are now beginning to see carbon neutrality as an opportunity. But they have a lot of difficulties along the road. As for the difficulties, it is lack of capital for investment and lack of decarbonization technology and lack of renewable energy infrastructure. In order to reduce carbon emission in the industries, we need to have a more comprehensive approach that includes changing the production process, especially for the steel manufacturing industry, and some of the fuel would have to be replaced. 50% of imported oil in Korea is used as an ingredient, not as an energy. For example, for producing naphtha in petrochemical industry, and that fuel would have to be replaced with more bioenergy, which is quite challenging. And for ICE automobiles, they also have to be transformed into EVs or hydrogen cars. So this is a transitional period which could be quite daunting for industries. Carbon neutrality presents two major challenges to the industry, which the first is to come up with innovative technology for decarbonization. Second is to have a stable supply of renewable energy. For technology point of view, as of the current technology level, Korea's manufacturing industry's energy efficiency level is at the highest level in the world. So we don't have a major problem here. But in order to transition to carbon neutrality, we are only at 80% of the EU and the US level. And for more innovative technology like hydrogen, the technology gap is bigger. For steel industry, hydrogen-based steel making is widely welcomed as a highly innovative technology. This uses quarks and separates carbon monoxide, separates oxygen from oxidized steel, which functions as a reducing agent. For hydrogen-based steel making, they don't use CO2, they use hydrogen, and water is produced as a result. In the past, they used to use coal, which produced the byproduct gas that was accountable for 90% of power generation for steel plants. But with the hydrogen, there will be no byproduct gas. So that byproduct gas would have to be replaced with renewable energy. And this requires a lot of hydrogen. And having a stable supply of hydrogen would be critical. POSCO or Hyundai Steel or other large steel companies are seeing some difficulties in implementing this because they have to spend about 50 trillion won replacing the existing furnace with the new facility. They have to invest in R&D, and Korea's furnace is relatively younger than that of other countries. So if you're going to dismantle that, that's going to generate some cost, and installation of new facility would require a lot of investment as well. And if there is no stable and affordable supply of hydrogen, there will be a huge risk. So for Korean manufacturing companies, this could be a daunting challenge. So when you look at the direction of financing and policies, in June of last year, the Ministry of Finance had a meeting, and I participated in the green financing meeting, and I believe KDB was there as well. And they mainly talked about how to support the SMEs in this transition. However, supporting SMEs for carbon reduction, how much helpful do you think that would be? 684 companies that have to participate in ETS right away accounts for 73% of greenhouse gas emission. Of course, supporting SME is fine, but in order to achieve carbon neutrality and given the urgency of the situation, the large companies that emit a lot of greenhouse gas also needs to be supported. When you look at Korean policy directions, for environment preservation, large companies get only 1% tax deduction, whereas small companies get as much as 10% tax deduction. And with the amendment of carbon law, companies that go green, especially when a large company goes green, there is no support. Deng Xiaoping of China once said, white cat and black cat, they don't care whether it's capitalism or communism, as long as it helps the people to live a better life. Carbon neutrality is not a bipolar issue between SMEs and large companies. The government should find the most effective way to achieve carbon neutrality and where to focus the financial resources. One more thing. It's difficult for government to lead carbon neutrality. It would be more effective for private sector companies to do this on their own. ETS or carbon tax and other regulations would have their own limits. There should be a market where companies can make a lot of profit by reducing their carbon emission. It should be seen not as a cost, but as an investment for future profits. Companies should be recommended, encouraged to voluntarily develop their own technologies and initiatives. And I'm sure that would be much more helpful for achieving carbon neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. I think that the link between industry, finance, government, and academia is so important and is very much a focus of the consortium that's coming together to put on forums like this. And so your remarks are so valuable. Our final short presentation for this morning is from Professor Jung Hee-tae. He's chair and a professor in the Department of Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering at KAIST. Professor Jung.
Because of the learning of time, I will give a really short presentations. One issue I wanted to discuss today is can you truly resolve the climate change problem with R&D? So that's my question, and I want to address these issues. The solution for resolving the global warming issue is very clear to me. According to the famous BP data, in order to maintain the temperature elevations no more than 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, we have to reduce total CO2 emissions something less than 20 gigaton per year by 2050. Otherwise, the temperature may go up 6 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial levels. Therefore, we have to find good R&D way to reduce this 20 gigaton CO2 per year. Actually, the international strategies for reducing CO2 rely on 32% of renewable energy, including hydrogen, solar, and other methods, and 38% of energy efficiency, and the CCUS, which is carbon conversion, utilization, and storage, of 10%, and other technologies. Actually, Korean strategy is not much different, and it's a little more challenge compared to international ones, directing to zero carbon neutrality. So actually, as a global, warming issue is concerned, our KAIST Nano Institute examined and reported the following 10 killer 10 R&D fields. This includes green hydrogen productions, highly effective solar cells, highly efficient artificial photosynthesis with a good stability and the CCU breakthrough, eco-friendly greenhouse gas storage technologies. Also, each mentions future batteries with the safety and the high capacity, and also energy harvesting, optimization of energy cloud system, something like that. However, in R&D viewpoint, there are so many challenges to overcome global warming in very limited time. These challenges include something like the questions: all renewable energy are really sustainable? Also, how to produce green hydrogen without CO2 emissions? Also, is it possible to prepare a low-cost solar cell with a high energy density? Also, artificial photosynthesis technology is possible? The other question is, CCU is better or CCS is better? Also, hydrogen and the solar cell are truly enough? Other question is like that: how to predict precisely climate change with the AI technologies. Also, we don't know how much self-generation of energy is effective. So, otherwise, in the future, as President Biden said, we have to develop new killer technologies which contributed to substantial reduction of the CO2. So we discuss more in this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jung. I think that the way that we see what you had presented, building off of the seminal work by Sakalo and Takala for the wedge scenario analysis, a couple decades ago, is really sort of bringing to the forefront the need for R&D to truly make a difference in our ability to address this. I am going to, while we had a lot of really great questions addressed to the panelists that have been sent in, I'm going to ask each one of the panelists to respond briefly to the same question. And I'm going to start with my colleague Yi, and then we'll just move through the rest of the panel. So he's the one who has to think on the spot while everyone else gets a little bit of a warning. So Yi, and to everyone else, what do you think is the most critical technology advancement or breakthrough that's needed today to reach net zero? And we'll start with you, and then we'll move through the rest of the panel.
Sounds good, Mike.
Please be brief.
Yeah, I will be, cheating a little bit. I have top 4 technology that's still needed, top 4. I will be brief. Number 1, long duration energy storage from time scale of 10 hours to seasonal. Number 2 is carbon capture technology. That means carbon negative. Number 3 is renewable fuels, whether that's biofuel or some other method, renewable fuel. Number 4 is digitizing the whole energy system, plan for the whole energy system, including data and AI. So 4, top 4, that's my choices. That doesn't mean others are not important. They are very important, but these are the top 4.
Very brief and a very good review of what you think is needed. Professor Yim, what do you think is the most needed technology advancement today to reach net zero?
I don't personally believe on silver bullet. I don't think there is no such thing as perfect technology. There is no real true technological fix to many of the fundamental problems we face. But I agree that energy storage could be a very important breakthrough. As I mentioned, nuclear technology can provide that with a large capacity of energy storage. And I think the combination of renewables with nuclear power as a low carbon energy can make, I think, large impact on this one. I think, as I said, technological fix, challenge, but I think the more important issue is social, political, institutional, financial issues. I might just add that.
I think that's a very good insight. I would agree with you that silver bullets are not going to work. They rarely do, and they don't exist as much as we might want them to. And so the point is well taken that any one technology, I don't think, much like you, is going to solve this problem. It will be a cadre of solutions. All right, next up, Zach. So what do you think is going to be the most critical technology advancement or breakthrough to get us to net zero?
Sure. Well, obviously, as the CEO of a methane pyrolysis company, I'm obligated to cite that answer. But to build off what was just said about there being no magic bullets, I think the winners are going to be the technologies that have the smallest delta between the way the energy system works today and the way it's going to work in a decarbonized future. I think people kind of think about things sort of in a bubble and want to wave a magic wand and start from scratch. And I don't think that's how the energy transition is going to unfold. I think it's going to evolve. And the more that you're able to utilize the existing infrastructure and assets that are in place today, the faster you're going to be able to gain that adoption. So I think it's about making easy choices for the decision makers in industry, utilities, for example, to be able to bridge the gap between where we are and where we need to go.
No, look, perfectly acceptable that you have a biased answer. I kind of expected you to have a biased answer, and so that's perfectly okay. All right, shifting back to in person. Mr. Kim, what do you think is going to be the most critical technology advancement or innovation to get us to net zero?
네, 저는
I believe that it's the energy technologies. Around the world, 74% of carbon emission comes from the energy sector, and in Korea, 80%, actually 87% of greenhouse gases emitted from the energy sector in Korea. But renewable energy or nuclear power generation alone will not get us to carbon neutrality. We really need an innovative, drastic game changer, and that is why many countries or companies are struggling to come up with an innovative technology. So we need a new innovative game-changing technology that we don't have yet to allow us to get to carbon neutrality.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I think that's sort of where this entire panel is focused on. What is that R&D and those solutions that are out there that are needed to get us to that point? And then finally, Professor Jung, what do you think is going to be that most critical advancement?
Yeah, actually, I like always, killer technologies, instead of easy choice. But easy choice, I think energy, something technology related to the energy efficiency is quite easy choice. For example, like material such as insulating material for energy saving, optimization of energy, that's an easy choice. But what is the killer technologies? So far, I think artificial photosynthesis technology is a great challenge if it is successful. So if we develop a good artificial photosynthesis technologies, that can be the same effect of game changers. But it is very difficult to develop material system with a similar efficiency and the stability of plants. So that's really tough. So my answer is like that. It's time for breakthrough challenge with a completely different user science and technological approach. For example, very recently, Harvard Group tried to use calcium carbonate aerosol nanomaterials for sun dimming test to cool down our Earth planets. Although the research group could not test it because of the possible side environmental ecosystem change effect, however, such a big challenge may work for resolving future climate change, I think. Thank you. Yeah.
I think you're exactly right, Professor Jung. I think that a combination of both near-term and killer applications and technology will be needed. If I think about the context in which McKinsey has positioned sort of innovation around Horizon 1, Horizon 2, and Horizon 3, it's essential for us to have a portfolio of approaches and innovations that will come online over those various timelines in order to address this problem at the scale and scope that's necessary. So I would like to close this session by thanking all of the speakers. We were tasked with getting our in-person colleagues in Seoul to lunch on time, and we are right on time for lunch in Seoul. And so I would thank you for that. I would wish everyone in Seoul a wonderful lunch. And for those in California or else around the world, a late evening or a nice evening to grab some dinner. So with this, I will close the session and thank everyone for their participation.
Thank you.
Well done, Mike. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Professor Lepek, for the great moderation and keeping excellent timing just in time for lunch here in Korea. So that brings us to the end of our morning session, ladies and gentlemen. We will resume at 1:20 p.m. Korea Standard Time after our lunch break. So do enjoy the lunch, and we will see you after the break. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon sessions of the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum 2022, the next steps for climate innovation. So with that, I hope you enjoyed the short break, whether it be lunch or an early dinner. And now let's resume with our afternoon sessions. As was announced previously, we will now have a special talks session featuring Chairman Lee Dong-gal of Korea Development Bank alongside UN Special Envoy Mr. Mark Carney. And they will be discussing climate issues, especially climate finance and related policies. I believe that it will be a great opportunity for us to better understand the roles and challenges that financial institutions are facing, and of course, the key global trends that are racing towards achieving net zero. So with that, please turn your attention to the screen.
안녕하세요. 마코 기후 특사님. 오늘 처음 만나 뵙게 되는 것 같은데 이렇게 만나 뵈서 정말 반갑습니다.
It's a pleasure to meet you like this. Chair Lee, I wish I were there in person.
요즘 기후 관련 국제 행사가 많아서 매우 바쁘실 텐데요. 그런 와중에도 이렇게 참석해 주셔서 대단히 감사합니다. 예년 같으면 대면으로 직접 만나서 많은 얘기를 함께 나눌 수 있었을 텐데 참 아쉽습니다. 하지만 이렇게라도 만날 수 있게 되어서 정말 다행이네요.
Yes, well, me as well. I love Korean food, and it would be even better if you were ordering instead of me.
오늘 저는 두 가지를 논의해 보고 싶습니다. 하나는 탄소 중립을 위한 정책금융기관의 역할론과 또 다른 하나는 그린워싱입니다. 먼저 탄소 중립을 위한 정책금융기관의 역할론에 대해서 논의를 해보시죠. 보통 신규 에너지원이 보편화되기 위해서는 많은 시간과 자본이 투입됩니다. 석탄이 보편화되는데 60년이 걸렸다 그러고 천연가스는 70년이 걸렸다고 합니다. 하지만 지금 우리는 30년 내에 탄소 중립을 실현해야 합니다. 석탄이나 천연가스처럼 경제성에 기대서 시장이 자연 생산되기를 기다릴 여유가 전혀 없습니다. 우선 정부가 먼저 인위적이지만 효율적으로 잘 설계된 녹색기술 생태계를 조성해 주어야 합니다. 그 안에서 정책금융기관은 지속적이고 장기적인 투자를 활성화하여 유망 초기 기술에 대한 육성과 초기 시장을 리모델링해야 할 것 같습니다.
Okay, well, I fully agree. First off, Chair Lee, I very much agree with your comments. And you know, what they point to is that this is a global challenge, needs to be solved in a joined-up manner between the financial sector, business, and government policy. All of these needs are aligned, or at least it works best if all of those are aligned.
우리 KDB는 지속적이고 장기적인 정책금융에 초점을 맞추고 있습니다. 지속성을 수반한 정책금융기관은 민간 투자자에게 시장에 대한 확신을 제공하고 자발적인 투자를 유도할 수 있습니다. 민간 자금 유입으로 대량 생산과 규모의 경제가 갖춰지면 생산 비용 하락이 가능해집니다. 수익성이 수반된 시장은 자율 경쟁을 유발하고 기술 혁신을 가속화시키죠. 혁신을 통한 한계 비용 하락이 선순환 구조를 만들 것입니다. 덴마크의 풍력 발전과 중국의 태양광 발전이 대표적인 사례라고 듣고 있습니다. 우리 KDB도 이를 벤치마크해서 한국형 모델로 만들어 나갈 겁니다. 혹시 영국 또는 다른 나라에서 정책금융이 실행했던 방안 중에 성공 사례를 저희한테 하나 소개해 주실 수 있겠습니까?
We're seeing country-specific measures increasing, and you know, you're right to highlight elements of UK government policy. It's made the UK has made great strides through its commitment to becoming the world's first net zero financial sector. I'll come back to that, and in net zero transition plans. But let me just go to the industrial sector, and it's been an industrial sector that Korea has very much helped build in the United Kingdom, which has been the offshore wind, the onshore and offshore wind, but particularly the offshore wind market, where there has been innovation in the United Kingdom through initial development of contracts for differences as a mechanism to compensate for the power. Great partnerships have been put in place, including with leading Korean manufacturer Samsung in the northeast of the United Kingdom, and developing the ideal. What is the ideal? Which is the whole ecosystem of manufacturing, installation, servicing, and ultimately clean power that's developed. And as Prime Minister Johnson has said, the intention of the United Kingdom now is to become in his words, he always has large words, the Saudi Arabia of wind, which shows the level of ambition and what can happen when there is a deliberate strategy. And KDB, obviously, and Korea, as I said, very much part of that.
영국은 많은 일을 하고 계시군요. 한국 업체가 영국의 탄소 중립을 위한 여정에 많은 도움을 줬다고 하니 정말 뿌듯합니다. 영국은 해상풍력이 녹색 에너지로의 전환에 상당한 역할을 하고 있다고 들었습니다. 한국도 최근 해상풍력 개발이 본격화되고 있습니다. 우리 산업은행도 한국의 전라남도에 CIP와 SK가 공동 개발하는 해상풍력 사업을 금융자문하고 있습니다.
Now let me go. You touched on finance briefly, and let me come back to that. I think what's unique in the United Kingdom, or leading in the United Kingdom is a better way to put it, is this focus on the net zero transition, making London the city of London, the first net zero financial center. That starts with commitments of companies. It goes to the plumbing of the system. It also goes to the first country to require net zero transition plans of major companies. And it builds on the success of GFENS, the Glasgow Financial Alliance to Net Zero, which of course is a global alliance, and as I referenced in my remarks, has an important Asian component, a growing Asian component, and one where, in my view, Asia will be decisive. All of this is integrated with reforms to the information in markets, the structure of markets, the stress testing of institutions, and it is integrated as well with the governing bodies of those markets through a periodic reporting relationship to the Financial Stability Board, and links into IOSCO, the securities regulator, and the IMF. So that's a bit of a flavor. I mean, first question, a bit of a flavor around industrial cooperation, the links of finance, the ambition of finance, and ultimately, as I said at the outset, and you know, that this all works best when it's fully integrated, finance, business, and government.
예, 맞습니다. 마크 특사님. 당신의 의견에 전적으로 동의합니다. 저도 산업, 금융, 정부, 그리고 기술, 이 모든 분야의 효율적 협업이 탄소 중립을 위한 가장 핵심적인 성공의 열쇠라고 생각합니다. 그럼 이제 두 번째로 그린워싱에 대해서 한번 얘기해 보시죠. 요즘 전 세계적으로 기후변화, 탄소 중립, 친환경 등이 핵심 어젠다로 자리 잡으면서 대중적 관심이 크게 증가하고 있습니다. 그러다 보니 기업들에게는 친환경 요소가 중요한 셀링 포인트로 작용하고 있는데요. 이런 사회적 기류에 편승해서 친환경적 속성에 대한 허위 과장 광고로 경제적 이익만을 편취하려 드는 기업들이 많아지고 있습니다. 이런 것들이 탄소 중립에 미치는 악영향은 무엇이라고 생각하시나요? 더불어 어떤 해결 방안이 있을까요?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you raised this issue, and I'm very much looking forward to your comments on it. This is an incredibly important issue. It's important for the integrity of the system. It's important for confidence of all stakeholders in that finance is playing its proper role, its leading role in the net zero transition. And we need to ensure that the core of the system is doing what it says. Now, we have some advantages when addressing climate. I have to say that I think this issue is a much tougher issue for broader issues of sustainability, broader issues of ESG. The reality is the hard numbers of climate revolve around emissions. They are the emissions of the companies themselves, but if you're a financial institution, it's the emissions of your clients, those who borrow from you, those you invest in, and we're setting up a system so that the disclosure of those underlying companies and of the financial institutions is robust and rigorous. And the first and foremost, this is building on the progress of the TCFD, which is the foundation of the framework for analyzing and reporting on climate data, climate risks and opportunities. The TCFD is one of the core building blocks. It's not the only one, but the core building blocks of the IFRS's foundations, ISSB. I mentioned this in my remarks, and it is developing a sustainability standard to further consistent, comparable, and reliable climate reporting to allow information to be revealed and assessed and acted on, and to ensure that there's not greenwashing in that. Now, the second element I think is important here is net zero transition plans of the of financial institutions themselves to ensure what's expected for those plans, the minimum information standards, the frequency of updating, the tracking, the oversight of independent experts, and within GFANZ, we have an expert peer review group which determines whether initiatives are eligible to join GFANZ. And then we also receive guidance from our advisory panel of 20 independent experts, climate experts from around the world, including 7 NGOs that convene the subsector alliances of GFANZ. The commitments to be in GFANZ are very clear.
맞습니다. 저도 그린워싱을 방지하기 위해서는 TCFD, IFRS 등과 같은 표준 공시 제도가 필수적이라고 생각합니다. 저도 최근 그린워싱 문제들을 보면서 2001년에 파산한 엔론사의 분식회계 사태가 떠올랐습니다. 회사의 재무 상태를 허위 과장하여 공시함으로써 투자자와 소비자를 기만했던 사건이지요. 저는 그린워싱이 일종의 분식회계라고 보고 있습니다. 경제적 이익만을 목적으로 친환경적 요소를 부풀리는 행위는 본질적으로 분식회계와 하나도 다를 것이 없습니다. 한국도 이런 문제를 해결하기 위해서 EU의 텍소노미나 IFRS가 준비 중인 ISSB를 벤치마크해서 K-텍소노미 시행과 KSSB 설립을 준비하고 있습니다. 사실 이런 것들이 시행되려면 기업들이 준비해야 할 것들도 많고 비용도 꽤 들겠죠. 하지만 지속 가능 경영은 더 이상 옵션이 아닙니다. 생존을 위한 필요 조건임을 감안한다면 어차피 가야 할 길이라고 생각합니다.
As I said earlier, the reporting is annual and on the level of what are called PCAF standards. You're familiar with those, the highest standard for finance reporting. And that brings together, again, information, rigor, action, and it builds on the basis of the fundamental basis, and it's an advantage of a very difficult problem, but the advantage of this very difficult problem is it's about the emissions with respect to climate change. And those can be measured, the progress against those can be measured, and institutions can be judged. Now, I'll just finish to say that is, it's very strong, but it is a necessary but not sufficient condition for broader sustainability. So sustainability that would include nature and biodiversity, and of course that is a subset of a bigger set of issues around sustainable living, if I can put it that way, environmental, social, and governance factors.
마크 특사님, 제가 마지막으로 한 가지만 더 여쭤보겠습니다. 많은 개도국들이 천연가스를 탄소 중립으로 가기 위한 전환 연료로 생각하고 있습니다. 녹색 기술이 부족한 개도국 입장에서는 에너지 공급 부족을 충당할 수 있는 대안이 될 텐데요. 천연가스 등과 같은 전환 연료에 대한 정책금융기관의 지원에 대해서 어떻게 생각하십니까?
Yeah. And I understand the different priorities that KDB and others need to balance in the transition. After all, this is about a transition. And I may just observe that there are advantages of taxonomies, and there are advantages of, before I answer your question, there are advantages of the EU taxonomy. But one disadvantage of it is that it is largely about the end state. What is green is zero emitting fuels, by and large, zero emitting fuels around renewables and nuclear. And what's missing, has been the transition element. And obviously we know that most recently there's been an attempt to work in the role of gas, which is your question. I think the first thing to recognize on gas is to acknowledge that it itself is not carbon neutral. It is better than coal by some margin, but it's still emitting carbon, and particularly the methane or methane component of it has to be watched carefully. There are different qualities of natural gas through the process, but even the best is emitting carbon, which is why it's at best a transition fuel and does have a role in the transition, but one needs to be cognizant that it is very much using up carbon budget as it does. Now, I think what's important is that jurisdictions, whether advanced economies, emerging economies, developing economies, have energy transition plans, and that the role of gas is consistent with that transition, as you reference, displacing coal and to some extent displacing other fossil fuels. And certainly we see that role, and as does the IEA, at least on IEA net zero scenarios, gas becomes as dominant, in fact more dominant than as dominant as coal, and then by 2030, and then there's a rapid decline of both coal and oil in order for the world to get to net zero. But ultimately, natural gas too needs to decline quite substantially as a portion of the energy mix, and that which is used needs to be offset. So. Transition's critical, and for the development of new natural gas resources or deployment, such as what's currently being debated in Europe, it's important that right time horizon is applied to those projects. And I'll say, just by way of background, a long time ago, it was another world. 30 years ago, I worked on some of the initial financing of natural gas trains to Korea out of the Gulf. And those were 30-year plus projects. Those projects are too long now for the climate transition. And projects developed today, which will take a few years, will need to have a shorter time horizon over which they run to be consistent with the climate transition. That doesn't mean they shouldn't be done, but it does change the economics, and it needs to be taken into account if they're truly to be transition fuels, as opposed to creating new sources of greenhouse gases, which will potentially use up the carbon budget. So just to summarize, there's definitely a role for gas. It's an important role for gas in displacing coal particularly, but we always need to keep in mind the ultimate horizon for any source of energy given its carbon footprint.
예, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. 제도국들은 보통 선진국에 비해서 탄소 의존도가 높은 경제 구조를 갖고 있습니다. 그러다 보니 탄소 감축과 탄소 중립 두 마리 토끼를 한꺼번에 잡기가 쉽지 않죠. 그들에게 맞는 타임라인이 필요할 겁니다. 가스 이외에 전환 연료로 사용될 수 있는 좀 더 다양한 옵션이 개발될 수 있기를 기대합니다. 전환 연료의 필요성에 대해서 말씀해 주신 거와 함께 전환 연료는 전환 연료일 뿐이라는 그런 말씀, 굉장히 중요한 의미를 갖고 있다고 생각합니다. 마크 특사님, 오늘 여러 가지 아젠다를 함께 논의할 수 있어서 즐거웠습니다. 한국 음식을 좋아하신다고 들었습니다. 혹시 한국에 오실 기회가 있으면 제가 한국 음식을 함께 한번 소개해드리면 좋을 것 같습니다. 가족이 같이 오시면 더 좋고요. 제가 좋은 한국 음식, 친환경적으로 만든 한국 음식 잘 찾아서 잘 대접해 드리고 싶습니다. 종적 연락해 주시고요. 꼭 한국을 방문해 주시기 바랍니다.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, and the best wishes to you and your family for health. And I hope that somewhere on some continent we're enjoying a meal together very soon.
Chairman Lee and Mr. Mark Carney, thank you very much for an insightful session. You mentioned that Korean food is one of your favorites. We do hope that someday soon we will be able to treat you to a true Korean dish here in Korea in person. So the two gentlemen talked about two different topics. First, the role of policy financial institutions for carbon neutrality. And the second topic was regarding the problems and solutions for greenwashing. Although it wasn't a very lengthy discussion, I'm sure that we were able to get insight into both of the gentlemen's thoughts about these two topics. I hope you enjoyed the special talk that we had prepared. And now, without further ado, we will move on swiftly to the next session on new asset class. So the third session, titled New Asset Class, discusses various different topics and will be asking certain questions. For example, what is the risk and return relationship of sustainability integration? What strategy can companies and investors align with their mainstream products and models in order to meet their net zero capacities or achievements? And what are the new financial products and services that enable the recognition of sustainability values in financial terms? These are some of the key questions that are being asked by experts as well as the markets these days. So with that, I would like to introduce our moderator, Ms. In So-young, from the Financial Innovation Lead of the Sustainable Finance Initiative and Research Director of the Stanford Research Center at the Incheon Global Campus. She'll also be joined by a group of panelists and discussants.
패널 분들을 소개하겠습니다.
Mostly Mr. Ashby Monk,
먼저
the Executive
스탠포드
Director
대학교의
of the
장기
Stanford Research Initiative on Long-Term Investing. Mr. Michael Sharon, a Senior Advisor from the Bank of England and co-chair of the G20 Sustainable Finance Study Group. Mr. Lee Hoon, the head of Investment Strategy and Innovation Division at the Korea Investment Corporation. Mr. Henry Gonzalez, the Deputy Executive Director at the Green Climate Fund. Mr. An Uk-sang, the General Manager of ESG New Deal Planning Department at KDB. And last but not least, Ms. Stella Saris-Chow, the head of Sustainable Finance International at ANZ. So I believe that all of our online, on-site panelists and moderator are up on stage, and I'm also been told that our online participants are here. So with that, I turn the floor over to our moderator.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our first afternoon session on financing net zero pathways and new asset class. My name again is So-young In, and I'm a research director of sustainable finance at Stanford University. So this session is the third of the 5 sessions that the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum today organized. At the previous 2 sessions, we have opened up very forward-looking, but at the same time, highly practical discussions on navigating net zero pathways and how technology advancement can enable and accelerate our transition to net zero. In this session specifically, we'll be talking about how the financial sector can and should facilitate this transition. We have discussed this morning. Maybe, I think this is maybe first or a few forums that you heard about technology, engineering, and science in the finance-related forum. And we intentionally organized this forum in this way because integrating this technology, engineering, science to the social science, which is finance and policy, is very important. And so in this session, we'll be discussing how to mobilize fundings from multiple capital sources And what are the outstanding challenges such as aligning incentives of those multiple stakeholders and then meeting sufficient financial performance through the new way of investing? So we have incredible group of speakers on stage and also on our virtual spaces. I will skip the individual introduction because our announcer already announced it a really nice way. And let's go right into the presentation. So why don't we ask our two presenters, Dr. Ashby Monk and Mr. Michael Sharon, to take the stage. So maybe Dr. Monk first, can you introduce you and your new initiative on long-term investing at Stanford University and how your research is envisioning this net zero transition in global and Asia?
Sure. Thank you so much, So-Young. It's an honor to be here, even though I'm not there. Looks like a fabulous event, and I wish I was there. Hopefully we can do it together again sometime soon. So this is a topic that I'm incredibly passionate about, which is how do we unlock the necessary $4.5 trillion of capital that we need to support climate solutions and avoid the most catastrophic effects of climate change. Obviously, we're going to spend the next 75 minutes talking about it, but I admit I've spent about 25 years thinking about this topic at Oxford, at Boston College, and now for the last 11 years or so at Stanford. And ultimately, that is about how we help the world's long-term investors change their investment decision-making in order to tap into the $150 trillion that they have under management. If we can tap into that capital, I think we have a chance of meeting the $4.5 trillion target. If we don't, I think we're going to struggle. The for-profit corporations have largely been unavailable or unable to invest at the scales and timeframes needed, so they're just not putting enough capital to work. We've also seen governments not quite being willing to borrow sufficient capital to invest in this space. They're already dealing with big debt burdens coming out of the COVID crisis. And obviously taxing citizens is not the most palatable solution. And so I admit that the world's politicians are sort of looking to this community of long-term investors. You know, they see a pot of money with over $100 trillion in it, and it seems like an obvious source of finance to bring us through the capital we need. These are long-term investors, and I should define that. These are intergenerational investors in that they have liabilities extending out 10, 20, even 100 years. Some of the funds that we study have no explicit liabilities. They are intergenerational by design, and the liabilities that they carry are implicit. Many of these are sovereign funds. They're deep-pocketed, so they've got hundreds of billions of dollars in many cases to deploy, and in theory, they have a social mandate. They exist to pay pensions, to bolster a nation state, to fund a university. And so on the surface, it feels as if we have a community of investors that are kind of ripe to target. The challenge we have is that it's not their job to save us from climate change. It's actually not why we set them up. We set up these organizations to pay pensions. We set them up to bolster the nation state in a crisis. So maybe in that case, it's a little bit easier to redirect their capital. But in the case of a university endowment or a foundation, or even an insurance company, the capital there is very well defined for what it is meant to do. And so we need to take that mission into consideration. And so we're studying these organizations' mission to understand how these missions can be interpreted. But even more than that, we're studying these organizations because when we designed them to be conservative. We did not see creativity as a feature in public pension plans. We saw that as a bug. We created prudent person rules, fiduciary duties. We pushed a governance structure that limited creativity and innovation. And so as we think about targeting this community investors, there is a huge challenge to be had. I am coming to you live from a hotel room in Los Angeles, where I was giving a lecture today to about 40 large pension funds, and there was $2 trillion in the room that I was talking to for about 75 minutes. Most of the conversation was around how do we actually innovate? How do we invest in climate solutions when there's no benchmark, there's no track record, there's no managers that have an established presence? How do we invest in these solutions when we aren't in the business of taking on those types of risks? And it's a fair question, and it means that if we have any chance of unlocking that capital, the 100 trillion, we as a community need to be creative in how we approach these organizations. I almost think of them as like wild animals, that if you approach them in the wrong way, you'll scare them off and they'll never come back. And so, you know, here we have an opportunity in this event to think, especially with the panelists in front of you, how can we approach them to mobilize their capital? In my experience with doing projects around the world, from Mongolia to Abu Dhabi to Juneau, Alaska, I've come up with 5 key components that I think we need to mobilize their capital, and I'll share them with you now, and I'm happy to have everybody tell me I'm crazy later. But here are my 5 components. The first thing we need to do when we're approaching a pension fund or a sovereign fund or an endowment, we need to reveal the crisis. We need to measure the physical climate risk, the transition risk, the carbon intensity. We need to make the case to the boards of directors and the management team that climate diversification, as in diversifying the portfolio towards climate solutions, is in their interest. This means also making the case that a more resilient portfolio can outperform. This is the foundation layer upon which we are going to get their capital to move. Reveal the crisis through measurement and technology, make the case that sustainability and resilience outperforms. Those are projects that we're working on at Stanford, but also around the world. The second key thing, and there's only 5, and then I'll hand it back to you, So Young, so it's almost through, is to mobilize the fund. We've now measured, we've now revealed the crisis, now we need to mobilize. A net zero commitment is a fantastic first step. We see these net zero commitments made. 2050 sounds like a very distant time frame. Let's make a commitment today. Somebody else will have to implement that commitment, but at least the commitment's out there. This is a very common feature in the world of institutional investment today. There's a 2050 commitment. There's not a very well-defined path, but you're starting to see organizations use that commitment to move capital. Harvard Management Company now has 1% of their assets invested in solutions to climate change. That's their term. That comes a year after them making a net zero commitment, which comes about 6 months after them divesting from fossil fuels. That is the ratchet accelerating on that organization through a series of commitments, which started with measurement. Once we can mobilize the fund towards the space, we just have to go find attractive assets. Now, the good news is there's a lot of people that see this space as long-term profitable. So we don't have to necessarily take a lower rate of return in order to invest in infrastructure that's going to provide energy, solutions to climate change that are going to pull carbon out of the atmosphere. Some of the most exciting startups in Silicon Valley right now are offset startups, voluntary market offset startups that pension funds are partnering with in order to think about getting their portfolios to net zero. But we have to find those assets, and we need to deliver them to these organizations in a manner that aligns with their time horizon. And this is the 4th factor. We need alignment of vehicle, the vehicle through which the pension fund or sovereign fund invests in this attractive asset. And that needs to align to the pension fund and the asset itself. These are usually permanent capital structures, direct investments, co-investments alongside a private equity manager. This is getting a little bit in the weeds on the kind of mechanics of how you implement a portfolio, but I promise you the implementation of the strategy is as important as the strategy itself, because most of the intermediaries in the world today are far too short horizon. They operate on 1 to 3 year time horizons when we need them to be operating on 1 to 3 decade time horizons. And last but not least, this is probably the most critical, these investors run away from uncertainty. They use this concept of a track record as a heuristic for having some certainty of what they can expect. Even though we teach people that past performance is no predictor of future performance, notwithstanding that comment, most pension funds still will use track record as a means of vetting a strategy, a manager, a geography, an industry. And so without that track record in place, because remember, we're going to need to move this capital into new segments and do so quickly, we probably need to create return guarantees, risk mitigants, first loss capital opportunities. And this is where, to the last speech we just heard, joining up finance and policy becomes important, finding ways to get that first loss capital in there. So measure the crisis, mobilize the fund, find some assets that are exciting, seed an aligned vehicle, remove uncertainty with some de-risking mechanisms. With these 5 factors, we're saved. It sounds so simple. Now, I admit I've been trying to do this for 25 years, so maybe it's not quite as simple as it all sounds, but that's my contribution. Thank you so much for having me. Back to you, So-Yeon.
Thank you, Dr. Monk. You see this crowd just applauding you. So I think this is very insightful because I want to echo this morning's Mark Carney's keynote speech once again. He mentioned about, now it's a time to move from commitment to implementation. There are money or potential for the money, but the problem now is, how to implement the thing. And then I think those 5 components that you laid out is, exactly show what is the technical barriers that we are facing today, going from commitment to implementation. So it's very, very interesting talk. Thanks, Dr. Monk. Now, our second presenter, Mr. Sharon. Mr. Sharon, the Bank of England and also your G20 Sustainable Finance Study Group that you're co-leading are also looking at those, technical barriers. I would call just, present investors' pain points in making net zero transition. So can you please share your perspective on this?
Yes, well, good morning and good afternoon, depending on where you're located. And for Ashby, it might even be good morning. But it's a real pleasure to be back here in Korea, if not at least virtually. I've spent, just before the pandemic, several years working with some very, very talented people in Korea. Probably some of you are in the audience. There's such a great opportunity for Korea to play an important role in the transition. And again, I would like to thank the sponsors, the organizers. They've put together a really top-notch group of speakers for you to benefit from, as well as my former boss, Mark Carney. It was wonderful to hear Mark speak. But it's a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to let you know I'll be speaking in a personal capacity because this will allow me to speak across a wider piece, both on fiscal matters, financial service matters, and also bring in some of my private sector experience. So with that, I'd like to build off of some of the points that Ashby brought up. And I think maybe a really good place to start is that climate risk and climate change issues are really a story, and I'm sorry for using an economist term, but of free riding negative externalities. And those are basically things, bad things, that are a byproduct of a product or a service. And in the case of climate, carbon is the most obvious free riding negative externality. So if you make a toaster oven, you make a car, you make my coffee mug, it takes energy. And most energy required is burnt carbon. So the pricing of that carbon is not reflected in the products we consume. And so consequently, if you put in the cost of the carbon generated in making my mug and transporting it, whether it be on an airplane or on a vehicle, and maybe you might even put in some of the other free riding negative externalities. It could have been packaged in a plastic box that never got returned. It could have ended up in the oceans. There's just a long, long list of these items. The thing is, they're not reflected in the cost and the pricing of my mug. Now, if they were, obviously we would not be in the situation that we are in with climate change, with the amount of carbon that's in our air right now. So what I'd like to talk to you first about is what could be in the levers, the policy levers and incentives, and Ashby brought this up. What are the incentives? Because business people and humans as a whole act on incentives, and they can be positive and they can be negative. So what are the policy levers and incentives that can focus the real economy, the people who make the coffee mugs, the people who make the automobiles, the people that provide us services, flying us to destinations? What could be the policy levers and the incentives to help move business models, to change business models, to make them more sustainable? So there's been a variety of these things that have been discussed for quite some time. One of the ones that really seems to be coming to the surface is around carbon pricing. In June last year, the IMF came out saying that some type of carbon pricing, carbon tax would be an important item to catalyze businesses. The ministers of the G20 last June, when they came out of meetings in Venice, also for the first time ever talked about there needs to be a price on carbon. OECD has regularly come out with this. And so this is not a new idea for a catalyst, but I think the time is here. Now, many of you in the audience are real economy participants. You are financial sector participants, so your clients are the manufacturers and the service providers. So you provide the financing or you actually make the goods. Now, there's a tremendous amount of money all over the world looking for homes, investments. And we can talk more about this later when we get into some of the detailed discussions. But ultimately, to catalyze them, you need to start looking at these free-riding negative externalities, carbon, putting some type of price on that. And when you do that, all of a sudden that has a real effect on your free cash flow, on the EBITDA of a product, on the margins, and all of a sudden you can start making good decisions on where investment money might want to go. So if you started out, and many of you who have looked at income statements on corporations, there's an expense area called COGS, cost of goods sold. So if there was a carbon line in your cost of goods sold, and even if there wasn't a price on it, as there isn't a unified mandatory price today, even if you were being a banker that wanted to look into the future, because that's what many finance people do, whether they're bankers looking for 5 to 7 years for midterm financing, or as Ashby talked about, if you're looking for doing financing over 20 or 30 years. Now, even though there isn't a price, a price across the globe on it, you can see the path of travel. This could be a very important lever, a very important incentive. So by putting that line in, you can see the effect it would have on your free cash flow, on your margins. And so all of a sudden, when people say, well, gee, the returns aren't so great in some of these green investments, we're saying, well, actually, once you start putting in the cost of carbon and other ESG, not free-riding negative externalities, all of a sudden your returns are actually could be quite similar. And in some cases, for some sectors, maybe even worse. So you can start comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges, what a sustainable company looks like and the costs around that, and what a less sustainable one. So in terms of the types of levers, the types of policy things, so you could see pricing on carbon, you could see other legislation and regulations around that, and certainly much of the work that's going on in the areas of taxonomies and the TCFD are ones that help on a voluntary basis to help provide information and guidance on getting there. But at this point, we need very strong levers and very strong incentives. And again, we'll talk more about this as we go on. Now, what could this transition finance look like? And it's I wouldn't call it a new term, but it's certainly a subcomponent of green finance or a sub-piece of traditional green bonds. And it's a discussion that's coming up quite a bit lately. It's in the G20. And just by the way, just for clarification's sake, I'm the former co-chairman of the G20 Sustainable Finance Study Group. But one of the big discussions that's going on in the G20 this year is around transition finance. And that is, how do we provide financing for the heaviest carbon emitters that are absolutely essential to the economy. How do we provide the financing? What kind of tools do we have? What kind of incentives, and how do we get them there? And again, that's going to be an extraordinarily important discussion over the course of our panel. And we've got an extraordinary panel of the people who are the decision makers in this. So I'd like to talk to them, and we're going to have an interactive discussion back and forth on this. But it's going to be a critical area of finance, both for multilateral banks, investment banks, venture capitalists, and private equity. Now, before I get to anything in more detail, we've talked about net zero carbon, and it's absolutely essential. That's what everyone in this throughout the course of the day has talked about, and that's our ultimate goal. And if you notice, the first piece of that phrase is net. That means you have to net something off against your carbon. Now, the obvious and the only thing you can do is net it off against carbon credits. And the carbon credit market is a market that is developing, but it is still a long way from developed. It certainly needs serious pricing that's consistent. What is a carbon credit? What counts as a carbon credit? And literally, it needs a rating from a transparent group that has a methodology that's transparent, people understand it. You need to make sure that those carbon credits, once they're validated as genuine, that are in a registry and they aren't double counted. You need to make sure that these carbon credits are also properly both given NDC benefits for the country that develops them, but is there the possibility that these carbon credits, particularly those in emerging markets for a just and fair transition, can get the best price on the open markets? There's a tremendous amount of open questions on the markets. Governor Carney and Bill Winters from Standard Chartered have done some really great work on really fleshing out some of the pathways forward for developing this market further. And I would argue this is another area that's very ripe for coordination amongst countries and around private sector, and some serious regulatory and some serious guardrails, so we have consistency on them across. Because if we don't, net zero carbon can't happen unless you've got a consistent definition for a carbon credit. And we do not have that right now. It is a Wild West market. And I know I'm running very, very tight on time here for my opening pieces, so I'll very quickly talk about and touch on some of the things that Ashby talked about, and that is aligning long-term investors, which many of you are. And that's important, because when you're trying to transition the most essential parts of our global real economy, we're talking about energy transition most likely first and foremost, but people need places to live. So there's real estate, there's agriculture, and mobility, not to mention a variety of other things, but the core things. People need places to live. They need to be able to get around. They need energy, and they need to be able to eat. And all these sectors, as well as the other ones of the economy, need to have sustainable goals, need the financing to get there. And as a little teaser, because we are going to talk about innovative new products, we do need to think about how some of these areas are going to change. Because when you look out the window of your car when you're driving home today, every single thing you look at, including the car you're in, is going to need to either be retrofitted or substituted to become sustainable. And that's going to require capital. That's going to require investments, CapEx, OpEx, R&D. And those are the key elements the financial sector are going to help provide to the real economy. But they do need to be aligned with sustainability. They need to be aligned, matching up liabilities and assets with investors. And I think this is going to be really an interesting part of our discussion today, is thinking about how that retrofitting, how that substitution, and how all that gets put into place. And I'll leave you with one great example. If I had asked you 5 years ago, what do you think of General Motors and Ford? Do you think they're going to ever announce that they're going to be 100% electric vehicles? And you'd probably say, well, they're going to do a few bits around the edges. Well, as you all know, they have committed to being fully electric by 2030. If I had told you that 5 years ago, you would have thought I was completely out of my head. And as part of that, I believe Ford said in the fourth quarter, they're going to need $11 billion on retrofitting factories for electric vehicles, just that they had committed that quarter. And they're not going to do that all from retained earnings. It's going to be financing. It's going to be long-term financing. It's going to be long-term sustainable financing that's going to help both retrofit and substitute that mobility piece of the market. So with that in mind, as a way of setting up that, again, we need levers, real policy levers and incentives to take that money that's parked in less sustainable or non-sustainable investments and move them into these investments of the future. I look forward to my discussion with my colleagues, and I'll hand it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharon. Again, very insightful discussion you just put up. Let me re-highlight, your point, we need system-wide transition. We cannot put a huge pressure on one specific sector, like companies or investors. We really need to, build the right ecosystem to make the timely transition. So you mentioned about, policy levers, market incentives, and all those should be put together. So I think, for that reason, I really like the formation of this panelists on the stage and also on the Zoom, because we'll be talking about how the ecosystem of the financial market today look like and how they are doing. So without further ado, let me bring on our panelists here. So and then let them to respond to your presentation, Dr. Monk and Mr. Sharon. So maybe can you please introduce first your organization, such as how your organization is approaching sustainable finance, and maybe highlight some of the unique aspects of your investment strategy, and if you are seeing any new wave in this in current market responding to this rise of the climate awareness, what it is, can you share your perspective? So let me start from Mr. Lee Hoon from KIC.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저 한국투자공사에서
Good afternoon.
미래전략본부를
I'm
담당하고
Lee
있는
Hoon, the head of Investment Strategy and Innovation Division of Korea Investment Corporation. KIC is a wealth fund company of Korea, and we invest 100 billion won globally. 82% of that is in traditional assets, 13% in property, private equity fund, and infrastructure or other alternative assets. As an investor, I would like to talk about how national wealth funds are operating, how they're planning to respond to climate change, and what kind of issues and challenges we are facing in the next 5 minutes. As many people have pointed out, the importance of net zero does not have to be mentioned one more time. The important thing is for COP26, each country's national reduction targets. If you do reverse calculation, the targets indicate 2.5 to 2.9 temperature level rise until 2100, which is still insufficient to align with 1.5 degrees Paris target. Pension funds or sovereign wealth funds, when you look at how they're responding to net zero challenges, well, KIC works closely with other pension or sovereign wealth funds. 5 years ago, ESG or climate actions were minor issues. They were never in the mainstream area. But now, 70 to 80% of our time and commitment is made to climate change. So this is no longer an issue of option. It's a must. And when I talk to my colleagues in much bigger sovereign funds or pension funds, they always care so much about climate change and public funding like pension and sovereign funds. are put in a place to achieve stable profits, which is their number one goal. And the second goal is to how to respond to social and political demands. And when you look at the charts here, there's the CalPERS. Most of the funds are trying to include carbon emission to their portfolio from 16 to 40%. This is basically if our portfolio continues as it is, and when carbon neutrality related policies and regulations are introduced, how vulnerable will they be, and what kind of risks will they be exposed to, and how much risk they are planning to reduce. It boils down to two approaches, bottom-up and top-down approach. Bottom-up, it's like bond, equity, private equity fund, property, how these managers will embed climate change in their portfolio. And also at the company level, there are two policies. In order to achieve this goal, what are the industries that they should no longer invest in, and then launch a dedicated fund for certain sectors. KAIST has the same approach. Not just our fund, but many sovereign wealth funds are. For example, for equity, they create ESG dedicated fund, and benchmarks are ESG index. For green social projects, they also have projects. For example, the Ministry of Strategy and Finance last year, when they issued 500 million euro of bond, they were mainly for ESG projects. And at the time, this has created an area where the risk for Korea could be reduced. So green dedicated funds have been launched, and ESG, any issues for industries that could have ESG problems are excluded from the portfolio. So we are carrying out these two strategies at the same time to increase the green portion of our portfolio. And our biggest challenge for our portfolio for equity and bonds, well, how much exposure do we have to such changes? And when there is any change in the future, how much risk or vulnerable are we for our portfolio and profitability? Come up with countermeasures. And last but not least, we always hear that KAIST or other sovereign wealth funds, when they invest in green, how much capital can they afford to invest? And I want to say this. At the corporate level, we have ESG exclusion, and we launched dedicated funds. And also the individual asset managers for net zero can make much speedier investment decisions. And will this investment meet our risk profile, risk return profile, and is in line with our policy targets? The market is moving very fast. For example, bond market, most of the bond investors, they use aggregate as a benchmark, Barclay Global Index, and they account for 20% of corporate bonds. And for corporate bonds, sustainable bond is increasing in volume very rapidly. In Europe, 20% is sustainable bond. So we believe this will be our benchmark in the future, and the overall market size in 2020 was 480, but now it's $1.1 trillion.
좀 실제로 나와 있는데요. 저희들
And there are many
보편적으로
alternatives.
이러한 부분에서의 투자 같은 경우에는
We believe that such investment will move very quickly for carbon neutrality, and we're seeing rapid increase in this investment. I'm not sure I will be able to talk about this later, but we are seeing a lot of fund coming into this area, and valuation is increasing. And can we really achieve appropriate level of profit here? For example, Shell, because of the high oil price, they have an excellent business. But for the past 5 years, as an investment committee member, whenever we had to make investment decision, there was never a proposal to invest in shale gas. But renewable energy, we are investing a lot in renewable energy.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I'm going to hold on to the questions later. Mr. Henny Gonzalez.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. The Green Climate Fund is based in Incheon, and we have a strong partnership with KDB. So it is indeed an opportune moment for us to share this. So allow me to present to you a brief update on how the Green Climate Fund wants to empower countries to realize and raise their climate ambitions. Just as a very brief introduction, today we are the largest climate fund set up by a multilateral organization. We have currently $10 billion committed, and we have been able to get co-investments to up to $32 billion. We were set up by the UNFCCC as a financing mechanism of the Paris Agreement. So our mandate is indeed very clear, and that is to work in both adaptation and mitigation, supporting only developing countries. I think Mr. Lee, in his introductory remarks, said that the emphasis on the transition to emerging markets will have a different pace than those at the developed countries. And this is what we are aiming at achieving in our Green Climate Fund. How do we work? So we are a country-driven fund. So we do have a board that represents both developed countries, who are the donors, and developing countries, who are the recipients. We also help countries get ready for bringing investable opportunities to us. So we have a bottom-up approach. We are an open partnership organization, meaning we do not make direct investments. We work through asset managers, commercial banks, governments, nonprofits, NGOs, and through them, we try to reach those markets that are key for us. The fund is working across all emerging markets, but it has a focus in African states, small island development states, and the least developed countries. So this is an emphasis that we would like to have, given the need, but also the impact of climate change in those countries. We are what we call asset agnostic, so we can do anything from grants, senior loans, subordinated debt, venture capital, private equity, green bonds, blue bonds, anything. And here I believe the word innovation is extremely important, because we would like to try new things, and we would like to hopefully de-risk certain sectors in order to crowd in investors that are both institutional or retail, but they would like to come, but they would require some enhancement in order for their risk reward and impact alignment to be there. We are a balanced fund between allocation of mitigation and adaptation, and we are what we call long-term investor, patient capital, and risk taker. This is important. We do have an additionality asset test that every transaction we engage, we need to make sure that the market is not ready to take on that transaction, that we come into that transaction because we are adding value, and we are working in different subsectors of climate change. So here I just would like to emphasize on the mitigation. We're working a lot on energy generation and access to energy, on mobility and transport, on cities and industries, as well as forest and land use. On the adaptation, we're working a lot in projects that are catering to improving livelihoods of people and communities, working around access to water, health and food, infrastructure and built environment, as well as ecosystem services. So we are trying to really be across all of those. Now, what we are trying to do is to operationalize the concept of blended finance. And blended finance is how do you bridge the public developmental capital, like the one we have, in order to de-risk and crowd in private capital, like the ones that, you know, some of those people that Ashby spoke earlier in Los Angeles have the pockets, and how could we bring them along in a blended transaction because they're seeking market rate, and we can provide highly risk concessional capital. So that's how we do it. We do it through concessional pricing and tenor. So we try to, you know, smart subsidies in order to make sure that we're not distorting the market. We want to make sure that as we come, we're providing them with the right pricing, but that pricing could have concessionality in it in order to make sure that we're able to do that. So, for example, we're currently trying to work on an e-mobility transaction, and we're coming to provide the junior equity. And that junior equity is in order to bring other senior equity holders, and that they would be supported by our transaction and also by the timeline that we will provide. We're also very keen on working on early stage in order to enable higher mobilization. So we're trying to really try new things. And we're trying to work with incubators and accelerators in the technology space for climate technology. We recently did an investment in a technology transfer fund on adaptation. And there we're also trying to, you know, provide that junior equity that somehow provides good subordination and enhancement of the transaction. We're also trying to use guarantees because sometimes guarantees would allow financial institutions or other players to somehow have support, and that support would allow them to deploy more capital. So we're trying to make sure that we are being catalytic in the crowding in. And we've also realized that in certain countries, we require things beyond capital. And I think Michael talked about the importance of policy. And in some cases, we provide technical assistance of capacity building or grants in order to improve the enabling environment. And that for us is extremely important. So this is a snapshot of how we work in the green climate capital and financing. I'm happy to engage further in the questions, and I'll pass it over to my colleague to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. And now, Mr. Uksang-an.
Yes, it was very impressive presentation. Thank you, Dr. Monk and Ms. Sharon. Today's presentation gives us the opportunity to think of how important the role of finance is in paving the way to net zero. As we all agree, sustainable finance or crime finance has the characteristic of patient capital as a catalyst, market development, and private capital. That's why many public financial institutions identify their roles in the transition period and adopt sustainability and climate action as the major agenda. The same is true of KDB, recently declaring transition to climate bank. As a KDB man, let me emphasize the role of public finance by introducing KDB's financial support for Korea's commitment to net zero. Please see the slide. As Korea is heavily dependent on fossil fuel in power generation, energy sector is one of the biggest sectors, biggest hot sectors to be decarbonized in Korea. According to scenario A, 2050 carbon neutrality, by 2050, new and renewable energy will account for over 70% of total power generation in Korea, which is only 6.6% in 2020. Whereas fossil fuel will be zero, which is currently over 60%. This almost transition in energy sector would be one of the biggest challenges considering Korea's industrial structure. A lot of processing changes are needed, especially in Korea's carbon-intensive industries like steel, cement, and petrochemical. Accordingly, hydrogen reduction process, namely HYREX, would be introduced in steel industry. In cement industry, in addition to CCUS, fuel and raw material would be substituted by low or zero carbon alternatives. In petrochemical industry, bio-based process would be introduced in addition to energy efficiency and CCUS. The needs of financial support for these hard to decarbonize sectors are growing on this template. First, huge amount of investments are required. According to KDB's internal study, 234 plus alpha trillion of Korean won should be invested only in energy transition by 2030. Second, some technologies like HYREX, CCUS, floating offshore wind farm have not been developed for commercial use yet. Third, private sector have risk aversion to decarbonization investment at initial stage of commercialization. Given a strong need of financial support, public financial like KDB should play a leading role in facilitating private sector as shown on this template. First, more favorable financial terms and conditions should be provided for companies to decarbonize their business. Second, for alleviating financing risk and bridging the funding gap, a public sector must take more risks by providing equity or mezzanine. Third, public sector should provide financial support for companies even at stage of R&D and pilot demonstration in order to overcome their so-called death valley. To support our government 2050 carbon neutrality target, we KDB have set KDB's green finance framework, which is well aligned with the recently established K taxonomy. Under our framework, we have 4 focusing areas. First, energy transition area include new and renewable energy, hydrogen infrastructure, smart and microgrid, and so on. Decarbonization in industrial processing areas include carbon reduction technology and energy efficiency. Low carbon and industrial ecosystem areas include e-mobility, battery, and green startups. Establishment of eco-friendly society areas include recycling economy and smart city, and so on. Special finance products are newly introduced to support individual focusing areas in the strategic manner. Such special products will be supported by the government budget, adding on to our own funding. The product in the blue box, the serial blue box, partly sourced by the government budget. Thank you. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. An. Now, Mrs. Stella Cho, joining from Jim.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today and the panelists before me. For those that don't know, in Asia Pacific, ANZ is an institutional bank. We've got headquarters in Melbourne, Australia, and we've had a banking presence in Seoul for 35 years, with our business focused on Korean customers, either banks or conglomerates that are investing into the Asia Pacific region through local relationship management and access to our network of specialists. I think we've heard in quite a lot of detail the approach from an investor lens like KIC and Green Climate Fund. But for banks, commercial banks like ANZ, our investors, some of the long-term investment funds Dr. Monk was speaking about earlier, have been asking banks to disclose their exposure to high-emitting sectors, whether that's resources and energy or other sectors, and to demonstrate and be transparent on how we're effectively managing our exposure to climate risk. More recently, we're seeing central banks and banking regulations asking quite specific questions around emissions and also requiring climate scenario testing. So we're seeing an overall level of scrutiny for banks. And in the same way as investors and regulators are asking questions about banks, us as banks are asking our customers, especially in the energy sector, to disclose Paris-aligned business plans, to talk about how their business strategy is going to be reducing emissions going forward, and that any future investment is aligned to the Paris goals. So financial institutions like banks and ANZ are changing the mix of their loan portfolios in support of low or zero emission technologies over heavy polluting projects or commodities. I think there's an acknowledgement that oil and gas are still needed, as Michael mentioned earlier, as we transition for a just transition and more importantly for energy security. However, the focus, I think, going forward for many of us banks, especially ones that are signed up to the GFANs that Mr. Carney mentioned earlier, will be using their financing to provide both finance services and advice to support customers to shift to low carbon business models and operations that put them on a path to net zero. So I think we talked a lot and we've heard a lot about how net zero plans are important, whether that's for banks or corporates. And no matter the good intention, I think putting these commitments into practice is not an easy matter. So how are banks like ANZ enabling this shift to transition to net zero? I think one is through being a provider of green finance or sustainable finance. And we do that through establishing dedicated sustainable finance teams, like the team that I head up in International. And we've brought into our team over time technical ESG experts who are not bankers, but they understand how to evaluate KPIs or to look at a sustainability strategy, the difference between all the various policies and operations, and being able to advise and structure, whether it's green loans and bonds or other products, to facilitate this. We also look at the more traditional types of financing. You mentioned offshore wind farms earlier, so that limited recourse project financing for larger projects. We're also increasingly financing companies with emission reductions targets, but some companies do not have green assets or sustainable assets to go through a use of proceeds approach. So by setting these targets, we find sustainability-linked loans and bonds are a rapidly growing product, and they can be quite impactful depending on the level of ambition in the KPIs and the financial penalty or reward if they do meet those targets. I also know that certain banks can internally price transactions at a discount if it goes to a green or sustainable purpose as they look to shift their portfolios. As KDB mentioned, and thank you for explaining your green finance framework in a bit of detail, as we accumulate green loans and bonds and sustainability loans, this allows banks like ANZ to be an issuer of green finance. So ANZ, under its SDG bond framework, has issued quite a number of green bonds and SDG bonds to investors over the years. And these are all backed by assets that contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Many banks have funding targets, whether that's a dollar target. We've made a commitment to finance a 50 billion Aussie by 2025 to support our customers. And that's around technologies like energy efficiency, low emission transportation, green buildings, but even assets that may not be energy associated. So reforestation projects is an example, indigenous land management practices, And you're seeing emerging technologies also playing a role, and hydrogen is something that is spoken about in quite a lot of depth in the market. And also banks are forming strategic partnerships with ESG advisory houses. And that's going to go a long way, I think, in terms of building the environmental markets that Michael mentioned earlier are so needed to help those, I guess, corporates who are in very hard to abate sectors. While we're looking for absolute emission reduction through new technologies, there is going to be some industries that for some time are going to continue to be emitters. So how will they look to achieve net zero? It could be through some really interesting investments in natural capital projects, which is an area of quite a lot of interest and growth. So I think, what we're seeing as a market is significant funding, as we've all mentioned on this panel, for sustainable investment projects. It's more around finding the quality and commercially viable sustainable investments that I think is still a bit of a question mark. Because these investments are the ones that are eligible for sustainable finance. So Michael, you mentioned General Motors and Ford earlier transition to electric vehicles. Last year, we worked with the Korean conglomerate SK Innovation, who sought green loans to finance their US-based electric vehicle battery manufacturing plant. So you're seeing that supply chain requiring financing, tapping sustainable finance markets. You're seeing sustainability loans going to some extent to finance innovation centers in Singapore for Hyundai, another Korean conglomerate. So there is quite a lot of innovation in the space, and the growth of the sustainable finance market is really just reflecting the underlying investments in these projects. I think we will continue to see this market grow and diversify over time.
Thank you, Mrs. Stella Cho, and all six speakers. I tried not to spoil before we go around the entire floor, because it is very interesting that our four discussants represent very important sources of funding for net zero transition. We have sovereign wealth fund, multilateral development bank, bilateral development bank, and also a commercial bank. And then we now have academia, of course, and then central bank and bank regulators. So we have, the perfect example of today's financial sector that is actually committing to net zero transition. And then I was really wondering, when you are coming to this type of forums or discussion, we really want to hear what is going on inside of, your unique institution, what is your pain point? What is your decision-making process look like? What are you looking at? Those are the questions were in my head. And while going through, our six speakers, I was kind of although it was very short, but I was kind of getting answer to it. And now, I want to go to the a bigger picture again. And, this is the ecosystem. And then, we are all the financiers, but, maybe have slightly different roles or very different roles. And then, what are these? So this question maybe is great for Dr. Ashby Monk and Mr. Michael Sharon. How you are seeing, this diverse organizations are coming together in this ecosystem, and then, what is your perspective, merging, this multiple funding sources, working toward the net zero. What are the barriers, or what are the potentials for that?
Shall I start?
Yeah.
Sure. I can't help but be a little bit optimistic. I mean, we're all supposed to be very pessimistic, and let's keep that pessimism as a catalyst to continue to move hard. But in hearing these four stories, and even in kind of listening through Michael's discussion, I can't help but be a little bit optimistic, because I was sort of ticking off my little model of the 5 things we need. Reveal, mobilize, find the assets, design an aligned vehicle, remove uncertainty. This is the path to unlocking $4 trillion. Well, in listening to Mr. Lee at KIC, I can't help but hear an organization that is like seeking to mobilize, truly being a role model in the industry. And this is an industry where role models really matter. We follow the leader in pension fund, sovereign fund land. If the Canadian pension does it or the Yale endowment does it, people are excited to learn how they can do it. So if you are a leader in the space and you can show it works, people will follow. Listening to Mr. Gonzalez on the growth fund, I mean, my mind was blown a couple of times, and just hearing about how they're cultivating products and assets, which is a way of building track records. They're operationalizing the blended finance. I love that, which is about de-risking. And so in that model, they're finding attractive assets, they're de-risking assets, and they're helping to build track records of opportunity. Mr. An at KDB talking about the role of public sector in catalyzing these new investments in the space. Again, to your point, So Young, a critical role in this ecosystem is that de-risk tool that I know the KDB, from working with you, So Young, is really a leader in. And then Stella at ANZ, like, I couldn't help but think about how the engagement from the asset owners pushing you all to reveal, some of your, internal exposures. And once you've revealed it, then you've got to mobilize. And now hearing about you issuing new green finance products and kind of making a market there. So, I am a little bit optimistic, and it's a great panel design. So Young, very good job. But there's a lot to be excited for. And I think there's some pieces here that I wish we could just move faster, so we could get more of these vehicles launched. If I could see more of these green growth funds, and if Henry would be willing to say that he's managing, $400 billion, that would be fabulous for the world. But, I'd love to hear how we get there.
Thank you, Dr. Monk. Mr. Sharon.
I must say, I'm extraordinarily impressed with my colleagues who are in the position to actually lend or invest the money. All four of them just had extraordinary things to say, and really are on the cutting edge. I'm really impressed. And I guess moving back a little bit, I think Stella had talked about this, and certainly Mark Carney brought this up. And I think the number that was used at COP was there's 130 trillion out there to invest, and that money right now is parked, including with my fellow panelists. They've got it invested in stocks and bonds and real estate, private equity, all over the world. And so, as I said earlier, getting that catalyst that makes them say, well, look, there's better returns, there's safer returns in green investments. And you can do that by aligning the pricing and the margins and the valuations. And what's great about the individual speakers here, not only are they part of the solution, and they've come up with very innovative ways of both measuring and making decisions on it, but they also speak to different parts of both in terms of investments in areas around the world as well there they could invest in. Obviously, banks are absolutely cornerstones of in every country, whether it be an emerging market or a developed one, in providing financing for their both their community and multinationals in there. There's also a special place for development banks, and I must say, hearing your examples of where the fund was quite impressive. And I think that I'll give you one example. In the UK, we had a green bank that the government put together, and it was a miniature development bank, so to speak, and it was really focused on infrastructure and sustainable infrastructure. And the key to that, which I think is a very, very important role, is about crowding in. So there's a role for everyone. And I think Ashby also said there's a role for government to support, for private sector, and even the different pieces of the private sector, because there's different risk tolerances. There are some whose mandate for their particular stakeholders are in senior secured debt. Others that are willing to take some little bit more venture capital, private equity, or subordinated risk because they're trying to get, and being able to have, and we've got them here in this panel, we cover the whole span, and be able to crowd in those in the private sector, using multi-development banks is absolutely essential, because I mentioned before, and I believe Stella brought this up as well, that a transition has to be for everyone. It has to be fair, it has to be just, and it has to be across jurisdictions. So having sovereign wealth funds, having multilateral banks, having domestic and international banks, insurance companies, pension funds, they some are long-term investors, some are mid-term, some are debt, some are equity. I believe venture capital and private equity was brought up, absolutely essential when you're trying to catalyze new investments and substitution and retrofitting. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm extraordinarily impressed with my fellow panelists. They're doing brilliant work, and they do represent that broad spectrum, everything from senior secured debt all the way to venture capital and everything in between, because you need all those elements, all those pieces of the financial structure to be able to drive a sustainable transition.
Thank you, Mr. Sharon. So we are about on time, and then I think it's a good time to raise up the very last question to all. Maybe you can answer in 1 minute, but I think it's short but very important. I want you to I want to finish our session with more like a forward-looking type of note, and then but at the same time, not too optimistic but more realistic. What you are thinking about the blind spot, in terms of asset or sector or investors group or geographic reason that you think that it is very important in net zero transition, but still remain as a blind spot. What it is, and then what do you think is a solution for that? I mean, you don't have to give us the solution. If we already know that, then it should not be the blind spot. But yeah, so give me your insight on what are the blind spots, how we should deal with them. Maybe starting from Mr. Lee here, and then we'll be going around there.
As for the blind spot, in the case of KAIST, we make direct investment, but we also they propose their products to us. So the blind spot, I think it's more appropriate for other people to talk about the blind spots. And our future investment strategy for net zero for KAIST, just like other sovereign wealth fund, KAIST is doing an in-depth review of our current portfolio and how much exposure we are going to have for policy risk and how much dedication we are going to make through our investment. That's something we have to decide. The most important thing in decision-making process is, as Mr. Monk has mentioned, there is a liability, but basically all sovereign wealth fund has inflation. We have very high inflation these days, but if they're stabilized, we can expect 5 to 6 nominal return. Given the risk-return profile for bonds, it is currently 2% and it's in the portfolio. Even if the return is low, if it's stable and if it can reduce our future risk, it is worth investing in. So other financial institutions or investors, how they're going to structure net zero investment projects or products for investors. I think how that should be considered together, how the investors will be encouraged to invest. But I think everybody agrees on the basic direction. Of course, we can slow down or hurry up a little bit and adjust our pace along the way. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I guess the biggest challenge is how do we move from billions to $trillions into climate investments? And here it is a lot about how can we expedite that. And I think, as it has already been said, it's not lack of resources, it's actually misalignment or is lack of ecosystems or lack of enabling environments. I think Michael mentioned something very important in regards to how could we make sure that, investors play the right or are placed in the right part of the risk-reward scale. I think sometimes some public investors are actually risk adverse, and they should be actually taking higher risks because their capital would allow them to crowd in more. And I also think that some private capital owners need to change their thinking on what actually returns mean. Because return is not just a percentage that you get over an investment. It is also accounted on the impact that that investment is having. And I think hopefully there will be a bit of a change of how we assess, and we should not just look at the risk-reward. Maybe we should move into a risk-reward and impact way of approaching investments. And I think hopefully that would get people to look at it in a non-zero sum game. So I think if we're able to, crack some of these challenges on both public investors and private investors, we will see hopefully those trillions moving to the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. An.
It's just 1 minute left,
Yeah.
so I have in short. I think Mr. Sharon pointed out the public development bank should play a role crowding in the private investors. So we try to find some areas at this time is early stage of R&D or pilot demonstration. We should focus on and take more risk than the private sector. So, and we develop they are to become the commercialization in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. An. If that be okay for we go for 3 more minutes? Yeah. So, Mrs. Stella Cho.
Maybe not a blind spot, but certainly something for us to reflect on. I think greenwashing is a real concern for the development of the market and for boards of banks and corporates. And this year it's become really topical. So while we've seen little litigation on greenwashing, seeing the market explode in terms of the number of investment, the pool of money, the level of green and sustainable finance, I think we all need to really reflect and get down to the level of impact that this financing is having, as mentioned earlier, and if there's real additionality here, because what we want is for this to have real positive change. If everything starts to get called sustainable or green financing, it takes the meaning away and we're not really achieving what we're setting out to do. And then, the skepticism kicks in. So I think, really well-structured projects, financing that goes beyond and is not just there for corporates or financial institutions to enable a discount is really important for the development of the market.
Thank you. Mr. Sharon.
Yes, I think, and to Ashby's point, I'm very positive. I think more risk capital for innovation and for technology. Ultimately, if you're going to substitute or retrofit so many sectors of the economy, what you need is a large focus. I've had, met someone who's worked on, and they've come up with a sushi-grade salmon made in laboratories. Now, that is creative. And ultimately, if you can provide your customers with an experience that's equal to or better than, and a price that's equal to them better than that you're used to, ultimately, and if it's sustainable, then we've got something really powerful there. So I think additional focus on our venture capital, private equity with a really creative, innovative eye towards how do we take the pressure off of things like industrial fishing in the sea, our agriculture, our mobility, we're seeing in electric vehicles. So that's that risk capital that's really focused on the sustainability, I think is an area that could really be ramped up even further. Thank you.
Dr. Monk.
Hi. So for me, the big blind spot is the lack of detailed plans by the world's biggest investors on how to actually implement their net zero commitment. And I think for me, the commitment to the room there is that this is one of the projects I'm going to go focus on for the next 18 months, which is what does a detailed plan look like? How are we tracking, tracing carbon? How are we rebalancing portfolios and offsetting where we need to? Because as we get these detailed plans with intermediate milestones, the rebalancing and the offsetting piece becomes incredibly meaningful for this project. And so can we move huge quantums of capital as a result of these net zero commitments? I think we probably can. We just need to make sure we define what those intermediate milestones are quickly so that we can begin to rebalance and offset as fast as possible.
Thank you very much for a very fruitful discussion today. You know, 75 minutes is too short to squeeze all in, but I think we made it through. So it was really interesting discussion, and I really hope that this is just the initiation of the detailed discussion that brings, you know, like a very different, but multiple stakeholders all in on this table. So yeah, so let's continue discussing all these problems, barriers, and then, you know, like forward-looking objectives and so on. Thank you so much for joining. And now we are wrapping up the session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you once again to the moderator as well as the panel discussants for a very fruitful session. Thank you very much. You may now return to your seats. Once again, 75 minutes, yes, it is not enough to squeeze all of the insights in, but maybe next time we'll continue on with the discussions. We are a little bit behind schedule, so we will just wrap up and set the stage to move on to our session 4. Please stay in your seats. We will resume at 3:05 with session 4. Just a short 3-minute break, and then we'll be back. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming back. We are now live with session 4 of the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum 2022. I hope you had a refreshing break. We are now ready to start off with session 4. Our next session will be discussing financial stability and climate risk management, looking at the risks and uncertainties involved with financial impacts of low carbon transitions, as well as some of the recent advances that were made in identifying and evaluating financial impacts of low carbon transitions at the sectoral and national level. So this session will be led by Professor Ji-young, the director of KAIST Center for Sustainable Development and associate professor of the School of Business and Technology Management at KAIST. And he'll be joined by Mr. David Nelson, Senior Director of the Climate and Resilience Hub at Willis Towers Watson, Mr. Kim Jae-yoon, the economist in the Financial Stability Department of the Bank of Korea, Mr. Ben Caldecott, the founding director of the UK Centre for Greening Finance and Investment and professor of the Oxford Sustainable Finance Programme, and Mr. Jacob Gintelberg, the Director of Economic and Risk Analysis Department at the European Banking Authority. And last but not least, Mr. Hwang Jae-hak, the Senior Manager at the Sustainable Finance Team of the Financial Supervisory Service. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator and panelists with a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, everybody, for participating in this session. As simultaneous translation is going on, if you don't mind, let me use my mother language, which is Korean. 안녕하세요.
Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Director Ji-young of KAIST Center for Sustainable Development, and also I belong to the Center for Sustainable Development, the co-host of today's forum. I'm very happy and pleased to see you on-site as well as virtually. Let's kick off the 4th session of ASFF 2022. We'll be discussing the topic of financial stability and climate risk management. Let me briefly introduce you the topics we are going to address. Until now, we've been talking about carbon neutrality, net zero, what kind of technology innovation we need, and in order to realize net zero, what new products and financing we require. Now, during the 4th session toward the carbon transition, what kind of impact it will give to the real economy, what risk it will pose, what about the opportunity, what kind of countermeasures do we need as a policies. We'll be discussing about that. I believe that so far the discussion provided us a perfect foundation so that we can kick off our panel discussion. As you know, the demand and the value of the asset price can definitely be fluctuated depending on the carbon itself. Carbon incentive economic activity, the infrastructure must be replaced or be disappear or withdrawn as soon as possible. So asset price depreciations or the dependents employees are hugely, heavily be damaged. Therefore, we need to transition into low carbon emission economy. Otherwise, the financial risk will accelerate it while the financial statement will be worsened. So once again, the company, they emit a lot of carbons, whether it could equity or fund, bonds, whatever it is, they might suffer the losses and their financial stability and soundness can also be damaged. But in order to overcome that, they need to come up with ways to achieve technology innovation so that the low carbon technology can be developed and we can de-risk that, we can minimize the risk. However, the financial institution, what should they do to be in line with the low carbon transition? How can we do that? We need to reduce the risk asset. Otherwise, it can be exploded into the financial asset risk. So, not only the policy implementation risk, but also other policy. How can we implement that? Financial institutions, financial systems, what kind of rippling effect or impact it will give. In the industry sectors, we require in-depth discussions and understanding. So during the 4th session, we'll be discussing about the financial stability and climate risk management, how can we can de-risk that, and also the climate finance, how we can evaluate that, what are the most updated methodologies to evaluate the climate risk and financial stability management. Well, in relation with this important topic, I believe we are equipped with a perfect panelist. I'm very pleased and honored to have the panelist. As MC briefly introduced or in-depthly introduced the panelists, let me repeat. We are joined by Senior Director David Nelson, Climate and Resilience Hub at Willis Tower Watson. We have economist Kim Jae-yoon, Financial Stability Department, Bank of Korea. We have Professor Ben Caldecott, UK Center for Greening Finance Investment, and Oxford Sustainable Finance Program, University of Oxford. Director Jacob Gindelberg is an Economic and Risk Analyst Department, European Banking Authority. And last but not least, we have Senior Manager Hwang Jae-hak, Sustainable Finance Team of the Financial Supervisory Service. So we are joined by 2 speakers and 3 panelists. So we have representatives from different regions who have abundant experience in the real world with excellent skills and experience and know-how to evaluate the climate risk. Once again, we are joined by superb panelists. So let me hand over the microphone to Senior Director David Nelson. So for the next 10 minutes, we'll be listening his presentation, and then I will invite economist Kim Jae-yoon from BOK, and then we'll open the floor and carry out our panel discussion. And if you have any questions, please wait until all the presentations are completed. So, Senior Director David Nelson, would you like to begin first?
Let me turn the floor to you, David. Can you start?
I have shared my screen. Has it appeared? Great. Well, thank you very much, and it's my pleasure to speak with this audience this morning here and this afternoon there. I wanted to talk a bit about really the relationship between the climate transition and financial stability. I think what you need to do there first is really understand what the climate transition is. And there are a lot of definitions out there, but I think it's important that we spend just a couple of minutes understanding that, and then how do you measure and manage it. The key aspect, though, is what happens if the low-carbon transition and finance are misaligned. And for years, we have been very concerned about the trillions of dollars that might be invested in oil and gas with the low-carbon transition happening faster than was expected by the investors, and therefore a lot of assets that are no longer needed, creating stranded assets, and therefore creating big holes in the financial system. That is still a very large issue and very large question that we have. We want to avoid the impact of write-downs that will happen because of investment in heavy carbon infrastructure that is no longer needed. But I also want to put forward that it can work in both directions. And so we'll talk about that. What happens if the investment changes, but that the policy and the transition doesn't happen fast enough? And then finally, I'll wrap up with a discussion about managing transition risk. I'd like to start way back about 15 years when there was a series of efforts on what was called at the time marginal abatement cost curves. On the left here, these were the series of actions in 2008 that were deemed to be needed by 2030 to meet our climate goals at the time. And on the vertical axis, what you have here is the costs to society. So what you can see here is fully a third of the actions we needed created value for society, but they didn't happen because there were barriers to them. The wheat farmer didn't know how to grow corn. There was regulatory barriers, or the investor had different incentives than the economy. There was also a significant amount of investment or actions out here that were really high on the cost curve that required research and development to develop new technologies or market restructuring to bring down the costs to develop those new technologies. Altogether, more than 2/3 of the actions that you needed were responding to things other than price signals. And even those that could have been responded to price signals, where the carbon price might have had an impact, still had barriers or market structural issues that might prevent them from happening. So when you're thinking about what the transition is, You really need to be understanding about how we are winding down fossil fuels, how we're winding up clean technologies, how we're changing our agricultural transport in buildings. It's these changes that are the important transition paths that happen. All of those, from an investor's perspective, will lead to changes in the prices of these assets, into the margins, into production rates, into your cost base. So what you want to do, and what we do, is we look at the impact of those changes directly on asset values and investment opportunities, on companies, portfolios, and on sovereign risk. So it's important to start from that perspective. You know, all told, what we basically do when we're looking at risk is we look at the cash flows. You know, every value, every investment is really just worth the net present value of the free cash flows going forward into the future. So we look at, well, how much cash will these assets generate through its lifetime under a climate transition scenario, but what's already baked into the evaluation of those assets? The difference between those two, the valuation and market expectations and the valuation of what they would be worth, is what we call the climate transition value at risk. And that's really a measure that can help us begin to think about financial stability. But how do you do that? How do you measure those cash flows? Well, the first thing is it depends very much on what type of industry or sector you're in. If you're in a commodity industry, what we do is we have 30 commodity models that look at what would be the supply curves, what would be the cost for given levels of demand for the next 30 to 50 years, every single year we go out. What's interesting is there you can just look at the shift in demand that might happen, for instance, to oil, due to policy innovation, to the new investments we were talking about in the session just now. Well, if demand shifts, the price of oil will fall. Some oil fields or some commodities would never be developed, and others would lose value. They might produce all of the production they would normally, but they'll lose value because the price is different. There's other industries where there's changes in margins and changes in volume and margins and costs. We look at those, and there's still others where the important issue is who are your clients. You know, if you're a software manufacturer, there's a big difference in your risk whether you're selling your software to oil exploration companies or you're selling your software to energy efficiency customers. One of them has a huge upside on the last, and the other one has a huge downside. So you need to understand how your business models will change with respect to that. So to give you a little bit more data or information on our models, on the left you'll see two different transition scenarios for world oil demand. What our models produce are the change that means for oil prices going forward. And clearly any asset, you can look at what the forecast oil price is and what its valuation. I will note how much the market expectations price for oil has changed in the last year, up to $10 to $20 a barrel, $20 a barrel plus actually, for many times. And that will be an important issue around financial stability that I'll bring back later. If you're looking at things like steel, what you have to look at is, well, what will happen to the total demand for steel as we learn how to use steel more efficiently? We replace it with other materials. There'll be improved recycling to improve the value of the steel. But in the case of Europe, which is looking to go to a zero carbon steel industry by 2040, you'll also need to meet some of that demand through new technologies like hydrogen or carbon capture. Well, what we do is we look at, well, what will be the incremental capital cost and variable cost, operating costs of those? So what will be the new price for steel when you have that? And what does that mean for all of the assets underneath it? All told, we look at 30 commodity models in over 500 different industries that we look at. You know, everything from semiconductors and automobiles, because electric vehicles have more semiconductors than internal combustion engines. So you take the combined growth of electric vehicles and the decline of internal combustion engines, what does that mean for the overall semiconductor industry? But we have 500 of those different types of sector models and 30 commodity models. All told, we see that about 85% of all cash flows in the MSCI World Index, the index of the largest companies in the world, are affected either up or down by the potential transition. You can take this and you can look at individual companies. So this is going into all the assets of a particular oil company. On the vertical axis, what you have is what percentage of the value these different oil fields at different stages of development are to the overall value of that company. On the horizontal axis here, The question is, what percentage of that company's transition risk are represented by those assets? Well, it's just a matter of putting a line through here. Anything below this line are assets that are adding more risk to the portfolio than value. So clearly, if you're this oil company, you want to be looking at these assets here and deciding, well, do I need to be in the shale tight oil exploration asset because the market for it will not materialize and I'm going to lose significant value. Because you're doing that, you can also look at, well, what happens to the cash flows of all these assets going forward? For this one business, for this company, we looked at the cash flows under the business as usual, what the market's expecting, under what this well below 2 degrees C series transition would be, but also a case, well, what happens if the transition happens, but they don't respond? And what you can see is a very distinct, different level of cash flows in each one of these cases. If they don't see the transition coming, clearly they go very negative. There's actually an improvement in cash flow if they see it coming and they rein in their exploration and development in time. So we can take those and you can run them through your credit metrics. What's the interest cover? What's the net debt to EBITDA? And you can predict what's going to happen to these companies' credit rating over time with respect to the transition. So you can understand the fundamental impact on the credit of all the fixed income securities behind it. That enables us to do, and on the bottom, we have created a series of financial products and indices, like a climate transition index, which enables you to invest in the MSCI World Index, but what it would look like if you wanted to completely de-risk your portfolio. We do the same thing on the fixed income, and what we have across here is for the 50 largest European companies on the bottom, what would be the impact on the equities, on the value of all the equities within that those 50 companies, and you can see big differentiation between sectors, but also within sectors. For instance, some chemical companies will be hurt because their products will disappear, but some chemicals are actually very much needed for the transition. For instance, a hydrogen producer will have some upside. But also there's the impact on your credit. And what's really interesting about credit is we find that most companies do not have a risk in their fixed income, only about 15%. Those that do are the companies that are both highly levered and highly exposed to the transition. But there's also, even for those companies, it is highly dependent upon the maturity. So a short maturity, there's very little risk. There's very little going to happen in the next couple of years that's going to change the transition risk to a fixed income security, even for a highly exposed company. But if you go for a 10 or 15-year maturity, you begin to have significant risk. I want to take this back to a lot of the market now is equating the scope 1 emissions to your greenhouse gas emissions to your climate transition value at risk. We have, for our 7,500 companies that we actually cover and evaluate on the basis of these models, looked at the correlation between your scope 1 emissions along the horizontal axis and your climate transition value at risk. The actual correlation is almost exactly zero. There is no correlation between your carbon footprint and your financial risk. And that's a really important thing to understand. You need to go one step further and understand the businesses they're in. Things like the copper and lithium miners that might have a high carbon footprint, but are absolutely essential for us to be able to to transition to the low carbon economy that we need. The next thing, we also use this to look at the sovereign risk. I won't go in this in detail, but the most interesting portion is you take those same sorts of models, understanding what the royalties and taxes and ownership that a country will have. But the issue is you go from the explicit risk that's actually in the ownership and contracts, but what happens in the sovereign case when companies then retire or fire workers, or they begin to default? Those risks gradually transition back. In the work we did in South Africa, the risk due to defaults and retirements and other things transition from about 15% of the total risk to over 50, to almost 60% of the risk. And so it's very important to understand that in the sovereign case. So finally, we have been looking at our transition from the perspective, as I said in the beginning, of trillions of dollars invested and the market trading in an organized fashion around this low carbon scenario, leading to these differences in prices. But what happens if the opposite happens? What happens if we have a disorganized scenario? If the demand is not aligned on the other side with the finance that we have? Well, one thing that could happen is, and this is what we were looking at a few years ago, suggesting, well, if you begin to dry up the supply for oil, that fewer fields are developed and higher costs to become in place. The next thing is real uncertainty about what's going to happen in demand. Well, the first thing is you see that oil prices might go up. You also see that you have a much steeper supply curve here. So you would have a much more volatile oil prices. And in fact, oil companies, what they will begin to do is, because they're seeing volatile oil prices, they will not invest in the infrastructure that will lead to heavy capital intensive projects with low operating costs that will lead to lower cost oil in 10 years in the future, because it would not be worth it. And they will invest much more, or they will keep their investments into low capital cost, high operating costs, so they can bring on supply to meet the changes in oil demand. Well, what we've actually seen in just the last year is a significant shift in the oil curve for 2030, which has led to that $20 an increase oil. And we've actually switched the whole question about financial stability from what happens if there isn't, if there's a big overhang of investment in heavy carbon, to what happens if there is not enough investment. That has the potential to create massive financial instability, very, very volatile oil prices that we're already seeing, as in the case of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and potential damages across the sector as well. So it has to be this alignment on both sides in order to reduce your risk. So as a final piece, what I'd like to say is, well, what do you do to manage this risk? Well, as a portfolio and investor, you're needing to take this sort of analysis and understand, how do I avoid those high climate risks investment? As the oil companies are beginning to do, avoid these locking into high carbon solutions that are going to create my risk, particularly if the oil price goes down to $20 a barrel for an extended period of time because the demand doesn't materialize. We need to think about improving the risk of existing investments through the contract structure, or through the regulation that we have, or through risk engineering if it's the physical risk. Divest the high risk investments, diversify, because what we have here is multiple transitions going forward. So you need to make sure that you're not just under or overexposed to the transition, but that you are exposed adequately in the right way to the gas transition versus the electric vehicle transition versus the agricultural transition. Then there are hedging and insurance products you can go for. And so each of those, you need to take these tools around risk management, strategic evaluation, portfolio analysis, financial products and insurance products. All of these things you need to be applying to your investments to manage each of these risks on both sides, for whatever case you have a misalignment between the low carbon transition and the investment that's actually going into that transition. With that, I will pause and hand it back to you.
Thank you so much, David. 사실 굉장히 흥미로운
It was a very
발표였었습니다.
insightful and interesting presentation for 30 commodity models. He has done a large-scale modeling and shared his results with us. For Scope 1 emission and CVAR, he said the correlation is zero. And other empirical results for equity bond pricing, the results shows that Scope 1 emission is beginning to be reflected. Probably the market is mispricing this. So it was a very interesting result. Thank you very much.
Let's go to the second speaker. Probably what Senior Director David Nelson covered more practical area, especially transition risk in the practical area. He tried to quantitatively evaluate. Now, I'd like to invite economist Kim Jae-yoon, who is addressing the transition risk and what kind of impact it gives to the real economy and financial sector, and also what kind of rippling effect it is giving. And Dr. Kim is one of the researchers who has come up with the research result. As Senior Director David mentioned, asset risk exposure could definitely give impact to the financial sector. Let's listen from the perspective of Korea, what it means, what kind of implication it can give to the Republic of Korea. Dr. Kim Jae-yoon, would you like to begin? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ji-yoon Kim, and I'm in charge of climate risk assessment at the Bank of Korea. Today, I'm going to share a climate risk analysis conducted by the Bank of Korea. The title is Climate-Related Transition Risks and Financial Stability. And this study examines how climate-related transition risks affect the economy and the finance system in Korea. So I will briefly introduce our research in English, as many terminologies in this paper is not easily to be translated. So in the discussion session, I will give a speech in Korean. So let's begin the presentation. So one of the major concerns by central bankers today is that the low carbon transition can affect financial stability. This section shows transmission channels of transition risks. So we expect that transition to a low carbon economy has a negative impact on carbon intensive sectors. For example, emission mitigation policies can increase the greenhouse gas emission cost of carbon-intensive sectors, and this further increased credit and market risks of carbon-intensive sectors. So therefore, financial institutions that hold financial assets of carbon-intensive sectors could suffer greater losses due to transition risks. However, low-carbon technology development, such as renewable energy development, can alleviate the negative consequences of transition risks. Then how big is the transition risk in Korea? So our bank expects that transition risk is likely greater in Korea, as Korea is highly dependent on carbon-intensive sectors such as manufacturing sectors, steel, chemicals. So the actions by the Bank of Korea is that Bank of Korea has recognized climate change as a new form of financial risk. So as a first step to tackle the climate change issue, we have analyzed the impact of climate-related financial risks. So today, I'm going to share the progress of a climate-related stress test developed by the Bank of Korea. So our bank has recently developed a stress test model for transition risks. So we are going to share the transition risk assessment research. And for the physical risk assessment, we are in the planning stage. So here is the stress test outline. So we call this stress test BOK climate stress test. And our model covers transition risks, and we use NGFS climate scenarios. And this NGFS climate scenario provides transition pathways necessary to achieve the emission reduction targets, such as 2050 net zero. And the objective of our stress test is to assess Korean financial system-wide risk. And we use the top-down approach, which means that all the analysis is conducted entirely by the bank, and the time horizon for the analysis is 30 years. The level of granularity is sectors, and we use the static balance sheet assumption, which means that balance sheet of financial institutions are fixed over time. So this section shows the methodologies of our research. Our research is composed of three parts. First part is the scenario design, and the second part is the estimation of impact on real economy. And the third part is the estimation of impact on financial system. So in the first stage, scenario design, we set two scenarios. First one is 2-degree scenarios, which limit the temperature growth to below 2 degrees. And the other one is the 1.5-degree scenarios, which limits the temperature growth to below 1.5 degrees. And the estimation is mainly based on a micro approach. We measure how carbon pricing process and low carbon technology development affect corporate production cost, corporate value added, and their credit and market risks. So finally, we conduct a bank stability assessment by analyzing the changes in the capital adequacy ratios of domestic banks. And we expect that banks that hold financial assets with higher credit and market risk could suffer great losses from transition risks. And this section shows the scenarios in detail. First scenario is the 2-degree scenario, and in this scenario, the government reduces greenhouse gas emissions by about 70% by 2050. And the other scenario is the 1.5-degree scenario. In this scenario, the government achieves carbon neutrality by 2050. And the left chart shows the carbon emission projections in Korea, and the right chart shows the carbon price projections in Korea. As the 1.5-degree scenario needs more stringent government policy to meet the emission reduction target, so the emission prices, carbon prices, more rapidly in the 1.5-degree scenario compared to the 2-degree scenario. So this shows the first result on the credit and market risks of the carbon-intensive sectors and the less carbon-intensive sectors. And the upper chart shows the default rate, and the bottom chart shows the results on the stock prices. The default rate rises rapidly in carbon-intensive sectors. Likewise, the result shows that the stock price declines significantly in carbon-intensive sectors. However, default rate and stock prices of less carbon-intensive sectors are not changing a lot. So to sum up, we see that the transition risk increase the market and credit risk of carbon-intensive sectors. So therefore, the value of financial assets of carbon-intensive sectors will decline significantly due to transition risks. So this is the final result of our paper. We see how capital adequacy ratios of banks changes with transition risks. We find that as the value of banks' assets in carbon-intensive sectors declines, the capital adequacy ratios fall by up to 2.6 percentage point under the 2-degree scenario, and by up to 5.8 percentage point under the 1.5-degree scenario. And we find that banks suffer losses more severely after 2040 in 1.5-degree scenario, as emission prices grows rapidly from 2040. And we further examine the transition risk impacts by bank types, and we find that the magnitude of losses from transition risks is greater for banks with larger holdings in carbon-intensive sectors. So the left chart shows the banks' holdings in carbon-intensive industries by bank types, and the right chart shows the change in their BIC capital ratios. In particular, specialized banks have heavily invested in the infrastructure industry, which emits large amount of CO2 emissions, and therefore they suffer great losses from transition risks in the 1.5-degree scenarios. So let's conclude. So as a first step to tackle the climate change issue, so the Bank of Korea examines what impact transition risks might have on the Korean financial system. And we find that given the current situation where emission reduction technologies to ensure carbon neutrality are not commercially available for manufacturing industries, transition risk could impose considerable harm on the economy and the finance system. So our findings suggest that unless banks respond properly to transition risks, financial assets vulnerable to transition risks will likely deteriorate and cause large losses at banks. So this study provides an implication that banks need to establish a risk management system that incorporates climate change risks. So this is the end of the presentation, and thank you for your listening.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
우리가 지금 현재 어떤 기술 혁신이 없으면은 사실
Without technology innovation, transitional risk, especially for the banking system, could have a very negative impact. So in the morning, we talked about the importance of technological innovation, and that has been once again emphasized. Financial stability and transitional risk. We have a great panelist, the three panelists, who can make a comment about that. Professor Ben Caldecott, would you like to
how would you respond?
go now?
Could you share your insight?
Sure. Well, thank you so much for the very kind invitation to present, to participate in this panel, to be part of the forum, and hopefully next time I can be there in person. So I direct something called the UK Centre for Greening Finance and Investment, UK CGFI, that was set up by the UK government and launched last April. And part of our job is to try and bring climate and environmental science into financial decision-making around the world. We're a consortium of different universities led by Oxford University. And my group at Oxford is the largest research group at a university focused on sustainable finance and investing. So we cover off quite a few different issues, many of the topics that have been discussed today. So lots of things I want to comment on. I mean, the first thing I wanted to just quickly say is that, of course, I think net zero transition plans are one of the best ways of reducing systemic risk in the financial system. Deploying them consistently across financial subsectors and the real economy can enhance the resilience of counterparties and of financial institutions. So I hope we have some time to engage with that topic in the Q&A. But what I wanted to do today was to quickly share some reflections on the climate and energy security nexus. And obviously this has become much more important in light of Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. And this will impact the pathway of the energy transition and thus have a bearing on climate-related transition risk. So let me talk a bit about that. Ahead of COP26 in Glasgow last November, the International Energy Agency, the IEA, published its net zero emissions by 2050 scenario. The IEA net zero scenario is the first IEA scenario consistent with holding the increase in global average temperatures to 1.5 degrees, which is the aim of the Paris Agreement. And it provides and tries to provide some milestones for the future of fossil fuel energy if we're going to successfully tackle climate change. So one question is, what insights does that scenario provide to different types of financial institution, especially ones with net zero commitments? And we're just about to publish a briefing paper on exactly this topic that's coming out later in the week, which is one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you about it today. And then there's a further question. Have these implications changed in light of the Russia-Ukraine crisis and the war that's going on in Europe? So let's try and talk about these questions. So in broad terms, the IEA net zero scenario shows that first, that apart from projects already approved and in existence, new oil, gas and coal resources and reserves are simply not required. There's enough fossil fuels upstream to meet energy requirements. Second, in power generation, we need to achieve net zero emissions in electricity in advanced economies by 2035 and by 2040 globally. This means that there shouldn't be any new coal-fired power stations, and generation from unabated coal needs to be phased out by 2030 in advanced economies and by 2040 globally. Third, unabated natural gas generation needs to fall by 90% by 2040, with any remaining capacity focused on grid flexibility and reserve. Fourthly, there's obviously a huge amount of money that needs to go into renewable energy and storage to decarbonize energy systems. And so they estimate that investment in electricity generation rises from about 500 billion per year last year to 1.6 trillion per year in 2030, of which renewables account for $1.3 trillion per year. So as our briefing paper will show, as you'll see, the corollary of the net zero scenario for financial institutions serious about their net zero commitments is the need to really end project finance in new fossil fuel reserves and in new coal-fired power generation. Further, there's a real challenge for financial institutions when providing corporate finance to companies that are engaged in both high carbon and low carbon energy. And actually that's most energy companies. Over 50% of the financing available for renewable energy, for example, comes from corporate balance sheets rather than project finance. So this yet again underscores the need for energy companies to have detailed transition plans outlining how they're going to change their business models and align with net zero. So within those transition plans, for them to be credible, we think that this implies that finance shouldn't be provided for new fossil fuel reserves, and existing production should be utilizing existing reserves over time. Obviously, we need to end the expansion of coal-fired power generation, with existing generation phased out very quickly, and we need to reduce unabated gas generation in line with this pathway. And that's quite an ambitious pathway, a 90% reduction by 2040. Now, financial institutions have a number of policies to restrict financing in fossil fuel expansion. Those are well established for coal, and both upstream and downstream. All 25 of the biggest banks in Europe are ending project finance for coal. There are growing restrictions on corporate finance for companies engaged in these activities. We haven't yet, similar policies have yet to be developed really and deployed widely for oil and gas reserves and for gas power, with the exception of some unconventional production such as tar sands and Arctic drilling. And if you take the IEA scenario seriously, then that needs to change. And actually, if you take energy security concerns seriously, that also needs to change. So sort of coming to this question of Russia, Ukraine, clearly one of the most effective ways of improving energy security over the medium to long term is to accelerate investment in low carbon power to reduce our dependency on volatile and expensive fossil fuels. The IEA net zero scenario actually provides a really good roadmap for doing this. And so whilst it was created first and foremost as a decarbonization scenario and a decarbonization pathway, it's also an excellent off-the-shelf roadmap to enhance energy security and to reduce Russia's demand on our dependency, on Russia's fossil fuel exports. And there are other things that have been developed with net zero in mind that actually can be used in that way. And so there's one question about, how can we use the climate stress testing frameworks that have been developed in a way to start assessing energy security shocks and ways we can get out of this energy security dilemma that we're in. One thing to say about the energy transition and in light of the crisis is I think the profile of the pathway will change, but the end destination will stay the same. In fact, the end destination might come a bit closer. And the reason for that is that obviously reductions that were planned in fossil fuel consumption over the next 12 to 36 months are not going to happen in the way that was envisaged. People are going to be running existing fossil fuel assets more than they otherwise would have done to get away from Russian gas. But we're also going to see, and we're already seeing, very significant plans underway to boost deployment in renewables and energy efficiency. And so that essentially means, I think, that there'll be this accelerated decline of fossil fuels in the late 2020s and 2030s, above and beyond what was previously thought. So it accelerates this structural change in fossil fuel demand, erodes demand further, and just means there isn't going to be this second golden age for fossil fuels. I've heard over the last couple of weeks a few executives at fossil fuel companies suggesting that this is the case. We've made these net zero commitments. Now we don't need to think about them anymore. I've also heard this from a few financial institutions, all these difficult net zero targets we signed up to at Glasgow. Thank God there's this wall. We don't have to think about this anymore. Actually, that's completely wrong, because the same measures that society will need to take to tackle climate change, these very steep reductions, are of course exactly the things that we need to do to enhance resilience and ensure that we can provide safe, secure and affordable energy to our different societies around the world. So I think starting point for financial institutions and regulators thinking about energy security and what needs to happen, use these off-the-shelf net zero pathways and analytics. They need a tiny bit of adjustment, but they're a very good starting point to do that analysis. So I'll stop there, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much. 감사합니다. 특별히 이게
Thank
에너지
you, Professor
시큐리티
Caldecott.
넥서스에 대해서 굉장히
He has talked about energy and security nexus and shared great insight, especially in the context of Ukrainian war. And in climate transition, there can be a lot of stress testing and analytics, and energy security is something that we need to assess from various angles.
Next speaker is from EBA, Director Jacob Jindelberg. Would you like to begin?
Yes. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me to give you a sense of what we're doing in Europe, at least in the EU, right? So what I'd like to start with is maybe show you a little bit of what we're doing at the EBA, just to give you a sense. Then maybe, can you see my slide now, I hope? Yeah?
No.
No, we cannot.
Try it again.
See if I can figure this out then. There we go. Now it works, yeah?
Not yet.
Nope.
Not yet.
Oh, anyway, let's then I'll stop sharing my slide as it doesn't work, but I'll tell you anyway, right? So what we're doing is, I think, a number of things across the prudential regulatory space. So we have, as I think you've seen, the stress testing. So in a European context, there's a lot of work taking place to put in place climate stress testing to guide I think, the assessments of the bank's robustness. We are looking at the full, let's say, regulatory toolbox in terms of all the pillars of disclosure. We're looking at risk management requirement for banks. And we're also looking at the prudential capital requirements for banks down the line. So I would argue that we are, just to the audience, we are aware and we're trying to do our best to address the challenges that I think the other panelists are excellently pointed to. And I think one of the observations from my side is that, as you could see from the Bank of Korea presentation, which I think looks a lot like other central bank presentations, it has the same flavor of quite a bit of capital being lost unless the banks do something, right? I would also say we are, if you look at David Nelson's presentation, what I noticed is that it seems like the externality is not being priced, right, David? That's sort of what your graph seems to suggest, which makes me a little bit concerned, quite honestly. But it also shows something else. I think you had a nice graph on the debt and the impact of transition risks and climate risks. So the time horizon really matters here, right? And I would then also say to Professor Caldecott there, the time horizon is the main challenge from a prudential regulatory perspective today. And I think that's one of the areas we're zooming in on, because today prudential regulation has a somewhat shorter time horizon than 30 years, right? Typically banks look 1, maybe 2 years out, and 5 years is sort of the maximum duration of debt variant that we have inside the regulation, right? So I think there is a real need to think about the longer run, so the forecastable climate risk and what that should mean for banks. So I think we're going to have a conversation as to how do we best get long-term risk considerations into the prudential world. Yeah, it's not going to be easy because we don't have super good data, but it's certainly on the agenda for us as regulators. Yeah. The other thing I would say is, and this is maybe sort of a more of a broad comment, which is when I look at what is the baseline scenario and what is the stress tests. Yeah, I think it is unrealistic to come at the financial industry and say, oh, but you're just going to do nothing and have a static balance sheet, right? So in the Bank of Korea analysis, I want to flag that there's already a huge element of stress by not assuming the banks will adjust to market developments and prices, right? So the static balance sheet assumption is a quite strong assumption. But I think our challenge really is to figure out what constitutes the new baseline. I think, David, you alluded to it, that the world is moving. So what is a credible baseline and what's a stress test, right? Because at the end of the day, bank capital is there to cover the unexpected losses, right? Banks do have provisions. They put money aside for what they can see they expect to lose. And they are doing that. That's been a pretty clear, that's a requirement. And I think that actually happens as well, right? So I think here, the challenges that we have are really quite complex in terms of what we have to do. But I think we have, again, I think the banks are aware, we're having a good dialogue, and there's a strong political push in the EU to do something about this, right? So sitting at the EBA, we've been asked to do more stress testing. We've been asked to work across the other agencies that cover insurance and investment firms. We've been asked to look at greenwashing. We've been asked to look at the prudential requirements, both from a sort of a stress testing Pillar 2 perspective, from a Pillar 1 sort of good old school prudential capital requirements, and also on disclosures. As you may know, there's quite a bit of new rules come out in Europe that forces more disclosure by the banks, and also down the line, I think, by companies. So there is a broad, let's say, set of policy measures and efforts being taken in terms of setting up a new set of rules for banks and the financial industry, but having an impact then indirectly on the clients of the banks. Yeah, so there I think the political environment has reacted, and the regulatory community is doing its bit. That being said, I think it's also important to keep in mind that banking regulation is there to ensure financial stability and keeping the system running. It wasn't intended and has not been intended to steer resource allocation directly. So there's an important caveat here that yes, if there's a clear indication that risks will go up, then you need to make sure that that's adequately reflected in capital requirements and prudential requirements and risk management requirements for banks, right? That's fair. But the challenge becomes if you start using that system to anything more than that and start directing resources by twisting prices without good information. So again, here, there's sort of how many objectives can a system like this in a prudential setup actually handle? So I just want to say that there's a bit of a challenge in terms of getting that balance right. I think if you are someone like me with a sort of a long financial stability background, I would say, be careful, right? There are other ways and other policy tools you can use to direct resources. Carbon taxes being, I think, for all of you, the obvious go-to, right? You can subsidize investment in housing and insulation of housing and other things that go straight to the source rather than trying to do it indirectly via banks, right? So I would just say that there is a small caution there from my perspective. But overall, I'm sort of, maybe I'm going to sound too optimistic, but I'm a little bit reassured when I hear the risks and the comments that the other panelists bring out. And I see what the regulatory community has been asked to deal with and do about it. I think there's a pretty good match between the challenges and what we're trying to do and what we've been asked to do by the politicians, right? That gives me a little bit of comfort. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Very insightful comments. Thank you. 다음
Next, we would like to invite Senior Manager Hwang Jae-hak from FSS for his comments.
Hi, I'm Jae-hak. If the colleague connected online understand us, I will speak in Korean. I have about 100 audience in front of me. Please understand us. 저는 금감원에서 기후 리스크.
Hello, I'm Senior Manager Hwang Jae-hak from Sustainable Finance Team of Financial Supervisory Services, and with this panel discussion slightly being academic, I'm here more as an independent scholar to share my individual experience with you instead of representing the financial supervisory services. So I would like to basically talk about my impression and my experience. Two things about scenario analysis and communication. Senior Director David Nelson has talked about CVAR. CVAR sounds rather not so polite, but climate value at risk was first suggested by Professor Simon Ditz of LSE in 2013, and now it is being used commercially as well, and MSCI uses this in a commercial manner. These two concepts are both based on climate scenarios. CVAR at first was based on DICE model of a Nobel laureate, and MSCI not just for the transitional risk, but environment-friendly technology helping the transition, and physical risk caused by climate risk. So this is a very complicated scenario for calculation. Therefore, how we define and establish the scenario has become a main issue. As Mr. Nelson and Mr. Jacob Jindelberg have mentioned, scenario, depending on what kind of scenario you have, the result would be different. And based on my research, I felt like implementation risk and physical risks are mutually offsetting. And if you just leave the physical risk untouched, the implementation risk would be strong. And implementation risk would be strong, but physical risk could be weaker. So depending on how you define the scenario, there could be a lot of variables. And Professor here is one of the leading scholars in this field. Energy, climate, temperature, soil, ecosystem, forestry, all that have to be considered. And scenario would be changed because of that. But is it changing because of the economy or finance or biological aspect or ecosystem? It's hard to find that out. So in order to come out with a good scenario, not just the financial experts, but scientists, natural scientists, they all needed to collaborate together. And not just what we are working internally, but BOE, ECB, they have hired climatologists for this kind of scenario research, and we need to do the same. For risk management, CVAR concept has been developed. Value at risk has been used for many decades in the financial industry, so CVAR is an easy concept to understand. So even if you do not fully understand climate value at risk, you would understand basically what it is all about, so it can be easily communicated. But as was mentioned in the previous session, do investors really want this information? They want certain information, but do they want CVAR? Not as far as I know. So I would like to make a suggestion. And in FSS, we have BIS 8%, financial risk certain percent. CVAR is a concept for measuring the climate risk. So it is a good concept itself, and if we can have a clearly defined concept, it will help us for communication and for scenario generation. Well, Professor Pan has talked about the energy side, so I will skip that. And for climate stress test, Professor Kim, Dr. Kim has explained that thoroughly. And supervisory services authorities usually have top-down approach, but for stress test, you have to develop the scenario first and set up the pathway and how that pathway affects the banks and how that risk is passed down. So you can measure the impact and effects. But there is a hidden philosophy behind this, and that is things that have been repeated in the past will continue to repeat itself. In financial science or economic studies, over the past decades, what happened in the past have results, but nobody knows anything about climate change. Therefore, all the assumptions and philosophy that we've had could be shaken. Therefore, bottom-up approach should go down to the very low level, banks doing it by themselves or companies measuring the risks by themselves. And that's been tried. But how can companies who are working in different businesses and different industries with different industrial structures in relations with ESG measure their risks? And physical risk is gaining spotlight. In order to understand physical risk, I have done several studies, and in the case of Korea, when there is typhoon or storm, it accounts for 90% of damage caused by natural disasters. So in Korea, we might have to do stress tests for storms or typhoons. And as an example of how that can be used usefully, in the Netherlands and the UK, they have done a lot of scenario analysis, and HSBC, when they believe that there will be a lot of flood damage in India, and inside the bank, they had the stress test results. And then based on that, when they gave out mortgage lending in that area, they always offered housing insurance as a package. So global financial institutions are trying to reflect climate risk in their business strategies. I think I have talked for too long, but that's all. Thank you very much, Dr. Hwang. That was a great insight and great comment. Now, we do not have much time left, and we have 5 panelists from home and abroad. So I would like to give 1 minute to each person to make a comment for 1 question. And through the 2 presentations, we have talked about implementation risk. They could be a crisis and an opportunity at the same time. For carbon neutrality transition, in order to minimize the negative impact of the risk and achieving carbon neutrality, and from financial policies and market policies perspective, if there is one thing that must be done to minimize the negative impact of implementation risk and carry out orderly transition. So what would that be? What would be that policy measure or prudential requirement, if you will? So if you are going to select one that must be done, please give us your opinion. So Mr. David Nelson, would you like to go first?
Certainly. Thank you very much. The biggest question and the biggest issue here is about the match, as I was saying before, the match between policy or actions or climate, carbon reduction technologies and development and the finance that goes, and it's on both sides of the equation. Right now we're in a place where what is lagging, the biggest financial risk to the system now is the failure to materialize of these investments that Ben Caldecott was talking about, which are the investments in the renewable energy and in the low carbon supplies. And that can be as risky as as having too much investment in the high carbon stuff. A mismatch in either way can lead to volatility. And what we are seeing is the potential for the spikes, the booms and busts, the volatility in oil prices and commodity prices, leading to stranded assets on both sides, where you end up having bankruptcies and failures when the oil price goes down to $20 a barrel for a sustained period of time. At the same time, you have macroeconomic damage to the sector when the oil price goes up to $300 a sector. The second thing I would say within that is it's very careful to think about this transition as not being a single transition, but dozens and dozens of transitions. We have tried to make the 1.5 IEA scenario work in our models, and we can't make it work because we run out of copper mining by 2030. And so the question is, how do you make all of these square? And so the single most important factor from that perspective is this needs to be accompanied by bottom-up analysis, looking for each part of the transition where there is a balance of the low carbon replacements for the high carbon activities we had before, in order to analyze each investment on that basis and then incorporate that into your view of the financial stability at the country level.
Thank you. The next is 김재윤 박사님.
Dr. Kim Jae-yoon. Well, what are the ways to reduce negative impact of transition risk in the carbon neutral process? In selecting important policies, the most important factor is, I believe, first of all, what are the critical issues that we are faced with? Identify that first. Second, find the solutions to resolve that issue. So these two are my answers. Be okay, identify the biggest challenge is, as the Ben Caldecott mentioned, energy transition could be one, but also secondly, in the manufacturing industry, transitioning into low carbon industry, they are not ready for that. So this is the biggest challenge that Korea is faced with. And in order to realize net zero and transition smoothly, foremost priority must be pursued, first of all, on the consistent, sustainable transition, but also carbon-intensive industries' smooth transition. For example, energy industries, they do have technology like wind power and solar power. It's already commercialized, but in case of manufacturing industry, the decarbonization technology is not commercialized at all. That's how we have understood. So we need to provide support for these industries. Then, policy-wise, what can we do? There are three things we can do. First of all, in the manufacturing industry, what kind of investment should they do? What kind of economic activity can they do so that it can turn into decarbonizations? Or what can be the phase out of the carbon emission? Second, the financial institutions or financial companies, based on the market principle, they need to crowd in the capital to the decarbonization industry. Third, monetary policy-wise, environmental friendly industry should not only be our foremost agenda, but also in the industry where they are producing less carbon, we need to operate or adjust our monetary policies to support them as well. So policy structure and soundness and monetary policy, we need to come up with a more flexible policies.
Next is to Ben. Can you share your insights? 1 minute.
Yeah. I think building off what David was saying, this need to have sector and subsector specific transitions and analyzing it at that level bottom up is absolutely right. And that's why my one thing, you're asking for one thing, is transition plans and mandating transition plans and integrating transition plans fully into supervisory practices. And we've got to do that incredibly quickly. And so one of the key developments from COP26 was the UK announcing that all companies, including financial firms and investment products, would need to have transition plans, net zero transition plans from 2023. So I'm co-heading a new task force, the Transition Plan Task Force that's been set up by our finance ministry in the UK, to look into those issues and critically to help define, including with international regulators like the new International Sustainability Standards Board, what a good transition plan should look like, and what are the metrics and tools that we need to track progress, and how does that differ between different real economy sectors. What does a good transition plan look like in agriculture or iron and steel or the power sector? So that would be my one thing, transition plans.
Thank you. The next is Jacob. Jacob, can you share your insights within a minute?
I'm going to agree, but I'm call it data, right? For me, I think we need to get the corporate sector to start figuring out what their long-term lives look like. So it's about data and to get a more fact-based view of what this means at a company level, right? So there I agree. I mean, if that's part of a transition plan or not, I don't know, but it's certainly needed, because if we don't have the data and we don't have that investment made by the corporate sector, we won't move anything, guys, right? Then there'll be no transition plans, there'll be no good risk management, there won't be anything to talk about, right? So for me, this is about getting the investments in across the board where people start thinking about the longer term and understanding the risks that come from climate change, yeah? Because or else I think we're not gonna do well. Yeah. So that would be my very brief one thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Last but not the least, 황자 박사님.
네, 많은 좋은 얘기를 해주셨는데
Dr. Hwang, I think it comes down to disclosure system. It is already there, but climate disclosure system in Korea is still based on voluntary efforts. And by 2029, major companies would be required to do disclosure of climate systems. And we need to stabilize this by setting firm standards so that the market participants will voluntarily reduce the carbon emission. So we need to stabilize the climate disclosure system.
감사합니다. 예.
Thank you very much. Over the past 65 minutes, slightly over 65 minutes, we talked about climate transition risk and looked at some of the most recent trends and its restrictions or limits or potential. So, as was mentioned, in spite of the uncertainties, we still have to create a transition plan. We need a more robust plan. Scenario dependency, we need to be reminded of that. And we look forward to making a lot of progress in implementation or the transition, and especially through international cooperation. We look forward to making a lot of academic progress. I would like to thank all the panelists for your participation. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, David, Ben, and Jacob. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our moderator as well. Thank you, moderator and panel discussants. You may now return to your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will just set the stage for our last session for today, and we will resume with the last and final session. It indeed has been a long day, fully packed with thought-provoking ideas as well as insights. I hope that you have enjoyed the full 4 sessions as well as the special talks that we have prepared. We do have one more session left, ladies and gentlemen, so please bear with us. The last session is also highly interesting. In this panel, we will be discussing successful practices and strategies for institutional transformation in the Asia-Pacific. So in the past, we have discussed technologies and various different aspects of what is needed. And now it is time for us to have some representatives share with us the success stories of what has been implemented already in the Asia-Pacific. So as I mentioned, representatives of international organizations and universities will share their opinions as well as successful sustainable finance implementations in practices and strategies that have been going on in the Asia Pacific, as well as some of the challenges that must be overcome in order to move their broad-based institutional transformation forward and to build a climate-resilient future in the Asia Pacific. So our moderator for this session is Professor Park Kwang-woo, Professor of Finance and Head of the Graduate School of Finance at KAIST. And joining in the discussion to our race to net zero and some success cases are Ms. Helena McLeod, the Deputy Director General and the Head of the Green Growth Planning and Implementation Division at the GGGI. We also have Mr. Bruno Carrasco, the Director General and Chief Compliance Officer from the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department at the Asian Development Bank. Mr. Hyun Seok, the Associate Professor of the Graduate School of Environmental Finance at Yonsei University. And last but not least, Ms. Yuha An, the Professor of Finance at the Graduate School of China at Songyungan University. So I believe that they're all ready. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is a long day. I'm so grateful to the organizers for inviting me to this wonderful conference. And as we know, there's simultaneous interpretation going on, so I'll be using Korean and English interchangeably. 여러분 안녕하세요. 카이스트의 박광우입니다.
Hello, I'm Professor Park Kwang-woo of KAIST, and it's a great honor for me to be invited as a moderator for the last session of the day. This session is a wrap-up session, and from keynote speech in the morning to the previous session, we've had in-depth discussion about carbon neutrality, and in this session, we are going to talk about some of the successful practices and case studies for the Asia-Pacific region at country level and at the company level. And not just for Korea, but for the entire Asia-Pacific region, as they strive to achieve net zero, we can talk about some of the successful cases. Asia-Pacific countries, as Ambassador Yoo Yeon-chul mentioned in the morning, have lagged behind other countries in implementing carbon reduction policies because Kyoto Protocol was mainly applied to OECD, advanced nations, but from Paris Climate Convention, it applies to all the 159 signatories, and it has become a game changer. And all the countries have been scrambling to come up with a plan to achieve net zero, and Indonesia 26, even India has 2027 has made the pledge. Given the previous data, and also in my own research, it seems like even with Korea and Japanese data included, Asian companies' ESG efforts are not fully reflected or recognized in the market. But since the game changer has been introduced in the market last year, I'm really sure the circumstances will change drastically going forward. And at the firm level and at the country level, we have to find the best way to achieve carbon neutrality. We are joined by 4 renowned experts in the field. So the first panelist.
Or turn to English. So our first panelist will be Helena McLeod from GGGI. So it's your turn.
So first, I would like to say everybody here today and online has the opportunity to change history. So I want you to imagine you're at the end of your life and you've had the most amazing life you could possibly imagine. You're surrounded by loved ones, it's a wonderful day, and we've solved the climate challenge. What is the legacy that you have left? I want you to think, what have you achieved in your life that helped the world solve this problem? And having thought about this legacy, what is the action that you will take this year? Because it is the action that we will all take every day that will enable us to get to where we need to. It's lovely to be here. I'm very passionate about what I do, and it's such a privilege for me to be the DGG of the Global Green Growth Institute. Now, this is an intergovernmental organization, and it's a very relatively new organization, intergovernmental organization. We've been going for about 10 years. And we're very special. I think we're very special because we're based here in Seoul, Korea, and this country is one of our founders. We have, as our president and chair, Ban Ki-moon, a very special man I know to this country and globally. And we are change agents in terms of the climate and biodiversity agenda. So we work to be pioneers, we work to be innovative, and we work in terms of very close partnerships. So we work with partners all over the world. We have many funders, of which Korea is one. And we were very fortunate to sign an agreement last week on the Korean Green New Deal for $25 million over the next 5 years. But we have many partners from all over the world who are funders to us. But we also have many countries globally who are participating partners. So we have about 42 members globally across Latin America, Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Caribbean. So we cover the world, although we're not in every single country. And what I want to emphasize is the importance of 3 things. And notice the word at the beginning, radical. Radical partnerships, radical innovation, and radical results. This is what saving the planet will require. And we've heard some really radical thinking today in terms of new technologies coming through, in terms of radical transition in the finance sector. This is really essential. One of the radical partnerships I wanted to recognize today is something we hope will come through this year with KDB Bank, and that's the Technopreneurs Initiative, which is a $200 million initiative to incubate climate technologies in Asia. We're hoping that the Green Climate Fund will finance that. So I just want to recognize our sponsors today and how pioneering they are in this field. Now, in terms of some examples of radical results, we work across the globe with many different countries, and 25 of our members and partner countries submitted their revised nationally determined contributions in 2020, and we were part of helping them do that. So basically, one of the things we do is technical assistance to our partners. It's doing the policy, it's working with them on their green strategies, on their transition plans, but then it's taking it further into implementation. So then how do we make it happen on the ground? I've worked for 25 years with developing countries. One thing I hate to see is documents that just sit on shelves and do nothing. If it doesn't get implemented, there is no impact on the ground. So we have an emphasis both on that policy framework, but absolutely on the investment and mobilizing the finance to make it happen. Now, I wanted to highlight just a couple of really exciting areas that we're working in. One is on thematic bonds, and I know this has come up a number of times today. So we've been very fortunate to work with a number of countries. So last year we helped mobilizing about $5.2 billion worth of green bonds with our partners. And what we do is we support them in terms of the issuance, so developing the framework, helping them identify the sectors that will be recipients of the bond, and then helping them in terms of setting up the framework for the monitoring so it will actually happen. So we've done that a lot in Latin America. In fact, one of the bonds was the biggest sovereign bond, in a green sovereign bond ever. We're also working in Vietnam and Indonesia, and we've got so many requests across so many different countries in Asia and beyond for support on thematic bonds. And we're actually working with the ADB as well on some of these. So yes, just to recognize the opportunity here. So over 500 billion US dollars, but in Asia, only 5% are green bonds. So you have such an opportunity in Asia to ensure that we can contribute to the green transition by just upping that number. Now, this area is really at the pioneering end of what came out of COP26. So in terms of getting ready for the carbon market, again, we're working with a number of countries. We're working with both buying countries, so countries that want to buy a carbon trade, and then selling countries, those who want to sell a carbon trade. And why are we useful? Well, first of all, we come in, and again, we work with the countries on the framework. We also work with countries on the pipeline, because you have to have a pipeline of projects to have those deals. But we're also a neutral partner. So we're not on the side of the buyer or the seller. We're just there to try and make it fair, to create the first deal. So we're hoping next year we will have the first deal. That's what we're working towards. So those, in terms of the slides, that's really all I had in terms of the slide. This is just to recognize the $1 trillion potential market for these carbon trades, so it's really significant. But just to say, for me, also project preparation is so key. So if you're looking at so much of the work we do in terms of green mobility or circular economy, everything we think of, the renewable energy projects, if you're looking at most of the countries in the world, they don't have the money to develop the projects. They also lack the capacity to identify the projects. That's again where we come in, and we're doing a lot of work in those areas as well. So thank you. I just want everybody to feel that we can all make history. That's what we're here to do today. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. 네, GGGI가 역사가 10년 좀 넘었는데
has more than 10 years of history, and since its establishment, it has grown very rapidly and functioning as an intermediary between advanced and developing nations for carbon trading. Next speaker is Director General and Chief Compliance Officer Bruno Carrasco of ADB.
Bruno, it's now your turn.
네.
It's muted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. So let me begin by thanking the organizers for the invitation. We are very much committed to working closely in the Asia-Pacific region to support climate change and that green transition. I wanted to begin by saying that we often refer to the fact that the battle on climate change will be won or lost in Asia. And that reflects in large part the fact that Asia and the Pacific right now contributes to slightly over 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions across the world. So we have our work cut out for us. We recognize that for us to be able to make important headway in terms of the solutions that we're looking at, we're going to have to do a number of important initiatives. I think, first of all, we are gearing ourselves to become the climate finance bank of Asia Pacific. And for that, very recently, in the run-up to Glasgow, our President Asakawa has committed to raising the level of ambition for climate financing from 80 billion to 100 billion of own resources cumulatively from 2019 to 2030. The second commitment that we have is looking at how we can better align with international agreements, and in particular, in this case, our Paris alignment, where we have 100% of our sovereign portfolio that will be aligned by July 1st of 2023, 85% of our non-sovereign portfolio by that date, and then 100%, remaining 15% of the non-sovereign portfolio by July 1st, 2025. We recognize that in order to be able to increase the level of support and commitment to our developing member countries across Asia and the Pacific, we're going to have to look at new ways of doing support for our countries. I wanted to mention that just last year, as part of that ramp up towards supporting climate finance initiatives, we have committed to a new energy policy where we basically support that transition towards a more clean energy transition. So we're basically moving away from fossil fuels. We're categorically saying no to coal. We have obviously some considerations in terms of natural gas, but excluding our involvement for exploration and drilling. And we also recognize that as part of that work, we also need to work on what has been referred to on other panels, the just transition, recognizing that moving out of coal will imply that we have to, first of all, look at new technologies to be able to support that. We're looking at such things as green hydrogen. We're looking at such things as improved battery coverage, battery use and utilization. But we're also recognizing that in addition to that technology, we'll also need to support such things as additional financing, such things as capacity development. If we're going to go to a net zero target, we're going to have to support our countries to become much more ambitious in terms of the nationally determined contributions. And that is a very important element. I wanted also to mention that we have some innovative programs in place. We have right now an energy transition mechanism that many of you may have heard, and that deals with the other side of the coal. So we've said no to no new coal, but there's, of course, that's the flow in. But we have a large stock of coal power plants. And what we're trying to do under this energy transition mechanism is to try to decommission some of these coal plants to be able to reduce the lifespan of the coal plants, to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, and at the same time support that transition towards cleaner sources of energy. How do we do that? We're looking at mobilizing blended finance. We're looking at being able to tap into the private sector, tap into philanthropists who can help in this contribution. If we get these pilots, where we're starting right now with Indonesia and with the Philippines, if we get these pilots right, I think we can expand that across other countries in Asia Pacific. I think I wanted to mention also that we recognize the importance of mobilizing additional private capital to address some of those climate change needs across our countries. We recognize that we need to green our capital markets in a very important manner. We need to recognize that there are, as my colleague on the panel said, increasing initiatives towards developing green bonds, blue bonds, in our case also for blue healthy oceans, and that mobilization of private capital will be essential to be able to address some of these challenges. I wanted to say also that we need to explore increasingly how we can use other innovative financing instruments. And here I think there's a great effort right now to looking at how we can have more contingency financing guarantees to be able to mobilize increasingly more and more resources coming into this. I think that we have a lot of ideas. We recognize that there's still a lot of work that has to be done. We recognize that we have to do a lot of work in terms of the carbon pricing and the Article 6 carbon markets work, which is also an important area that we're looking at. We're also looking at very important initiatives, not just on the mitigation, but on the adaptation and resilience side. I mentioned before that $100 billion of commitment. That is primarily supporting mitigation, but we've got an increase to 34 billion out of the 100 billion towards adaptation and resilience. We were recently in Glasgow, and we came in full force with our senior management, President Massa, Vice Presidents, MDG, and many others. And there, through the various partnerships and initiatives, we were able to mobilize almost $1 billion in financing for climate change. So these are just some of the examples of how Asian Development Bank is reorienting itself to support that climate change agenda, a very important agenda as we move forward with our work across our development member countries. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your insightful comments and all the things that ADB is doing. ADB is truly climate bank by now. Okay, so our next speaker is Professor Hyun-Suk from Yonsei University.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, thank you for inviting me to this great conference. And I'm very delighted to join wrap-up session of today's conference. And taking this opportunity, I would like to share my recent research on green bond pricing and draw some policy implications. But actually, I prepared my slide in English, but audiences are most audience are Korean. So if you do not mind, please allow me to make a presentation in Korean.
The title that I'm going to make a presentation is about the strategy for green bond market ecosystem in the Asia Pacific. It's a bit academic, and this is a wrap-up session, so you might wonder why a panelist is making a presentation in a very academic way. You might wonder, but still, we've been discussing about disclosure, and also Director General ADB talked about green financing, green bond, and low transition into low carbon society and financing to the environmental friendly projects. Green financing is critical concept. However, policy-wise, there could be many challenges and issues. We are addressing the Asia Pacific practices, but there could be also not only success but policy issues. So let me address them. What are those? You might know quite well what green bonds is about. It's financing to the projects that are environmental friendly, and it's getting a lot of light. Many companies, corporates, agencies, financial institutions are either issuing or receiving green bonds. In terms of the quantities increasing, including ADB, many MDBs are also issuing green bonds. So such trends will continue as green bonds become increasingly important financing instrument to fund projects. However, there's one difference. When they finance, then these projects must be positive environmental impact. It is strictly limited. But is it really environmentally positive impacts? Well, as the other supervisory board representative talked about the importance of the disclosure, sometimes it's insufficient. We don't know whether the projects that receive financing are truly environmental friendly or not. We don't know. So we need to understand and identify whether they are truly positive environmental impacts projects or not. After issuing green bonds, has this financing been truly used for the responding to the climate change or has resulted in positive environmental impacts? The recipient must disclose that, but they didn't do that. So there was a research that states that that there is a climate database, and from 2017 to 2019, all the issued green bonds, about 77% of the green bonds actually disclose important information. 59% are actually resulted in positive influence to the environment or improving the environment. And also, there was research done in the green bond market in China. If you look at it, the so-called greenwashing. It's not a green project, but it's a greenwashing project. The financing were poured in greenwashing. So, among the green, you could say that it's a lighter green project or a truly deeper, darker green bond, and or greenier interest rate should be, and there's a research that we need to issue bonds to more greener projects. Among the investment, once again, disclosure is critical, especially when issuing green bonds, where the financing were used, how it was managed, whether they are reporting properly and accurately. These are important issues. So those are the result of the research. I don't have much time, so I will only mention the important factor. If you look at this chart, you can share the green bonds and greenwashing. The Google Trends has identified, if we search for green bonds and greenwashing, the keywords, if you search, the blue color stands for green bonds. These are what they are searching for, which means that the interest is heightened. However, there are greater concerns and increasing concerns over greenwashing. As I mentioned before, green bonds are very different than that of the general bonds because the usage of the financing are very specific. And that is why there is an increase in concerns and interest in the utilizations of the green bond. Now, friends working in ADB, we've been doing the research in the green bond for the past 6 years. The research that I'm introducing is also a co-research done with the ADB colleagues. And of course, in the financial market, there are fundamental issues like, are these information symmetric information or is there asymmetrical information? So we need to reduce asymmetric information. The issuer of the green bonds, investor, do they have the symmetric information or asymmetric information? It could create issues. So we have done some research as well. And measuring the quantity of information is difficult. So we have divided issuer in two ways. One, setting up MTM, and second, the frequently issuing green bond banks or issuing green bond for the first time in the market as a newly entering player. So we have divided and we try to understand the price differences and usage differences. If there is gap or differences, how can we explain the differences or gap? So these were the questions that we have addressed. As I have mentioned, it's difficult to measure the information quantity, but why do we categorize frequent issuance and infrequent issuance? Because the group that issues green bonds frequently, they already have accumulated enough knowledge or know-how, and they do already have the market relations. So at a low cost, they can provide financing. So frequent issuers or a new issuer in the green bond market, there are definitely differences. So those were our assumptions. If such a price differences exist, is driven by that. Now, this is the technical things. I will skip that. The methodology that we have used is a blind Oxkaka decomposition, and there is a price differences. How can we explain that? It can be done by the central idea of the credit rating, issuer pricing, and there are many elements that designate the price of the green bonds. And so there are actually the explained part which is due to the common pricing factor like fundamental bond characteristic between the frequent and infrequent green bond issuers as an unexplained component which is not explained by common pricing fundamentals and can be interpreted as the existence of price discrimination resulting asymmetric information. For the 6 years, 2014 to 2019, we have used the global green bond issuance data from Bloomberg. That's how we conducted the study. This is the result. So the infrequent issuer who appears in the green bond market and issue the green bonds, they enjoy a huge interest rate. So the green bond issuers pay 114 to 177 basis points more on their bond issuance relative to frequent green bond issuers, which can be attributed to the existing green bond pricing factors such as maturity, credit rating, liquidity, and green level. The difference could be like 8 BP. So evidence reports are 8 basis point bond yield differences between frequent and infrequent issuers that cannot be explained by the aforementioned common bond pricing factors. Of course, it cannot be well explained, but the yield difference does capture an additional pricing mechanism between frequent and infrequent issuers, as frequent issuers tend to have greater information transparency that is already priced in by the potential investors. So, what is the policy implication? Well, already you heard from the Financial Supervisory Service, disclosure is important. And the information related with the environment must be well transparently disclosed. Otherwise, consumers and people will deeply be concerned over greenwashing. From the perspective of green bonds, there are two representative ones, green bond principle and climate bond principle. So these are international standards, but voluntarily must be complied with. So it's not a mandatory, but once again, we need to comply with. Mostly, they follow GBP, global bond pricing. And if you look at the regional standards, the 10 ASEAN countries informing the ASEAN market, they do have their own green bond standard. And this is also a voluntary basis. In case of EU's green bonds standard, it's not mandatory yet, but the disclosure clause is included. They're trying to go toward the disclosure mandatory things. In case of Korea, we have national standards, and Japan, EPA, and China, POC, they have their own green bond guideline, but it's all different. Taxonomy are totally different. The guidelines are different. And the national standard, the regional standards, international standards are so different. Therefore, if we make a cross-border investment, it's quite difficult. So from investment point of view, they are constantly worried over greenwashing. These are the issues that we need to recognize. And since the session 5 is a wrap-up session, let me emphasize the point that we need to gather together, try to exchange information so that we can resolve the asymmetric issues of the information. For that, we need to create a regional symmetric systems because countries differ in the area of the standards, green bond issuance, guidelines. We need to find out what are the hurdles or if there are issues in issuing the green bonds or what about the business opportunities. We need to identify that. And as our session title talks about, we need to also share the best practices and strategy in the Asia Pacific. So this is my proposal as my last slide that concludes my discussion. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 연석 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Hyun. Along with your research results, you have already shared some of your policy presentations, but you have spent twice the time other speakers have, so you won't have a chance to answer questions later. Regarding green bond issuance, greenwashing risk is quite high. Each country has different green taxonomy, and each country comes out with a green bond guidance which is different from country to country. So from international investors' perspective, the situation is quite confusing. Therefore, there should be a global standard for green bond guideline. That was actually the question I was going to ask you. Last but not least, Professor An Yu-hwa. So could you shorten your time because we are running out of time? Hello, I'm Professor An Yu-hwa from Sungkyunkwan University Graduate School of China. Today, I'll talk about Chinese market. Chinese market started in 2010 as a result of the 12th five-year economic development plan. And from 2011, there has been a lot of demonstration programs for 7 cities. And for now, in 8 pilot cities, pilot activities have been carried out. In 2016, pilot notification have been sent out. In 2018, infrastructure has been built. In 2020, through simulation, in July last year, ETS nationwide has been created. ETS market in China is limited to power generation market. Annual emission for key companies in other industries that also have a lot of emission, they are now being included in the ETS. China is the largest, has the largest ETS market in the world. And as for ETS, it's 23 billion, and Europe it's 43 billion won, and the ETS in Europe is 1.6, whereas it is 4 billion for China. So China has the largest ETS, and Europe, they have 1,100 companies. China definitely has the largest trading volume in the world. As for voluntary ETS market, only 5% of carbon offsetting is allowed. So 600 million ton is traded in CCR, voluntary ETS market. This market in Korea, if you say that per capita cost per ton is 51, the voluntary ETS market in China amounts to 6 trillion won, and 254 companies have gone through CDM registration, and they can trade based on CCR. I'm a professor, but in July last year in Hawaii, I have been involved in developing NFT ETS market in Hawaii, and in the next few months, blockchain trading market will be established. And it's a voluntary platform market. On the other side, for renewable energy, there is an investment for carbon emission reduction. In Vietnam, for actually investing in companies that are reducing carbon emission in Vietnam. And there is also trading in NFT trading. And we are developing a system for the market. Thank you. Professor An, thank you. She has shared the most updated information about Chinese ETS market, 6 trillion won. It is indeed a very large market.
I think I may ask not 4 questions, but 2 questions. I think I should give this privilege to Bruno first, since you're in Manila there waiting for us. You mentioned about ADB President Asakawa. He keeps saying ADB is climate bank, but earlier this morning at the welcoming remarks, KDB chairman Lee Dong-gol, he mentioned that KDB is climate bank as well. So you said that President Sagawa, he made a commitment to provide $100 billion for climate change in Asia Pacific region. And I was thinking that perhaps KDB and ADB can jointly work together. As we know, COP26, 글라스고 그 COP26에 네 가지 골이 있었어요. 마지막 골이 work
They
together.
had 4 goals,
나온
the
거. 세
last
번째
of
골이
which was
mobilize
work
finance.
together, third was mobilize finance.
What do you think that ADB and KDB can jointly work, and what can be your role and KDB's role there?
So let me begin by saying that we appreciate and recognize the true value of partnerships. We have a tremendous amount of work to be done in line with my earlier comment about the climate change battle to be won or lost in Asia Pacific. We recognize that we have important partnerships that help us to build greater knowledge and greater innovation into our practices. Working with KDB and many of the other institutions will only strengthen the resolve to address many of these challenges. We have areas of comparative advantage. We can share those advantages with one another, so we are stronger as a whole. I think that what we are able to do as a regional development bank is to mobilize finance quite readily. We certainly have a AAA credit rating that supports the ability to mobilize resources. We recognize that we need to partner with countries in the region, and we have had very good experiences with Korea and with many other countries to help us in terms of mobilizing those resources. We recognize the importance of blending, so combining grant financing with ODA financing and even some private sector financing to be able to have greater impetus in what we do. I wanted to simply mention that the region, of course, is very vulnerable to climate change. It has the largest number of climate vulnerable people. So in some ways, we're experiencing a lot of extreme weather events, and this imposes significant costs, including for adaptation. And therein lies the paradox that the region's growth will lead to rising emissions, which leads to increasing disasters and adaptation costs that curb or even reverse that growth. So there's a spiral there that we have to break. And I think that working with our partners, including KDB, including many others, we're able to do a lot of good work. I just maybe very quickly, I wanted to mention 2 last things in terms of new innovative ideas. We are working with the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure to build more resilient financial systems, increasing transparency, recognizing that physical risks, those transition risks that we talked about earlier, and that's a very important initiative. We'll be coming out with a pilot there. We're also working very closely with the capital markets, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or GFANZ, where again, we're looking at greater disclosure requirements across listed firms. These are all important initiatives where we want to support, we want to contribute, work with our partners to be able to enhance the solutions to our climate change challenge that we face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruno. We have a number of very many KDB managers over here, and I think they will have now much better idea how to work with ADB there. Our last question goes to Helena, GGI 사무차장님. So this is another question about partnership. You talked about radical partnerships. So what do you see in the next 12 months, especially among these countries in Asia Pacific region? What kind of radical partnerships would you like to have, and are you looking forward to?
So that is a question that keeps me up at night, and I'm very happy to be kept up at night with such questions. I think we need to look in a way to do things differently. So what I feel at the minute is one of the constraints, especially in terms of the funding to, for instance, enable the bond frameworks or to enable the carbon trading deals to happen is that there's quite a short-term view in terms of the funders, the climate finance funders. So often they'll be giving money on a 1-year basis or a 2-year basis. Well, this is such a critical area. We need to be looking at longer-term finance and planning because it's layer on layer building on that transition. So I would like to see the $100 billion climate finance commitment being made a reality. We're not there yet in terms of that pledge per year. So deepening the size of the funding, extending the length of the funding, and then working with the grant funding, with the banks, both commercial and the regional or the multilateral development banks, to look at how we can really get that very ambitious scaling in terms of the transition. So at the minute, it's still a little bit ad hoc. It's a project here, it's a project there. It's not systematic enough in terms of that really ambitious green transition in terms of countries. So it's really coming together and maybe even starting with some pilot countries where we say, let's do it in this country in a really ambitious way, where those partner governments are incredibly committed, and there is some really committed partner governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. We have wonderful panelists with so insightful ideas and thoughts they are sharing. And I think this was very useful session. Although this was last, everybody was tired, but I think I can see nobody was sleeping. They was knocking their wire. They're agreeing with our panelists' comments and suggestions. So this will be all for this session. And again, I'm so grateful to our panelists along with the audience who stay with us. So many people this is not typical conference in Korea. So many people staying at the last minute. I embraced this. KDB did an excellent job. Stanford did an excellent job. And KAIST helped a little bit. So you did an excellent job. Yeah, it is an amazing success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the excellent moderation as well. So please, we would like to have you back to your seats now. Thank you very much. Please give them another big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. As Professor Park has mentioned, I'm sure that you are all very tired after a long day, but maybe a little bit wiser after the entire proceedings. So we started off today with some keynote addresses, and then for the sessions, we started off with a forecast to net zero and whether we were on the right path, and we discussed directionalities. And then we moved on to the technologies that are needed, and of course, the new investment areas brought about by the net zero. And afterwards, we moved on to financial stability and risk management. And we ended up with our last session talking about successful strategies for implementation for carbon neutrality in Asia Pacific. It was one fully packed day, and I would like to thank all of our attendees once again for their presence. We have one last agenda item, and unfortunately, we do have to close the day for today. However, there is one gentleman who has been now waiting for a very long time. It is very late in his time zone, but nevertheless, he is attending to give us his closing remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Michael Lepek with an extra big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. So for those that weren't able to attend the panel that I moderated earlier today, my name is Mike Lepek. I'm a professor of civil and environmental engineering at Stanford, a senior fellow at the Woods Institute for the Environment, and most importantly for this event, the faculty director of the Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus, our university's permanent research center in Korea. If you haven't yet visited our center, I would encourage you to visit us personally in Songdo or virtually at korea.stanford.edu. Easy URL to remember. We're doing exciting work and always looking for great partners and collaborators in Korea, across Asia and around the world. Now, I do realize I'm the last speaker on today's program, and since it's after 1 a.m. here in California, I'll be very brief. This has been an amazing day and an amazing event. I truly hope that it's only the start of a broad global initiative bringing together government, academia, and industry to solve the most urgent challenge of our time, climate change. It is through cross-disciplinary consortia, such as the consortium bringing together KDB, KAIST, Stanford, and all of you, that we can address the problem of climate change at the scale and speed that our planet so desperately needs. For those who would like to continue collaborating through this consortium and actively participate in thought leadership focused on sustainable finance in Asia and around the world, I'm happy to share with you that we are already organizing our next event in June 2022. This event will bring experts from around the world to Korea to discuss the topic of sustainable finance more deeply and in person. It's an event that I'm very excited to co-host at our Stanford Center in Korea, along with our consortium partners KDB, FSC, and KAIST. I'm also truly excited to once again see all of my dear Korean friends and colleagues in person and engage in a global effort to combat climate change and all of its far-reaching impacts. I would like to close this forum with a number of thank yous and propose a challenge to all of us. I'd like to thank our event sponsor, KDB, and our event host, FSC. Specifically, I would like to thank Chairman Lee Dong-gol of the Korea Development Bank and Chairman Ko Seung-bong of the Financial Services Commission. Thank you. Without your support, this event would never be possible. I would like to thank the co-organizing institutions for this event, including KDB, FSC, the KAIST Center for Sustainable Development, the Precourt Sustainable Finance Initiative, and all of our staff at the Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus. Thank you very much. I would also like to acknowledge and thank all of our speakers who have joined us from all over the world. Additionally, I would like to thank each of you, the participants in person and virtually, for joining us today. I deeply appreciate you spending time with us to consider the climate challenge we're facing and the role of the financial sector as part of the solution. Thank you. I would finally like to personally thank Dr. So-young-in from the Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus and Ms. Amy Wee, CEO of Acres International, along with everyone on the organizing team for this forum. It takes many hours to organize an event of this caliber and breadth. To all of the organizers, today's event has been exceptional. I congratulate you and thank you for your tireless work in organizing this forum and for making it a success. So I promise to end with a challenge to us all. I would encourage each one of us to leave this event committed to maintaining an innovation mindset. We will need great innovation to address the global crisis of climate change. We will need great innovation in technology, in policy, and in finance. We will need to be creative and collaborative. We will need to keep an open mind and demonstrate a willingness to be bold in our actions. I challenge us all to constantly maintain an innovative perspective, keep an open mind, and commit passionately to work together in new ways in order to address one of the greatest crises in the history of mankind, global climate change. I would like to thank everyone once again for participating in this forum, and I look forward to our event in June and other future events in this series. And I wish all of you a very good evening and continued health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lepek, for the great closing remarks. And I will keep in mind that innovative mindset that you mentioned. I hope that next time we meet, we'll be able to further our innovative mindset as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the Asia Sustainable Finance Forum 2022, Next Steps for Climate Innovation. Once again, we'd like to thank all of our attendees and guests for your attendance, as well as your participation throughout the event. And for those of you who joined us online, thank you once again for your attendance as well. So we hope that you stay healthy and safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. And with that, I will say goodbye. Thank you very much.
you.